Abel reappeared from the super teleportation circle. His face began to shift into an elf. He put on his usual elf clothes and long robe. This trip to the Holy Continent brought him peace of mind, but he gained a new identity card. Snow Spirit Mountain, he mumbled with murderous energy. The ones he loved the most were all in Harry Castle. It was his home. If someone wanted to invade his home, his castle, they would pay with blood. In a flash of white light, he appeared in his office of the Golden Castle and took out his Master Potion Maker badge to ignite a display from a table. Even with his unlimited access to the Potion Maker Union Mission Network, he rarely used it. The Wizard Union's network was more convenient to get large amounts of resources and trade. His power of will quickly scanned through and found it a special page exclusive to elite forces. It was an information page. Although it was not the most credible thing, it was still decent for elite forces to look at. He wanted to know about the Snow Spirit Mountain. The Snow Spirit Mountain had one law-defying wizard and a decent-sized team of wizards quite powerful for a small wizard organization. It was quite a new wizard organization, which was why Abel never heard of them. If they wanted to progress into a medium-sized wizard organization, they would need to accumulate their power for at least a few hundred years. Abel put away his master badge and began to wonder about their motivation for invading Harry Castle. Since they sent out 2 rank 20 wizards, it meant they were taking it very seriously. Seeming like the Snow Spirit Mountain would not give up, rank 20 wizards were extremely important in any forces. Even an organization as powerful as the Lightning Clan didn't have many rank 20 wizards, and each of them would be the captain of a team. Most of Abel's power was gathered in the elves. His 3 followers could easily get things done around their radius. But investigating the Snow Spirit Mountain was a different story. Research Spirit, connect me to Wizard Clemens. He thought for a moment and said it was best to seek an expert. He wouldn't be able to escape the Wizard Union if he was to make a move himself anyway. Abel was very good with the heads of the Wizard Union, and they were regular customers for Abel's potions, so taking down a small wizard organization wouldn't be a problem. He already destroyed the Blizzard Clan with the Lightning Clan. As support anyway. Haha, Master Bennett, it's rare for you call me, isn't it? Wizard Clemens laughed and emerged from the communication circle. Wizard Clemens, I have a little problem and I want your help. Abel laughed as well. Master Bennett, just speak up, we are friends. Wizard Clemens continued to laugh. He was still trying to stabilize his relationship with Abel. Although he attended Abel's party, he did not spend much time with Abel compared to the others. Therefore, he was happy Abel asked him for a favor. Wizard Clemens, as you know, I came from the Holy Continent. Recently, I discovered the Snow Spirit Mountain sent 2 rank 20 wizards to the Holy Continent. I want to know their motives. Abel said honestly. Master Bennett, please give me 2 hours and I'll give you an answer. Wizard Clemens let out a breath of relief. It was not a challenge for him at all. As the head of the investigation department, he could know anything about any wizard organization just by looking at their teleportation history and who they were with before they left their city. It was the reason why the Wizard Union could maintain the order of this world for so long. Nothing could escape their sight. They didn't even need to send out an investigation team. Wizard Clemens had a vague memory of the Snow Spirit Mountain. They were quite energetic for a small wizard organization. He had been trying to expand their forces and picking fights with other small wizard organizations. They were basically the troublemakers of their rank, which was why the Wizard Union had an eye on them. The investigation department already penetrated the interior of the Snow Spirit Mountain long ago. It was just that they were not doing anything against the law, so they couldn't make a move. So even if Wizard Clemens was using the resources of his department for personal affairs, he didn't feel too shameful about it. Also knew about Master Bennett's relationship with the legendary wizards, and legendary wizard Dalan was saved by him, so no one in the Wizard Union would not reject doing this small favor for him. The commands were sent, and the investigation department began to work. Not only was the Snow Spirit Mountain's information dug up, but anything related to their wizards was also analyzed. Slowly, with the expertise of the investigation department, the truth was starting to surface. Meanwhile, Wizard Clemens sat at his desk with a glass of water spirit fruit juice in his hand, which he got directly from Steward Meyer. It was made with the water spirit fruits in Blood Moor, but not the combined ones Abel gave to his followers and Lorraine. The taste and texture of the normal ones were not as good as the combined ones, but they were still the best in the continent. Steward Meyer himself also had access to the combined water spirit fruit juice. Although he was not a professional, drinking them could still energize his body. 2 hours passed quickly, and an organized report was placed in front of Wizard Clemens. Wizard Clemens gave it a quick scan and immediately frowned. Does the Snow Spirit Mountain want to die? But it had nothing to do with him anyway. They were just a small organization. He would take them down regardless since Abel requested. He ignited the communication circle and connected with Abel once again. Wizard Clemens, how is it? Abel smiled. He trusted the investigation department, and Wizard Clemens must have his answer. Master Bennett, I believe you already know that the 2 rank 20 wizards the Snow Spirit Mountain sent out to the Holy Continent did not return right. Wizard Clemens looked at his report and said, Of course they will stay there forever. Abel lowered his voice. After all, it was just 2 rank 20 wizards. Abel wouldn't get in trouble even if he said he was the one who killed them. Bad luck for them then. Wizard Clemens laughed and continued. The Snow Spirit Mountain's law-defying wizard Luce was excited when they heard about the magical ability of your food and found out there was something similar in the Holy Continent from a wizard from the Blizzard clan. Although he didn't need to send out 2 rank 20 wizards on paper, he heard from that Blizzard wizard that 2 rank 17 wizards had died in the Holy Continent. Therefore, he did what he did just for safety's sake. Since his 2 rank 20 wizards did not return, Wizard Luce was already planning to head to the Holy Continent by himself soon. Abel was caught off guard. He was not expecting his food to cause so much trouble, especially since not many people know about it. The Blizzards were almost wiped out because they got too greedy for his food, but they still had a few leftover members. It seemed like this was the sequel. If the Blizzard clan were completely wiped out, no one would be able to tell Wizard Luce about it. Master Bennett, Wizard Luce is quite powerful. Do you need help? Wizard Clemens suggested. His intention was clear. If Abel needed help, he would join. He knew about the scary power of Master Bennett and his connection with different forces. If he was willing, even gathering hundreds of law-defying wizards wouldn't be a problem. After all, Abel did save more than hundreds of law-defying wizards in the defense wall of Doomsday. Thank you for the offer, Wizard Clemens. But I am fine by myself, Abel said. He didn't want another to get involved. He was a law-defying wizard himself with the dead bodies of 9 mad knights. Since a law-defying wizard wanted to die, he would take his body as well. Abel knew his bottom line. He did not kill for pleasure, so getting the body of a law-defying wizard was not that easy considering his relationship with the W-Izzard Union. The bodies of wizards who died in the front line were all returned to their organization or family. Abel couldn't wait. There was no way he would let a law-defying wizard roam around in the Holy Continent, his home. If it weren't so late today, Abel would have just returned to the Snow Spirit Mountain and killed them all. Instead, as usual, he returned back to the Dark World and trained for a total of 10 days. In the morning, he would return from the Dark World to enjoy his breakfast in the dining room. After his meal, he would use the short-distance teleportation circle to head to the Starlight Defense Circle, where he would make a stop at the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort. The Fire-Tooth Spirit said immediately after seeing Abel, "Welcome, Master." Abel ordered, "Go look for the Snow Spirit Mountain." Very quickly, a holographic map appeared in the middle of the operation room. There was a mark at the top, and green lights continued to flash. Abel's eyes focused on the green dot. Depart as soon as it is located. Like a giant ghost, the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort flew up from the Starlight Defense Circle and headed towards the Snow Spirit Mountain. As the 4 components of the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort were switched on, all it took was 3 hours for Abel to see the mountain that he was hoping to see underneath. The Snow Spirit Mountain was a tall mountain. Like the picture on his identity card, the top of the mountain had snow piling on it for years. The top was mostly covered in white. Amidst the white that was on the top, an ancient building was standing tall at the centermost part. Anything below that was filled with buildings and people. The buildings were piled up in a way that resembled an entire city. Abel pointed towards his elder sign card. Battle Command Spirit, scan the mountain and tell me the results. The Battle Command Spirit replied, Yes, Elder. A strange wavelength came sweeping across the mountain from top to bottom. The Battle Command Spirit replied, The defensive circle has been detected at the top. Scanning cannot be done. Most on the waist and the base of the mountain were common people and some apprentice wizards. Abel shook his head. He thought it was wizards that mostly lived on the mountain, and he was just starting to get worried about having to kill so many wizards on his own. However, it seemed as though he'd thought too much. The Snow Spirit Mountain was just another small wizard organization. Even with a law-defying wizard of their own, it would still take them several hundred years to grow to their current size. Actually, the most that Wizard Loose could even do was to go after organizations that were even weaker than the Snow Spirit Mountain. It'd be impossible if they wanted to expand in the short run. Abel went ahead and unleashed 12 of his spiritual guardian knights and 12 of his spiritual guardian wizards. For the spiritual guardian wizards, especially because he's been using the blessing crystal on them, they were actually not that much weaker compared to rank 20 advanced wizards. If anything, the lightning chain that these wizards could use was even scarier. Abel went ahead and called out the Beeman giant beast Doff and Frankenstein. Following that, he allowed the Fire Tooth Battle Fort to descend. Once the fort reached a spot that was 50 meters away from the tip of the mountain, Doff used Scream and Combat System to boost the entire team. Abel spoke to all his minions. Doff, break this circle open for me. Soon as Abel appeared, his dragon druid presence was completely unleashed. The spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards would then cooperate with each other and continuously surround the tip of the mountain with the lights they were emitting. After hearing Abel's command, Doff let out a terrible cry and teleported itself onto the defensive circle. It raised the ancient totem up high and slammed onto the defensive circle's barrier. Following the sound of glass breaking, the Snow Spirit Mountain's defensive circle began sparks of stardust and disappeared in the air. Meanwhile, Abel's dragon druid presence rushed into the ancient building that was protected by the defensive circle. As though shocked by the overwhelming presence, sounds of people falling down were starting to come over. This was one of the few times that Abel defeated his opponents with just his presence. His current dragon druid was now ranked 22. It was very easy to suppress an entire small wizard organization. If he wasn't afraid of Wizard Loose escaping, he didn't even have to prepare his spiritual guardian wizards and spiritual guardian knights to wait for an ambush. A magnified voice quickly came out of the building. Who are you? Is there some sort of misunderstanding between us? I'm Wizard Loose, law-defying Wizard Loose. I'm the master of the Snow Spirit Mountain. It was easy to tell Wizard Loose's mood. According to the information from the Wizard Union, Wizard Loose should be a rank 21. And that would indicate that Abel's dragon druid essence was not going to make him feel very comfortable. While it couldn't defeat Wizard Loose immediately, it would be very effective in weakening him. Abel glanced at Frankenstein. It understood what Abel was trying to say, and it teleported him into the ancient building. Wizard Loose said loudly, No fighting, we can negotiate. Yes, negotiate. If I've offended you in some way, sir, I'll pay you the price you offered. He stopped talking very quickly. Frankenstein got close and began the fight. Abel was just standing outside the ancient building. He wasn't going to get inside. There was no telling how many mechanisms were inside this kind of wizard building. He'd rather bring the whole place down than see what traps were inside. Frankenstein was different, of course. It had no need to worry about the mechanisms. Wizard Loose was very confused the whole time. He had no idea why he was attacked. He had no idea how the defensive circle was broken through. Most importantly, he had no way of dealing with someone who's this powerful. He's bought this large-sized defensive circle from the Wizard Union, and while it had 4 top-level gemstones and 500 intermediate gemstones inside, all it took was one hit for all the defense to be ruined. He had no idea. Apart from the legendary wizards, Doff was the strongest being in this world, especially against a static target like the defensive circle. As long as the ancient totem could activate the divine power that it contained, all defense was futile. Wizard Loose pretty much gave up immediately. He wasn't too afraid, though. He could tell that the enemy was a big druid. He was never afraid of big druids because, well, big druids were supposed to be the weakest against a law-defying wizard like him. Without the ability to teleport, It wouldn't matter how strong this attacker was. Wizard Loose knew that he could just leave. Still, given a choice, he would prefer resolving this peacefully. That was until Frankenstein went in and attacked him. As soon as it located his whereabouts, Frankenstein threw an ice sealing bolt at Wizard Loose. The ice sealing ball flew at him and made several ice bolts burst. The wizards that fell around to Abel's presence became instant victims of it. Wizard Loose screamed, "Damn you, I'm going to kill you." As he said that, Wizard Loose threw ice-sealing balls towards Frankenstein. He noticed that Frankenstein was also a rank 21 law-defying wizard. This was a common method in wizard fights. They would use the exact same techniques against each other. And if one side turned out to be better, the other one would fall back. This was where the higher-leveled one would have an absolute advantage, which was why it was always so important to have all attack spells to max level as a law-defying wizard. This was a different case seen here, as both spells thrown against each other were already at the max level. Wizard Loose had always considered himself an absolute genius. He thought that he was brilliant for leading an entire small-sized wizard organization. He had never seen any rank 21 law-defying wizards better than him. He was planning to make the Snow Spirit Mountain Wizard Organization a big-name organization. Back to the fight. As Wizard Loose paid attention, he could see that something strange was happening. The two ice-sealing balls were hitting against each other, but the law-defying wizard in front of him, with a sword and shield in his hands, was already breaking through his ice-sealing balls and flying towards him. He had to cast the instantaneous movement to leave, but the wizards that were around him would have no protection. When the ice-sealing balls were detonated, the nearby wizards were suppressed quickly. They've got no choice but to dodge, or they would be killed immediately. 2 advanced wizards were killed. 2 streaks of the soul light rushed towards the sky. "Why, tell me why?" Wizard Loose screamed. He didn't know who the Snow Spirit Mountain offended. He didn't think that he could win against the wizard in front of him, so he had to talk this through. He didn't know, though, what organization would dare to attack a wizard group with its own law-defying wizard. Didn't they think of the possible consequences? Instead of casting any more spells, Frankenstein teleported right next to Wizard Loose. A spirit sword in his hand slashed downward. Wizard Loose was very confused. What kind of law-defying wizard would swing a blade like this? However, he wasn't sure that he could use his own defensive spell to block the blade, so he decided that he should just use the instantaneous movement to move somewhere further. Frankenstein's spirit sword swung heavily at Wizard Loose, but Wizard Loose teleported away just in time. The wall was broken, though. Wizard Loose was giving up all attempts to attack back, because it just wasn't possible to end a fight like this. Fights between law-defying wizards were always tricky, as the instantaneous movement was always the best way for law-defying wizards to move around. It'd be a very tricky situation if they were trying to move against each other. Wizard Loose suspected more enemies. Still, he didn't know what organization had both a law-defying wizard and a big druid. He couldn't stay and fight because he couldn't protect the Snow Spirit Mountain with a law-defying wizard here. However, before he left, he needed to know who attacked the Snow Spirit Mountain organization. He had faith that within some time, he could just recover himself to the point that he could track down whoever decided to do this. That in mind, Wizard Loose decided not to waste too much time with Frankenstein. His shadow quickly appeared outside of the Snow Spirit Mountain Wizard organization, right on top of the ancient building. The first he saw was a beaming giant beast that was about 10 meters tall. It had a very big steel hammer in its hand. Next to it was an elf. At the headquartered building, there were 23 creatures in black that was staring at him. He wasn't sure what the black creatures were, but he knew who the beaming giant beast and the elf were supposed to be. That's Master Bennett, the legendary potion master. Beside him was Doff, the being that could easily kill any mad knights. Everything was starting to be clearer. Wizard Loose sounded a lot weaker than he wanted. "Why are you attacking the Snow Spirit Mountain, Master Bennett?" He didn't want to be too pushy, because if he offended Master Bennett, he would have no place to go anywhere on the central continent. No, he would just be hunted down by all the major organizations. The Wizard Union would not provide any protection for him. His only choice by then would just be to hide somewhere and never come out. Law-defying wizards had demands for resources. Wizard Loose was no exception. He didn't want to be a hermit for the rest of his place. He wanted to know why Master Bennett was heading over to the Snow Spirit Mountain. Master Bennett looked like he was trying to decimate the entire Snow Spirit Mountain. Abel withdrew his suppressive pressure. "I've got no quarrel with you and your mountain, Wizard Loose, but the moment you try something on the Holy Continent is when you cross my boundaries." Wizard Loose's face paled as he began to understand. He should have known earlier. The Holy Continent had restaurants serving the same food as Master Bennett. When he first learned about the effects of those foods, he realized immediately that Snow Spirit Mountain would want this. Still, since the Snow Spirit Mountain was not privileged enough to make it to get access to the food, he had to resort to sending out 2 of his advanced wizards as undercover customers. So what were the 2 undercover customers doing? Well, Wizard Lucis thought that the Holy Continent would not contain anyone stronger than rank 18, but the 2 advanced wizards were killed. He was very afraid, actually, that Master Bennett would come after him to ask about this. After waiting for a few days, he was surprised that he didn't hear anything of the sort, but today, he saw Master Bennett at his base. What made Wizard Loose give up was pretty much what Master Bennett said. Wizards always had conflicts with one another, but the most serious of them wasn't for resources or personal grudges. No, the worst conflicts would always happen if it was related to the families and influences behind the wizards. If the family of the wizards was targeted, the wizards would always be a subject of discrimination and prohibition. If one law-defying wizard was to antagonize another defying wizard, and they decided to kill the friends and families of each other for it, wouldn't the continent be in complete ruin because of it? The Snow Spirit Mountain Wizard Organization, the Holy Continent, was almost like a powerless regular person. If Abel didn't do anything to arm the Holy Continent, nothing else produced over there would hurt the 2 rank 20 advanced wizards. It's a really scary situation in that sense, that the 2 advanced wizards were just marching over there to rob his recipes. By the way, could they just be after his recipes by going to the Holy Continent? No. They would have to kidnap someone important first and force some secrets out. More importantly, they would never keep the ones they kidnapped alive. Wizard Loose tried again. "I've never inflicted any loss on you, Master Bennett. Actually, I can pay you to resolve anything you are dissatisfied with that were between us." If he didn't have to, Wizard Loose would not want to abandon his Snow Spirit Mountain. There were just too many important things that he didn't want to lose. "Frankenstein on the side," Abel ordered. Frankenstein's been going around the ancient building for a while now. As 4 streaks of the soul light rose inside the Snow Spirit Mountain Wizard Organization headquarters building, it came back to Abel while standing beside. Abel said calmly, "You are a class holder, Wizard Loose. You should understand the rules of the continent. If you've done something against my subcontinent, you should be ready for my revenge." Wizard Loose got very loud. "You are strong, Master Bennett. I can see that. There's also a law-defying wizard here and a frightening beaming giant beast, but do you think that's enough to get me?" Abel stood silently and watched what performance Wizard Loose had left. No, he's not going to show mercy here. He needed to make his point clear. Also, he could do with another corpse of a law-defying wizard. Wizard Loose tried again. If you abandon the Snow Spirit Mountain now, Master Bennett, I'll pay everything I can for your loss." Abel was still standing there silently. He wasn't talking. Wizard Loose started yelling like a madman. "You want to be my enemy, Master Bennett. I swear I'll kill everyone you know. You won't be able to stop me every single day." Abel replied with a sneer, "You overestimate yourself, Wizard Loose. You think you can leave this place." As he spoke, Abel unleashed an aging spell that he prepared. At the same time, the rank 22 Dragon Druid essence rushed towards Wizard Loose. Wizard Loose was already prepared for this, but his instantaneous movement was already lagging behind. He was still prepared that he could leave. However, even if he was a bit slower, he still had the instantaneous movement spell scroll that he could use. If the big druid still had any spells left, he was sure that nothing would be quick enough to hit him. While trying to retain his consciousness against Abel's suppressive pressure, Abel drew an instantaneous movement rune and unleashed a rain of curse. With the buff of the Oak Heart and the Spirit Shield, the rate of the spell was already faster than any big priest. Nevertheless, Wizard Loose could feel something heavy. His body was like a powerless old man. All his movements slowed down and he realized something strange. Master Bennett should be a druid, so why was he casting a priest curse? Still, Wizard Loose had to think about escaping. So, he activated the instantaneous movement spell scroll that he had and disappeared in white light without hesitating. He escaped towards was not where the spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards because they felt slightly weaker. So Wizard Loose went ahead. He's gained a lot of distance away from Abel, Frankenstein, and the Beeman giant beast, Doff, very quickly. He couldn't help but feel very glad, but at the same time, he knew that he had to be careful. Just when he unleashed the instantaneous movement, he also fully unleashed his rank 21 law-defying wizard presence. The way he thought about this, as soon as the instantaneous movement he was casting ended, his wizard presence would just bring those strange enemies down. He thought wrong, though. He was a rank 21 law-defying wizard, but the spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards were on the same level as their master. They were ranked 22. If Wizard Loose was targeting just one of them, there might be a bit more effective, but to hold down all of them would be too obvious. Ahead of Wizard Loose was a pile of silver-white lightning. The frozen armor on him was quickly dispersed. During this time, at least 5 spiritual guardian wizards were casting the lightning chain on him. It did interrupt him from casting another instantaneous movement. The lightning zaps were making all his hairs stand. Wizard Loose didn't think that the spiritual guardian wizards would be casting the lightning chain, which was something that the lightning wizards could cast. They couldn't hurt him underneath his frozen armor, but it would stop him from casting any of his instantaneous movements. What made him more desperate was that 20-something more enemies were preparing against him to attack at any point. Worse yet, Wizard Loose couldn't distinguish the spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards apart. This couldn't be blamed on Wizard Loose. Hybrid summoned creatures like this were not very often seen at all. Only druids and priests could tell what the original forms were, really. Also, now that Wizard Loose was under the effect of the aging curse and was surrounded by the spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards, he had a lot of trouble moving. Now, the Fire 2 battle fort was also directing him with the weapon system. Abel seemed to be doing fine. He was confident that he wouldn't let go of Wizard Loose. At the very start, actually, given that he was already casting the curse of a priest. While Wizard Loose was still doubting, the 12 spiritual guardian knights surrounded him and pushed with their blades. The frozen armor on Wizard Loose responded to the attacks by chasing an ice bolt. This wasn't supposed to do a lot to the spiritual guardian knights. Level 30, Command Skeleton, and Summon Resistance were making them something extremely tough to fight against. On the other side, the 12 spiritual guardian wizards never stopped attacking. The lightning chain was constantly being cast. Abel revealed a smile on his face. The spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards were finally starting to be able to contribute. They could now be a real threat to law-defying wizards of this level. Of course, they still needed him to cast an aging curse, but that's still very fine. Wizard Loose cried in anger, "What monster is this?" He didn't understand. A weak enemy such as this had the same ability as a wizard to teleport. He was starting to understand. These enemies could be divided into 2 groups. One was the ones that were supposed to deal with physical attacks, and although he should be theoretically safe under his frozen armor, the truth was, he already had several small wounds on him, because the steel swords had the ability to tear enemy wounds at 50% chance. The other ones were spell attacks, the ones that were scary too. Wizard Loose didn't want to die, not especially against these weak beings. He screamed and screamed, knowing that the frozen armor on him would break eventually. He cried out loud, "Give me a chance to fight you, Master Bennett. Let's make this fair." Abel said calmly, "You're fighting me right now, Wizard Loose." Abel was telling the truth. Wizard Loose was fighting his summoned creatures, so naturally, Wizard Loose was fighting him. Wizard Loose thought that he still had the instantaneous movement spell scroll on him, and he inserted his power of the will back into the portal bag. However, his body was constantly interfered with by the lightning chain. The lightning chain was making his power of the will tremble. Without a steady supply, he couldn't even activate the instantaneous movement spell scroll on him. Abel shook his head. "Frankenstein, I want the whole body intact." Frankenstein's body disappeared. Following that, under the surrounding of the 12 spiritual guardian knights, 10-something lightning chains continued to attack like they would on the land of lightning fall. Still, these lightning chains were doing nothing to Frankenstein. Frankenstein reached out his hand and broke through the very, very thin, frozen armor that Wizard Loose was wearing. It grabbed him by the neck, and very quickly, a pillar of the soul light rose up to the sky. Abel watched the soul light rise from Wizard Luce's dead body. He started to feel kind of emotional. Several years ago, he almost died trying to fight Wizard Malon. If it wasn't for the oak tree, he probably would have never won. Now, however, against a law-defying wizard of the same level, he didn't even need to do the fighting himself. All it took was his spiritual guardian knights and spiritual guardian wizards, for Wizard Luce die easily. After killing Wizard Luce, Frankenstein teleported right next to Abel. Abel's power of the will was scanning across Wizard Luce's corpse. Abel took the portal bag over and looked inside for a bit. Abel couldn't believe that it was a bag inside. This wizard organization is dirt poor. I can see that. Actually, Abel's never seen a law-defying wizard with so little on him. He decided not to take anything from here. Wizard Luce would get to keep all his belongings even after he was resurrected. Or, Abel would just Wizard Luce something completely new by then. For now, Abel placed Wizard Luce's corpse inside the personal storage box. There were a bunch of corpses inside already, and they were all just waiting for him to resurrect them. Abel was planning on doing that very soon. But Wizard Luce had to be done after the legendary Sacred Knight was resurrected. This was so that he could bring Wizard Luce with him anywhere on the central continent, and not just inside the Dark World. Abel unleashed his power of the will. He could see that there was no one going to the Snow Spirit Mountain for inspection. Since with several soul lights coming from here, that would make a lot of sense. This was not the Holy Continent. Most people would have a fairly good idea of what the light shining so up high was. As a matter of fact, most regular people and apprentice wizards were already rushing down the mountain to escape. For all they knew, the Snow Spirit Mountain group was as good as dead. Abel didn't walk into the ancient building immediately. Do a scan on the building in front of me, Battle Command Spirit. Very quickly, an image of a scan of the structure was presented to Abel. From what it looked like, the ancient building was completely built around one tree. The tree was probably not normal. Also, Wizard Luce seemed reluctant to leave this place, even after Frankenstein had killed all the other wizards. Abel smiled. So what is it you wanted, Wizard Luce? What is the secret of the Snow Spirit Mountain? Frankenstein placed his hand and tapped on Abel's shoulders. He was bringing Abel into the ancient building. Since there was the map ready, Abel was already quite familiar with the place. He could just pinpoint himself to be teleported to the centermost position of the ancient building. As he did that, he could see that there was a spell circle, something as familiar as it could be. It was a defensive circle and a seclusion circle. Abel took a step back and gave Frankenstein the opening. Be careful, Frankenstein. Don't break the thing inside. Frankenstein twitched its body and stabbed with Spirit's sword in the circle. The barriers of the defensive circle and the seclusion circle appeared. They were shaking frantically. Frankenstein's physical attack was terrifying. In close proximity, even the Mad Knight couldn't guard with his defense. With two popping noises, the defensive circle and the seclusion circle were destroyed. There was a fruit tree with 15 blue fruits inside. The bark of the tree was white, similar to that of jadestone. Even the leaves were like jade. The fruits didn't look as captivating as the other parts. It was almost like the tree was naturally grown so that the fruits were the hardest to find. Abel could tell that this was a fruit tree that was as rare as it could be. Combined with the mana and the spiritual kai floating about, this fruit tree was rare. If Abel couldn't sense the life force that was coming out of it, he might just think of it as a sculpture. Abel went forth and switched on the Soul Speaker's ability. He placed his hand on the bark and felt the presence of the fruit tree. The fruit tree did not generate any spirituality like the oak tree and the tree of life. It was closer to just an ordinary fruit tree. There was still something very different, though. There was a fire element around this building, and a freezing element naturally at the Snow Spirit Mountain, which this fruit tree would absorb every day to grow. From what Abel could tell with his Soul Speaker's ability, the fruit tree was here ever since it was a sprout. It took several thousand years for it to mature. Abel knew the tree was rare, but he didn't know what it was. As a matter of fact, the ancient building was nothing more than a safe house for this fruit tree. It was hard to tell, but all the parts that were hidden beneath the soil were already occupied by the trees. Giant roots. Also, the tree didn't look that big at the top. The bottom already took up the entire 5,000 square meters. From the memories of the fruit tree, Abel could tell that the fruit had already matured once. He counted for a while, and he realized that the last harvest must have happened before Wizard Luce became a law-defying wizard. Could it be? Abel wasn't sure, but what if the fruit tree was a link for Wizard Luce's promotion into a law-defying wizard? The more Abel thought about this possibility, the more he was sure of it. Normally, a small-sized wizard organization like the Snow Spirit Mountain would only be able to promote their best wizards to rank 20. If they wanted to take it a step further, heritage items and a large number of resources would be crucial. The former was doable for most smaller groups, but the latter was not. Every ingredient for promotion, especially for law-defying wizards, required a huge price to afford. Even if the less influential groups could gather this amount of resources, it'd still be very difficult to find organizations that would do trade with. Of course, the Wizard Union would very often have these resources ready, but they would often have a lot of missions that required to be accomplished to trade for these. Most just wouldn't bother with it. Back to Wizard Luce. It was very strange that he managed to become a law-defying wizard without the help of any mid to large wizard organizations. Also, given that the last time the fruit was harvested was when it was ripe, Abel thought that the fruit tree had to have something to do with Wizard Luce's promotion. He began to look intently at the fruit tree, especially towards the 15 fruits that were not ripe yet. He could feel the very subtle fire element and freezing element that were inside. He screamed, "How is this possible?" There were fire elements and freezing elements inside, which already far exceeded his imagination. From his estimation, once these fruits were ripe, he could just take them and cultivate both elements inside his own body. As a potion master himself, while he could see that the elemental energy stored here was still very little, he was very certain that the power harnessed to become much, much stronger. This would be an excellent supplement for even law-defying wizards. Actually, since Abel was still stuck at wizard rank 21, this would just be the boost he needed to push to the next level. He laughed out loudly. "That's good, great." Frankenstein didn't know what Abel was laughing about, so it just stood without saying anything. Abel went ahead and broke through the defensive circle and the seclusion circle. After supplying magic gemstone, he went ahead and hid the fruit tree. He thought to himself, "I can't have this here." On the four ends were the spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards. Doff was also there, and he wasn't so worried that anyone was going to break in. So he went ahead and used the instantaneous movement and came over to the warehouse of the Snow Spirit Mountain. At the entrance of the warehouse, he frowned as he looked at the circle that was flashing on the gate. He thought that the ancient building was his by now. The ancient building was actually the vase of the fruit tree, and he didn't want to break the vase. Suddenly, he thought about the portal bag that was on top of Wizard Luce's corpse. There seemed to be a sign card there. He took out his sign card out of his personal storage box and placed it on the identification circle. The warehouse gate was opened very quickly. Abel walked inside the warehouse and saw that boxes were inside. He went ahead and opened a box, and he saw that there were training resources for wizards inside. Training resources were essential for all wizard groups. It was the basis of their existence. Abel didn't pay any attention to the boxes. He wasn't interested in the training resources. Rather, his eyes were focused on the small box that was made of gemstones. Even with the seclusion of the gemstone, he could feel the chilling presence of the box. On the surface of the box, he could see that many ceiling circles were engraved. It's almost as if the items inside could be leaked. He went ahead and opened the box. He saw that there was a familiar item inside. The appearance wasn't so familiar, but he was familiar with the material that was used to make this. This was a freezing pillow, similar to his freezing bed. This had to be the heritage item of the Snow Spirit Mountain. Compared to the one that was at the Ice Wind clan, this seemed to be inferior. He was still pretty satisfied though. Apart from the fire element heritage items, all the heritage items on the central continent was something one had to fight for. This time, he did got what he was after by attacking the Snow Spirit Mountain. If there were anything else inside this warehouse that could interest him, it'd be the heritage books. He wasn't interested in anything else. He walked out of the warehouse, realizing that he didn't care to see the other spot. The location was already his, so he might as well take his time slowly in the future. With that, he had Frankenstein bring him to the front of the ancient building. He took a final look and thought back to the scanning image. that he received. He spoke to himself, I'll need something major. He turned around to speak to Frankenstein and Doff. Doff, Frankenstein, bring everything above base for me. Doff and Frankenstein began to start working. While Doff was breaking the rocks on top of the Snow Spirit Mountain open, Frankenstein dealt with the meeting point of the stones and ancient buildings very carefully. Followed by a series of damage, Abel started to frown. It wouldn't be a problem to tell Doff to smash the entire mountain's top, but not affecting the ancient building would require a very unrealistic sense of delicacy. And there was so much work, at least 2 days of it. Abel came here and killed people, so he wasn't even sure that he should use that much time. Having thought that, he called out the 2,000 puppets out of his portal bag. Among them were small-size war puppets and engineer puppets that he got from the Holy Continent and the Lance Continent. Of course, Abel didn't have the ability to command so many puppets. He was letting the battle command spirit do most of this. Very quickly, the top of the Snow Spirit Mountain became something of a gigantic construction field. The 2,000 puppets, combined with Doff and Frankenstein, hammered on the mountain. Wizard Arbuthnot was a wizard law enforcer, although he was just a rank 18 advanced wizard in a red cloak. Even rank 20 advanced wizards had to pay respects to him. Right now, he was enjoying his water spirit fruit juice, produced by regular elves, of course, inside the Wizard Union branch building of his current location. After hearing that Master Bennett's favorite drink was the water spirit fruit juice, the drink had become something of a symbol of affluence. It also had to do with how the elves had been sending water spirit fruit trees to Abel. However, given the state of the Wizard Union now, many wizards were proud to have their own juice. Wizard Arbuthnot couldn't relax for long since his law enforcer card was beeping. Something had happened in his area. He connected his power of the will to the card. From what it looked like, some wizards reported that a soul light was spotted over Snow Spirit Mountain. He cursed to himself, damn it, I can't even rest. He teleported himself to the teleportation circle of the Wizard Union branch building. He connected his power of the will to the one at Snow Spirit Mountain, but he realized that the connection couldn't be made. Wizard Arbuthnot was very familiar with the area that he was in charge of, so naturally, he quickly picked a nearby city close to Snow Spirit Mountain. Wizard Arbuthnot disappeared and reappeared in that city. He activated his card just so that he could use the teleportation circle amidst the city. If he didn't do this, the city circle would have suppressed him the moment he tried to move. Wizard Arbuthnot teleported himself several times towards the Snow Spirit Mountain. He stopped quickly, though. He could see 7 soul lights, 1 big and 6 small streaks flashing in the distance. He was very afraid. Under the beam of the 6 smaller soul lights, the biggest one seemed extra clear. Law-defying wizard just died. This was not something that Wizard Arbuthnot could handle. Very quickly, he took a temporary contact circle out of his portal bag and immediately reported to Joseph. Wizard Joseph was the administrator of the Law Enforcement Department. All law enforcer wizards could report to him in the most emergent of times. Wizard Joseph said with a tense look, "You got the situation clear." Wizard Arbuthnot replied, "I'm not close to the Snow Spirit Mountain yet, Master Joseph." "I'm not sure." Wizard Joseph screamed, "Wizard Arbuthnot, that's a red cloak you are wearing. Do you know why it's red? It's the color representing the many enemies that tried to go against the Wizard Union." Wizard Arbuthnot remained silent. Now, Wizard Joseph got louder. "Head to the Snow Spirit Mountain and make the situation clear. On the central continent, no one except the nation of God would try to go against the Wizard Union. This was pretty much why the Law Enforcement Department was also so unreasonable. No one was supposed to go against them, which was why it was such a serious matter that a law enforcement wizard died. Wizard Arbuthnot replied loudly, "Yes, Master Joseph." He put away the contact circle and looked towards the 7 soul lights. He swallowed his spit and looked towards the red cloak he was wearing. After giving himself some pep talk, Wizard Arbuthnot teleported himself towards the Snow Spirit Mountain. The closer he was, the more that he felt afraid. He heard many, many sounds of machines banging on the ground. It sounded like some war was taking place. He was already thinking about the possibility of being killed by someone coming out of nowhere. Nothing was strange since a law-defying wizard was already dead. He had to continue with Wizard Joseph's command, though, so he could only try to get closer. Wizard Arbuthnot screamed as he reached the top. Wizard Arbuthnot is here to inspect the situation. He didn't want to be killed just because he didn't give his name away in time. Instead of receiving a response, Wizard Arbuthnot could see busy working puppets. They were busy digging up the mountain. He even saw the beam and giant beast and a law-defying wizard that was digging the ground. At the scene, only one elf was sitting there. Yes, sitting. The elf was sitting on an elven-style chair in front of an elven-style desk. He was drinking from a crystal cup containing a drink that Wizard Arbuthnot was very familiar with. It had to be Master Bennett. The beam and giant beast, mysterious law-defying wizard and elf. This had to be him. To double-check this, Wizard Arbuthnot made sure to look at the drink the elf was taking. Yes, only Master Bennett would be after this. Abel smiled at the law enforcement wizard that appeared. "Greetings, wizard from the law enforcement department. Do you care for a drink?" Wizard Arbuthnot bowed carefully. "Honorable Master Bennett, I didn't know you're here. What's this for?" "Forget about the cloak. This was just an interaction between someone who was strong and someone who was weaker." Abel laughed and replied, "The Snow Spirit Mountain disobeyed the rule of the class holders and laid their hands on the subcontinent where I was born. I came here to get rid of them." Wizard Arbuthnot got even more careful. "I have no right to meddle with what you did, Honorable Master Bennett, but would you permit me to report this to the headquarters?" As for what caused this, Wizard Arbuthnot wasn't going to ask at all. All he was requesting was that he could say that Master Bennett decided to sweep the Snow Spirit Mountain clean. Advanced wizards weren't supposed to be killed under the rule of the Wizard Union, yes, but as a matter of fact, the Wizard Union could just turn a blind eye to this. Abel made a gesture. "Please go ahead." Wizard Arbuthnot quickly ran to the side. Again, he took out the contact circle and activated it. Wizard Joseph asked in satisfaction, "What's going on, Wizard Arbuthnot?" He was very glad about Wizard Arbuthnot's efficiency. This was just what the law enforcement department needed. Wizard Arbuthnot spoke as he looked towards Abel. "Master Bennett is trying to get something by destroying the Snow Spirit Mountain." Wizard Joseph couldn't believe it. "Which Master Bennett do you mean?" "The Elven Potion Master, Master Joseph. I'm talking about him." Wizard Joseph screamed again. What kind of law enforcement wizard are you, Wizard Arbuthnot?" Wizard Arbuthnot was speechless. He liked his boss, but he could get too serious at times. He didn't know what to do here. Should he even go arrest Master Bennett? If he was, he might just be isolated from the rest of the central continent. Wizard Joseph screamed, "Ask Master Bennett what he needs help with. Quick, make sure he stays safe. If you can't, use an emergency command and kill everyone who tries to attack Master Bennett on sight." Wizard Arbuthnot's body shook. "Oh right, sure. Wait, couldn't you make it clearer? I was almost going to arrest Master Bennett." Wizard Arbuthnot honestly didn't expect Wizard Joseph to give him the permission to use an emergency command. He must have really appreciated Master Bennett allowing the use of a one-time item like this. After sending the emergency command, all the wizards within a 500-mile area would receive a message calling for help. After receiving the reinforcement message, all the members of the Wizard Union would have to go to the area designated. Otherwise, a large amount of the points would be taken away from them. It was supposed to be a very last resort, so Wizard Arbuthnot wasn't even sure if he should use that. Given how Master Bennett was so relaxed drinking his juice, the wizards that he summoned over might just beat him to death when they saw that no help was actually needed. Wizard Arbuthnot reported, "Master Joseph, Master Bennett is just taking a break. The fight's already ended." Wizard Joseph commanded, "Master Bennett's free. Let him talk to me then." Wizard Arbuthnot didn't dare to break the temporary contact circle, so he just took it carefully over to Abel's side. He bowed and placed the circle on the table. "Master Joseph of the Law Enforcement Department wishes to speak to you, Master Bennett." Abel poured a cup of juice for Wizard Arbuthnot. "Have a seat with me, Wizard Arbuthnot. Why not enjoy this juice first?" Instead of sitting down, Wizard Arbuthnot went ahead and took the cup. Abel turned to speak to the contact circle. "Excuse me, Wizard Joseph, but I've had some personal grudges against the Snow Spirit Mountain. If you can take care of this." A holographic figure appeared on the contact circle. It was Wizard Joseph. Wizard Joseph smiled politely. "You could have left it to our hands, Master Bennett. You can just tell me if it's something personal you want handled. I've got a team of specialists here who will make it extra safe for you. We can't have you being exposed or anything now, can we, Master Bennett? If we do, that would going to be a great loss to the entire continent. As for what the personal grudge was, Wizard Joseph didn't care less. All that happened was the ruin of a small-sized wizard group and the death of a low-tier law-defying wizard. Abel smiled. I didn't do this myself. Wizard Joseph. Wizard Joseph smiled as well. I get what you mean. You didn't have to do too much to defeat a rank 21 law-defying wizard, I would imagine. Here, if you don't mind me being too pushy, I'll just write a reason for you in our official record. I'll make it so that you did this to assist the law enforcement department. Abel didn't like the idea. I don't mind being more open about this, actually. You can ask Wizard Claymans if you're interested in the details. I don't think I've done anything out of place this time. If there was a breach of rule, Wizard Joseph wouldn't have to come up with some sort of cover-up scheme. Wizard Joseph laughed. As long as you have a reason of your own, Master Bennett. I don't think anyone would bother you for a law-defying wizard and a small-sized wizard group. Wizard Joseph did not sound like a law enforcer during this whole conversation. If anything, he sounded more like Abel's accomplice. Wizard Arbuthnot couldn't help but feel a bit bothered. It turned out that Wizard Joseph wasn't so earnest. He felt anxious to learn about this, so he drank the juice that was passed to him. The chilling juice entered his body, and while he wasn't sure what it did, it's almost like his soul entered into a sublimed stage such that all his worries were gone. Wizard Arbuthnot emptied his mind, and he realized something. All the training he undertook for the past several hundred years was coming to him. At last, it became something of an enlightenment. Abel was just having a conversation with Wizard Joseph, and they suddenly felt a promotion Kai that was next to them. They turned around and looked towards Wizard Arbuthnot, but they could see that Wizard Arbuthnot was sitting on the ground. Abel hurried up and threw a mana gathering circle. He activated the mana gathering circle, such that Wizard Arbuthnot had a quiet promotion in the mana environment. Abel shook his head. He's pretty lucky. Wizard Joseph didn't understand since he was on the other end. What do you mean, Master Bennett? Abel said with a headache. Wizard Joseph. Wizard Arbuthnot is having a breakthrough here. He thought back to his water spirit fruit juice. Now that there was another who got a breakthrough because of him, he was starting to get worried that groups would start coming for it. Unfortunately, the water spirit fruit juice was not being mass-produced at the moment. Since time inside the dark world was so fast, the maturation of one fruit tree only took 20 days. Still, although there were many other types of fruit trees for consumption, the water spirit fruit was still the dominant diet choice of the elves. They would still need it as an important food source. Wizard Joseph had guessed that it was Master Bennett that led to this. Did you happen to feed Wizard Arbuthnot something, Master Bennett? Abel sighed. I just gave him a cup of my juice. I only did it because I thought he had a busy day. Wizard Joseph was getting worried. Well, Master Bennett, I have a few underlings that went to the Golden Castle to eat your food, but they didn't receive a promotion. Would you, be willing to spare some of that water spirit fruit juice for me? Abel had to make it clear. The production rate is a bit low lately. I can do 2 bottles for you, Wizard Joseph. But nothing more than that. Wizard Joseph laughed out loudly. Ha ha, thanks, I'll be over very soon. Just when Abel was about to say something else, he realized that the contact circle was already open. Wizard Joseph couldn't wait anymore, and he was about to be coming over. Abel checked his current speed. He could see that the 2,000 puppets were about to dig up all the spaces around the ancient building. Only the underground part was left, come to think of it. It should be just a bit more for them to finish the work. Since Wizard Joseph coming, he had to make sure that this was quick enough. Abel commanded, Battle Command Spirit, stop the puppets. As the puppets slowed down, he jumped onto the pit that the puppets dug up. He could see the base of the ancient building from here. After having dug up the body of the mountain, the base of the ancient building was normally reconstructed with boulders that were chiseled. Because of how little mud there was on the very top, the ancient building was almost meant entirely for growing the fruit tree. In a sense, the base of the building was separate from the mountain body. Having thought about this, Abel began to calm down. He spoke to Doff. Doff, lift this building up for me. The ancient building began to tremble after following Doff's movements. Luckily, Doff's grip had become a lot more firm now that it had mastered the command long weapon. Following Doff's work, Abel's power of will could discover a loose movement between the ancient building and the mountain body. He placed his hand on the ancient building and activated his power of the will to the max. 5,000 square meters was big, but for where he was currently, it wasn't all that hard to cover up the entire area like that. Splash, followed by the sound of the rocks rolling. The ancient building was put inside the divine portal bag. Abel had no choice but to let out a long breath. Although he was the one who hid the fruit tree with the seclusion circle, he just couldn't let the Wizard Union wizards see it, or else things could get very difficult. Sensing the fruit tree that was inside the ancient building, Abel could tell that it was all right to store it inside the divine portal bag. He couldn't help but smile in relief because of this. "What makes you so happy, Master Bennett?" A white light flashed, and Wizard Joseph was at the very top. He was in shock when he saw the giant hole that was on the top of the mountain. Abel smiled and spoke, "You are quite early there, Wizard Joseph." Following, he nodded at Frankenstein, who was beside him. Frankenstein then teleported him to the elven wooden table, which was not very far away. Abel laughed at Wizard Joseph. "Sit and chat if you will. It'll take some time for your underlings to wake up." Wizard Joseph seemed jealous of Wizard Arbuthnot. "Quite lucky to be promoted just by being with you, I would say." Wizard Joseph brought several of his subordinates to the Golden Castle many times and did not receive any promotion. Wizard Arbuthnot got his promotion accidentally on a business trip. This was unexpected, but anyways, Wizard Joseph now knew that Master Bennett's water spirit fruit juice could do something special. That being said, he obviously wasn't just there to get the 2 bottles of the water spirit fruit juice. Although that was one of the reasons, that wasn't all. The most important reason had to do with the fact that he needed to form a relationship with Master Bennett first. He's been falling behind Wizard Clemens of the Intelligence Agency and Wizard Hume of the Resource Department in that regard, as both these men had attended Master Bennett's private banquet before. Wizard Arbuthnot was just sitting across Abel. Abel passed a bottle over, but he decided not to take a drink. His few disciples were just sitting several ranks above advanced wizards. Perhaps this bottle of the water spirit fruit juice was their final hope. Again, he had to think for his disciples. Abel laughed. "Relax, Wizard Joseph. The bottle you drank won't be counted in the 2 bottles that were given to you." Wizard Joseph decided to put it in his portal bag. "No worries, I'll savor it slowly." Abel understood what that meant. He didn't have any students yet, but he had a mentor before. He understood what it was like to have to save up precious resources for students you were supposed to take care of. If it was Wizard Morton that was in this situation, he could totally see him trying to save some for him as well. With that in mind, Abel passed 2 more bottles of the water spirit fruit juice over. Wizard Joseph didn't say much. He just smiled and put it away. Wizard Joseph looked towards the large hole nearby. "So there aren't any wizards left, Master Bennett." Abel pointed towards the hole. "Apart from the Snow Spirit Mountain wizards that never left, we've got the wizards in the headquarters." Wizard Joseph didn't care to ask about what happened at the large hole. If Abel wasn't going to ask, he wasn't going to push for an answer. Still, he realized something. Master Bennett might be interested in the treasures over here. As for what, he wasn't really sure. He didn't know what a small wizard organization would have that would interest Master Bennett. What he knew so far was that the Wizard Union knew that what happened was personal. Personal as it was, however, it's really strange that Master Bennett had to take an extra step to decimate the whole place. Wizard Joseph asked, "If there are any wizards outside the Snow Spirit Mountain, would you still go after them?" Abel shook his head. "It's all done already. I've killed the ones I was after." Wizard Joseph smiled. "I'll see if there are any more alive, Master Bennett. If there are, I'll send them a warning myself." Wizard Joseph and Abel smiled while they waited for Wizard Arbuthnot to be promoted. They weren't going to leave at this point, as advanced wizards would have no defense during their promotion. About 1 hour later, Wizard Arbuthnot slowly opened his eyes. He was very emotional. From 18 to 19 was just 1 rank apart, but so many had failed so much to go past this point. As for the bottle of the water spirit fruit juice master, Bennett handed over. He just reduced 10 or tens of years of training required. If he was a bit unlucky, he might just be stuck at this forever. "Master Bennett." Wizard Arbuthnot wasn't sure what to say. "Thank you" seemed like nothing compared to what Master Bennett did for him, but he had no idea what he could do that would actually help. Wizard Joseph spoke. Wizard Arbuthnot, enough. You don't owe Master Bennett for this. Just try to make sure that nothing bad happens with this. Incident at the Snow Spirit Mountain. Wizard Arbuthnot went forward and bowed. Master Joseph. He then turned back to Abel. I'll do everything in my power to prevent this from causing your trouble, Master Bennett. He then looked around, but was shocked to see that the ancient building that he saw before the promotion was gone. Actually, with a building of that size disappearing, he wasn't even sure how he could keep this matter discreet. Abel laughed. Don't listen to Wizard Joseph, Wizard Arbuthnot. It's fine, you don't have to keep everything underground. Just make it public. Send a message to the world that if anyone dares to go after my home, they'll have to consider facing my revenge. Wizard Arbuthnot bowed and looked towards Wizard Joseph. Yes, Master Bennett. Wizard Joseph laughed. Wizard Arbuthnot, just do as Master Bennett says. Having said that, he brought Wizard Arbuthnot to activate the instantaneous movement and disappeared amongst the white light. Abel put away the chairs and tables. He had the 2,000 puppets and doff away. Under the transportation of Frankenstein, he returned to the fire-tooth battle fort that was in the sky. The revenge mission went according to plan, but the consequences were not as clear as he hoped that it would be. Still, given his current status, that just made the Holy Continent even safer. From this point on, any class holder would have to think for him if they wanted to do something. Wizard Joseph returned to the Wizard Union. As he arrived, the first thing he did was to look for Wizard Clemens. Wizard Clemens was just looking at some report. Joseph, how did you have the time to be here today? Wizard Joseph could see the juice that Wizard Clemens was drinking. I see you've been enjoying yourself. He wasn't the type to say that kind of stuff before, but after knowing the effect of Master Bennett's water spirit fruit juice, he seemed to have noticed that Wizard Clemens had been a little excessive in his use of it. Wizard Clemens laughed out loudly. Well, how about a cup for you? Wizard Joseph could notice something wrong immediately. Let me smell it. Wait, this isn't right. Wizard Clemens asked, What do you mean, Joseph? Wizard Joseph opened the bottle and said with certainty, This isn't Master Bennett's. You've got Master Bennett's juice. Wizard Clemens widened his eyes, then smiled. I've got my own, but as you can probably tell, it's of a lesser quality. It's still much better than the common ones out there, though. It's good for your body and your spirit. The one you've got was probably the fine one from Master Bennett. I've only had it a few times when I was visiting Master Bennett as a guest. Wizard Joseph asked, You're right, I did get this from Master Bennett. Speaking of which, what connection does Master Bennett have with the Snow Spirit Mountain? Wizard Clemens replied quickly, Sud question, but I'll answer. The Snow Spirit Mountain tried sending 2 rank 20 advanced wizards over to the Holy Continent, where Master Bennett was born. They were going after his secret restaurant recipes, and the 2 advanced wizards died on the Holy Continent trying to do that. Wizard Joseph said in awe, The Snow Spirit Mountain was found gone a few days ago. Did you know that? Wizard Clemens shook his head. Well, they had it coming. I didn't expect Master Bennett to act so quickly. I've only received a report on recent sightings. Can I ask how many wizards died over there? No, Wizard Joseph raised his voice. Clemens, I mean the mountain is gone. There is just a giant pit left there. There's no headquarters building. There have been sightings of 7 soul lights, one of them belonging to a law-defying wizard. Abel didn't have the time to think about the Wizard Union's reaction. Given his connections to the legendary wizards and his identity as the potion master, the Wizard Union would only care to look for what was wrong with the Snow Spirit Mountain and magnify that. His actions would be put under the radar as much as possible. Soon as Abel returned to the Golden Castle, the first thing he did was to head to the training room and switch on his defensive circle and the seclusion circle. Then, he opened the town teleportation scroll and passed into the teleportation portal. As soon as he was in, he teleported himself over to the Blood Moor. While he was inside, he found an empty spot to take out his ancient building. Although plants could survive within the portal bag, he wanted to make sure that he wasn't doing anything to hurt his special fruit tree. So he took the ancient building out. Abel went to the center and saw that the fruit tree was in the middle of the seclusion circle. The tree was still like back on top of the Snow Spirit Mountain. There wasn't really much of a change. Abel switched on the Soul Speaker's ability. He placed his hand on the tree bark and began to feel everything. He realized that although there was no freezing element, Here, the fire element that was gathered from the ancient building alone was enough for the fruit tree to absorb energy. Because of this, instead of immediately looking for a way to repair the ancient building, Abel first sought to know just what exactly the fruit tree was and what the requirements were for it to grow. Having thought about that, he ordered the high elves to take care of the fruit tree for him. He was going back to the golden castle first. Abel first spoke to the research spirit. Search for any tree that has a bark like marble, leaves like jade, and fruits that harness power of the rule. There was a complete freezing element heritage within the research spirit search database. Abel would always turn to it if he needed to look up something. The research spirit replied after 10 minutes, "Nothing on that, master." Abel was a bit confused. He didn't want to go to the Wizard Union headquarters just to ask about this. He had already decimated Snow Spirit Mountain, so it wouldn't be the wisest idea if he was to show up to the Wizard Union very quickly. Yes, unless he was sure of what he was getting. He was not going to let anyone else know about the fruit tree. Now there was only one place left for research. That's the library of the Elven Royal Palace. No one would spy on him over there. As for the Wizard Union, they had plenty of ways to figure out what happened on their own. Abel had Frankenstein bring him to the teleportation room underground. He passed through the large-sized teleportation circle and activated a route to head over to the Bay Law City Palace. While he was standing amidst the teleportation circle, he immediately felt Druid Lando's presence. The guardian druid that was protecting the Elven Royal family was passing straight towards the teleportation room as soon as he knew that Abel was here. Druid Lendo smiled and bowed. "Welcome, Master Bennett, Wizard Frankenstein." Abel smiled as well. "So much for you to come over here, Druid Lando." Frankenstein didn't do anything, but Druid Lendo understood. Apart from Master Bennett, Frankenstein wouldn't reply to anyone unless to eliminate Master Bennett's enemies. Druid Lendo thought that something was up. "So what brings you here today, Master Bennett?" Abel wouldn't come here often, not even when he was invited. Abel smiled. "I've come here to borrow some information from the library." "No problem, Master Bennett. As a dragon druid, you have access to all the knowledge inside the library," Druid Lendo said. "Follow me." Abel followed him to the back of the royal palace. The moment they arrived, they could see that all the elves within the royal palace were backing away in a very polite manner. After passing through a garden, Abel began to see a tower that had 3 levels made entirely of wood. Regular libraries wouldn't be built of wood because of concerns in case there was arson, but this was a special building made of special material. The timber was supposed to be good against pests, and since there were spell runes drawn over it, it wasn't even possible to light it on fire if someone was to put a torch over it. Druid Lendo announced to the library will be closed for the entire day. No elves are supposed to stay now. Soft as his voice here, it echoed throughout the whole space. All the elves that were reading were walking out. Abel even saw some royal elves that were leaving. None of them hesitated to follow the order. They went very quickly to Druid Lando, bowed, threw a surprised look at Abel, and hurried up to leave. In just 2 minutes, the entire library was empty. Druid Lendo passed a card to Abel. "This is the identity card of the library. Master Bennett, if you use this, you can flick through any book." He didn't bother entering the library, with Abel out of respect for privacy. Abel nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Druid Lando." Frankenstein was walking inside the library as well. On the first floor of the library, there were about several hundred large bookshelves with all sorts of books stored from low to high. They were mostly parchment books. Abel frowned as he realized how difficult it would be to look for the one he was after. He began by focusing his power of the will onto his sign card. He could see that the card contained a map of where different genres were stored. There was an order of series that he would need. Very quickly, Abel followed the information and found something related to the fruit tree. Here, some books related to cultivating fruit trees and even some cross-breeding methods were here. He didn't find the specific things he was after, though. Still, he managed to realize it as well very quickly. He didn't need to open the books himself. He just needed to do a quick scan with his power of the will. With just 1 minute, he could finish an entire book and understand the content. After being disappointed with the second floor, Abel placed his attention on the third floor. He sensed a strange barrier as soon as he stepped onto the third floor. The layer had no resistance, it just pushed him to be on the third floor. While on the third floor, Abel could see a special leaf that belonged to the elves. This was something he remembered seeing when he was inside the Holy Continent Alchemist Union Library. He had thought that the books there were only for the Holy Continent, but he realized how special this was. From what it looked like, the elves on the central continent had been much more affected by the humans than the elves on the subcontinent. Most elves had already accepted the method in which the humans record down parchment paper. As for the special leaf he saw now, that seemed to be something that was only used for some of the older books. The third floor was the oldest thing in the central continent. The record was among the oldest on the central continent. Abel was watching all the records that were made for the High Elves. He felt kind of confused. Could the High Elves really be the earliest life forms in the history of this world? He thought back to the High Elves that were inside the Dark World. They were now the first living beings inside the Dark World. Many years later, the Dark World would just have the same level of diversity and cultural richness as this world. That didn't matter at this moment. As long as Abel could be inside the Dark World, he would be the only one who could decide what the history of that world would be. There weren't a lot of leaf books on the third floor. The total was roughly 300. Abel was very quickly captivated by the amount of knowledge stored here. Before, he used to only have his followers come here to look up information for him. However, coming here on his own had been much more enjoyable than what he thought it'd be. What he didn't know was that the knowledge stored up here contained much more than what's said in the common myths regarding the Tree of Life and the connection between the moon goddess and the elven race. Abel felt like he was reading a legend, mostly about wars between divine spirits or between divine spirits and wizards. He was distracted sifting through the stories. Just when he was about to forget the reason that he came here, he saw a record that spoke of a tree called the Wisdom Tree. The Wisdom Tree was a jade-white tree that could generate the sound of a bell when knocked on. It would produce fruits every 30 years with 15 wisdom fruits produced every time. The fruits of wisdom, or wisdom fruits, would allow the people to gain the power of the origin. As for what the power of origin was, that would depend on what the fruits absorbed to grow during maturation. Inside the book, there was a story about how one hero invited the others to eat the wisdom fruit with him. It was a story about honor and glory. Everyone who could participate was invited to spar with each other to decide who got to have the 15 wisdom fruits shared with them. It was actually the most popular event of that era, as the wisdom fruit would always boost the progress of everyone who might or might not be stuck at their training. Abel was certain now that the tree he saw was the wisdom tree, the one that was grown from a seed featured in the story. In the story, the original wisdom tree was destroyed after so many had fought for it. When the founder of the Snow Spirit Mountain came, he found a remaining seed that was found on the abandoned battlefield. That founder decided to establish a small organization on his own, thinking that he could enjoy all the wisdom fruits by himself if he could grow the wisdom fruit. To achieve that goal, he even got a building that could absorb fire elements and had that building set on top of the Snow Spirit Mountain. He wanted the tree to harness both fire and the freezing element. If only it was that easy. The founder never saw the tree sprout while he was still alive. His wishes were passed on to his successors under secret, and generation after generation, the Snow Spirit Mountain would watch over the wisdom tree as it slowly grew. There were many times where the leaders would die of natural causes, and they'd be very disappointed in not seeing the fruit of their labor come into fruition. That was until Wizard Luce's generation. The wisdom tree was finally growing fruits, and he became the first law-defying wizard of the Snow Spirit Mountain because of it. Unfortunately, because of how rash he was, Abel ended everything before the Snow Spirit Mountain managed to amount to anything. Abel ended up having his own wisdom tree. Abel let out a long sigh. He was glad that he was careful enough not to let anyone else know about this. He wouldn't want to have more people target him for another one of his treasures. As powerful as he was, he didn't possess the same strength as the founder featured in this book. He couldn't just keep everyone away from attacking, and if he had to guess, the founder also had to eventually compromise to share the fruits, even if he was much more powerful than anyone else who was interested. Whatever, Abel was not the type to share this unless it was with his family. He dropped the book leaf that was within his hands. He wasn't interested in continuing, so he only thought about hurrying up to return to the side of the wisdom tree. He quickly went to the first floor and went out of the library door. He could see that along with Frankenstein, Druid Lendo was waiting at the door for him. Druid Lendo quickly inquired, "Are you all right, Master Bennett?" Abel smiled and bowed. "Thank you so much for you and the royal palace's help, Druid Lando. Please say thanks to Queen Luisa for me. I won't be able to visit this time since I'm busy." Having said that, he brought Frankenstein to come to the teleportation circle of the royal palace. He activated the teleportation circle and headed back to the golden castle. Abel stood beside the wisdom tree inside the ancient building. He was inside Bloodmoor of the Dark World. His eyes were filled with joy, knowing that the rate of his training could be much faster. His progress had been much slower after becoming a law-defying wizard. It was not like the speed in which he was absorbing the mana was slowing down. Since he was using the light stone to train, the absorption rate of his mana was actually 10 times faster than regular law-defying wizards. He's also had the time disparity of the Dark World to help with him. Because of how much time he was spending in the Dark World, his mana capacity was pretty high already as a rank 21 law-defying wizard. What he lacked now was the lightning element, freezing element, and fire element. He needed the 3 elements to solidify his wizard runes. This was something that could only be accomplished through patience. The appearance of the wisdom tree was like a spark of hope for him. The power of the rule could be absorbed by any class holder, which would just escalate the rate of his training. If he wasn't here on time, Wizard Luce might just become a major figure on the central continent within a few centuries. Still, Abel ended up being the one to take up the results of that labor. The Snow Spirit Mountain had been putting in. Abel switched on the Soul Speaker's ability. He placed his hand on the tree bark and felt its condition. Since the ancient building was no longer on the Snow Spirit Mountain, the only thing that the wisdom tree was absorbing now was the fire element and not the freezing element. This would mean that the wisdom fruits could only earn fire elements. Now that Abel controlled the 3 elements, he needed a lot more balance than that. Abel took out his top-level stones. Maybe I'll use my advantage here. Yes, his advantage was an infinite amount of top-level gemstones. While others had to be very calculative to not waste any gemstones, he could use any fragments he had and turn them into top-level gemstones. Here, he got all 3 types taken out to use. The red one was for fire, the yellow was for lightning, and blue was for freezing. Slowly and carefully, he placed the stones at the roots of the tree. With his Soul Speaker's ability, he could feel the message that the wisdom tree was sending. He could sense the wisdom tray, absorbing 3 energies. Eventually, the energy reached the fruit and became 3 different energies of the rule. He murmured to himself, "Wonder what the founder was thinking. He's got a vase this big when this could have been much easily solved." Still, he wasn't confident enough to destroy the ancient building, which was the vase containing the flower. The roots were taking up most of the lower half. If something affected the growth of the wisdom tree, he would have had too much to regret about. Actually, as long as the wisdom fruit was all right, he would have never touched the ancient building without it being absolutely necessary. As for what the Tree of Life was sensing, he might just have a good conversation with it some time later with his Soul Speaker's ability. If there was anything about the founder that Abel didn't know about, it would be about the amount of effort that was put into shaping a building that was designated for the wisdom tree. It just wasn't sustainable to keep supplying the tree with gemstones, so allowing something to contain the tree would just allow a slower absorption that would keep it alive for longer. Abel looked towards the 15 green wisdom fruits. If they contained only one element, he might just pick one and see for himself. According to the records, the wisdom fruit would grow every 30 years. In that case, given how time flows differently on the Dark World and the central continent, every 1.5 years, he could just get 1 wisdom fruit. That was already much faster than any legendary fruit out there. Abel wasn't satisfied, though. It had only been 7 to 8 years since he became a wizard. Although 1 wisdom fruit every 1.5 years was very fast, he was been making much more progress than that before. Actually, since he's got a lot of the fountain water from the 3 goddess statue he got from the Holy Continent, maybe he could do something with it. Abel came and waved at Elder Rock of the High Elves. "Rock, over here." Elder Rock flew over and bowed. "Great God, your servant is here to serve you." Abel took out a portal container. "Rock, I've got some fountain water contained here. You pour some on the wisdom tree every day, all right?" "Yes, God." Elder Rock took the flask over and bowed. Abel trusted Rock since he was the first high elf that was born. High elves were hardworking and diligent, so he didn't have to worry too much if they didn't follow his orders. On the second day, as Abel returned to the Dark World, it had already been several months inside the Dark World. The first thing he did was to use the instantaneous movement to head beside the wisdom tree. Before, the leaves were shining much brighter while the fruits were losing all glows. Now, however, the tree was shining in a gold that was much brighter than the green of the leaves. Abel's eyes were fixed onto the 15 golden lights. He didn't need to take a second look to know that the fruit was growing into maturity. Abel's power of the will transformed into a single hand. He grabbed onto a wisdom tree and pulled it off the branch. The wisdom tree was growing in a very strange manner. The fruit was supposed to contain the power of the rule. Naturally, and the power of rule was starting to lose the same spark as it should have had. The amount of the 3 elements contained almost amounted to 1% of a full rank 21 wizard rune. That was still a lot. No wonder wars were fought over this in the ancient times. Now that the fruit was harvested, it could only be preserved for 1 day before the power of the rule it contained would be dispersed. Abel wasn't so concerned about this when he read about this in the records. The personal storage box was taking care of this. No, he's killed too many people before to care if the food was put together with some dead bodies. Abel continued to harvest the other 14 fruits. Slowly and carefully, he placed the 14 fruits inside the personal storage box. They didn't even take up one tiny slot of the personal storage box. There was still one left, and of course he was going to eat the one in his hand straight away. Before eating, though, he went ahead to check the state of the tree. While in the Soul Speaker's mode, he slowly inspected the wisdom tree and sensed that the energy absorbed was still gathering over there. In just a bit longer, the 15 branches might just grow the fruits at the same spots. He looked towards the roots, where he placed the top-level gemstones. Since he was using the 3 goddesses' statue fountain water to boost the growth of the tree, he might have to supply more energy to the tree. The spot that was growing the 15 fruits had already cost 15 of each element. In total, 45 top-level gemstones were spent on this. Abel was rich, but he was still kind of dumbfounded to see that he was already spending a fortune the worth of a small wizard organization. The Snow Spirit Mountain would have had to spend 30 years. For this, Abel held the wisdom fruit in his hands. He didn't think that it'd be a good experience to have the fruit in his mouth. Still, he thought about the power it contained and took a bite. As soon as his teeth dug into the surface, 3 strange energies swarmed into his body and went towards his wizard rune. He could feel the heat. The heat was the element of fire, which was a bit different to ordinary fire elements. The base of the element would be the same, but there was something else about this that Abel wasn't exactly sure was. It was probably the material that made the fruit, capable of containing the power of the rule. The material was harmonizing the fire element. It's almost like the mediating material he was using to brew potions. It was meant so that he could absorb fire elements that he couldn't before. The other one was a freezing element, which made him feel a chill. The one that made him slightly numb was the lightning energy. Abel's 321 wizard runes were greedily sucking onto the 3 powers of the rule. This absorption he was having just saved him half a year of training inside the Dark World. With 10 wisdom fruits, with 10 more fruits, he could just be promoted to rank 22. Abel felt like eating another wisdom fruit, but he could feel like his body couldn't absorb the fruit. If he wanted to keep doing this, he would have to wait 10 more days. Of course, this feeling would only benefit his divine spirit ability that he had when he was inside the rogue's encampment. Otherwise, he would have to waste 1 wisdom fruit to learn about this. Abel squinted. It seemed that he could only have 1 wisdom fruit every 10 days. In other words, the correct way to harvest fruit would be to harvest 1 every 10 days. He's very lucky to have the personal storage box, or else he was just going to waste all that. He's passed on the central continent. Abel would spend the time inside the Dark World to make sure that he was having 1 wisdom fruit every time he was on the central continent. This helped him contain a lot more power of the rule. After 10 days, he sat on a cushion he made inside the rogue's encampment and set up a large-sized mana gathering circle for him. The mana was already precipitating in the air. Apart from the Dark World, it wouldn't be possible for any other place to contain a mana-rich environment such as this. Abel's expression stiffened. Today was the day he was going to attempt to be promoted into rank 22 wizard. Since his dragon druid rank was already 22, that would have already automatically opened his pathway to becoming a rank 22 wizard. Now, the one thing he would have to do was to consume one wisdom fruit and complete the last storing of his power of the rule. Rank 22 wizard. Here goes, he said to himself as he revealed the golden wisdom fruit. He placed the fruit in his mouth, and when he bit onto the skin, he could feel that the power of the rule was filling all three of his wizard runes. Once Abel reached rank 21, he could feel an automatic sublimation of his presence. The three runes were transformed into pure energy, which contained both his power of the rule and his power of the will. As the two merged with each other, they became a strange material that was not seen before. His role was basically to use this material to draw the rank 22 rune, and that's no difficult job since he's had all the experiences and tools he needed to get it sorted. Abel's power of the will was transformed into 3 rune pens. 3 elements, 3 energies were compiled and formed into ink to draw the 3 rank 22 wizard runes. Once the last one was done, Abel could feel that his main spirit was starting to solidify. He could also feel a subtle change. Before, he could only unleash a rank 22 dragon druid essence with his druid spirit. Now, he could use his main spirit to unleash a rank 22 law-defying wizard presence. The days passed by. Abel was returning to the same life as usual. He was brewing potions, entering into the dark world to train and fight. He would also train his own preachers within the nation of God. At times, he would use Izuel's divine bestowment to assassinate some preachers that weren't his. It's always quite easy to get his target. Because of how strong the Guardian Wing was at defending against enemies that were outside, most had become complacent at spotting enemies that were on the inside. Besides, since all the divine bestowment Abel had looked like accidents, the higher-ups of the nation of God could never do much beyond suspecting the presence of external interference. Actually, since most of the suspicions were towards some other divine spirits, even more. Defensive power was placed outside of the Guardian Wing. After Abel picked away all the fruits that were on the wisdom tree, it took about 1 month on the central continent for the new wisdom fruit to mature thanks to the help of the 3 goddess statue fountain water. The original period was supposed to be 18 months, but the fruit was now growing in just 1 month. Even Abel was starting to feel bad for Wizard Loose. The last wisdom would have matured very quickly even without the fountain water. And if he were a few months late to head over to the Snow Spirit Mountain, he might have never known about the power of the wisdom fruit. He was starting to understand why Wizard Loose was so hesitant to leave at the time. With all that said, even though the time for maturation went from 18 months to 1 month, Abel was still not satisfied. In his imagination, the fountain water should be accelerated so that the wisdom fruit could mature faster. As a matter of fact, however, the wisdom tree could only grow faster to a certain extent. So 1 month on the central continent, or equivalent to 20 months inside the dark world, would already be the absolute limit. Abel made sure to do some calculations. Given that he was already consuming the wisdom fruit to increase his capacity for the power of rule, he could increase his level 22 wizard rune by 15% every month. Combined with the result of his own training, he could just make it into the breakthrough stage within half a year. Of course, he could also use the advanced light stone to meditate, given how fast he was absorbing the power of the rule. He wanted to increase the effectiveness of his meditation, such that he could generate more mana to reach a balance point for his mana and his power. The rule, before, the rate of his mana concentration would always exceed the rate of his power of rule concentration, and he's got no choice but to wait for the power of the rule to grow slightly more on its own. Now, it was the opposite case. He needed to consider how many light stones he was spending, because 9 low-tier stones for 1 advanced stone was actually too much for even someone like him. Every day, he needed to use 90 low-tier light stones while he was training inside the dark world. Frankenstein and his other wizard contract creatures also needed the light stones. Abel had to be very careful to make sure that he could get more light stones in the future. Before, he's never been too worried about how many light stones he used. No matter how fast he was boosting his mana, he would have always had to wait for his power of the rule to grow to a certain point first. Now, he had to consider balancing things the opposite way, which was by earning even more light stones. And no, he's never thought that the discovery of the wisdom tree would just provide him a secure pathway to boost his strength, Before, the elevation of his power would always be mostly dependent on how many bosses he killed inside the Dark World. He needed the help of the Song of Life to do that, as the bosses would only become harder the more he went over the Dark World. The further he went down this path, the more difficult it would be to increase his strength. This was somewhat ironic. He needed to become stronger first to kill the remaining bosses, which were Diablo and Baal, but without the Wisdom Tree, he would have had to kill these two bosses to become stronger. Luckily, the problem was solved before he even had to face it. After encountering the Wisdom Tree, his strength was starting to grow with the Wisdom Tree so that he could become stronger with it. The research spirit's voice rang. "Master, Wizard Dahlin of the Wizard Union is here at the guest meeting hall." He brewed and spoke, "Pass a message to Wizard Dylan, research spirit. I've got 1 hour left before I finish the brew." Following that, he focused on the brew that he was currently making. As he began to gain more friends, Abel became a lot busier in his potion-making job. Apart from the light recovery potion, the mana potion, and the power potion, which were all super potions that all the major organizations paid extra attention to, he would also provide a stable supply of the skin lotion and hair conditioners to the elves. He also got the master-level potions of the Wizard Union to take care of. Right now, the Master Alchemist rune inside of him was already full, but he was still missing something to make it to Grandmaster Alchemist. Abel also got a taste of what it felt like to reach the bottleneck stage, although the class that he was experiencing it with was not his main class. It wasn't like he cared less because of that, but he couldn't find any record that would help him with this. As a matter of fact, there had never been a case of someone reaching full Master Alchemist state ever on the Central Continent. This had to do with how absolutely rare master-level potion ingredients were. To think that brewing potions alone could increase their levels would be something that was entirely impossible. It also had to do with the potion's success rate. Even the 3 potion masters that were currently available at the Potion Master Guild would have had a 1 out of 5 chance to create a master-level potion. On the Central Continent, while some had tried to cultivate master-level herbs, it would have never produced the amount that was needed to satisfy the requirement of the potion masters. Master-level herbs were never so easy to be planted, as a lot of special requirements were needed for both the environment itself and the materials needed to grow the plants. This was the case for the elves, as they would only grow master-level herbs when they were doing it underneath the Tree of Life. If it wasn't so, they would have had to plant the herbs at either extremely desolated locations or inside the ancient ruins. This was the case of the Potion Master. Forgery Masters, which was a subgroup that was within the Potion Master class, would require materials that were even more difficult to obtain. Minerals and metals were extremely hard to find, which would make it so that they had absolutely no way of going down their path. If Abel wasn't moving from the outer sea into the portable cultivation base and created 9,000 master-level bottles of potion on his own, he would have never made it to where he was at now. Again, Abel was a very lucky case. He had both supply and demand working in his favor. He also had the privilege to eat rabbit essence dishes every single day and drink water spirit fruit juice that was synthesized twice. He had a tremendous supply of breakthrough items that was said to be the most effective on the entire Central Continent. Still, he remained stuck at the bottleneck stage. Sublimation. As Abel spoke, only blue remained within the rainbow light of the potion. Another pack of blue-quality potions was brewed successfully. He went ahead and took 20 crystal bottles and distributed the potions to them. He looked towards the potions and said, "Store the potions in the warehouse." The research spirit made the 20 bottles disappear and placed them in the warehouse. The research spirit took care of where everything went. Abel waited for Wizard Dylan. "Send me over to the guest meeting room, Circle Spirit." A white light appeared underneath him. Abel disappeared from the potion brewing lab and appeared in the guest meeting room. Wizard Dahlin was just drinking his juice. "Sorry to interrupt your work, Master Bennett." Abel bowed, returning Wizard Dylan's. "Sorry for letting you wait, Wizard Dylan. I've just got some potion brewing missions to take care of recently." Wizard Dahlin sat back on the chair. No. It's on me to come here without arranging a time for you." Abel was just sitting on the master's seat. Butler Mayer was just sending juice for him before leaving. Abel sipped on the juice and asked, "What business would you have here today, Wizard Dylan?" Wizard Dahlin was getting a bit tense. I came here on behalf of the Wizard Union, Master Bennett. I've come here to ask if you know Wizard Abel. Abel was a bit taken by surprise. It felt weird being asked about himself. Abel replied with a question. Did something happen to Wizard Abel? Wizard Dolan replied, Wizard Abel owns stone giants, which have been a major interest of the Wizard Union. The stone giants are capable of increasing mining speeds. We are interested in negotiating with him, but ever since he was attacked in his last mission, there have been no sightings of him anywhere on the central continent. Just when we all thought that something happened to him, we heard he was back on the Holy Continent a few days ago. Abel remained silent. He never thought that Johnson would have such a long-lasting impact on the Wizard Union. He thought that it was already in the past. But the Wizard Union only continued their investigation. Still, it would make a lot of sense to keep looking for a contract creature that could dig up an entire mine in less than a day. Wizard Dolan could see that Abel was hesitant. You've saved my life before, Master Bennett. We've also fought together over the outer sea. I'm not going to keep a secret away from you. He continued, the Wizard Union's record showed that it was with your super-sized teleportation circle that Wizard Abel returned to the Holy Continent. The intelligence analysis spirit has guessed that Wizard Abel might have somewhat of a very unusual relationship with you. There has even been suspicion that you and Wizard Abel are the same person. Abel was finding it hard to keep his poker face on. He didn't want the Wizard Union to know his secrets. He didn't want to be exposed for mining on the front line. If he was under surveillance by the Wizard Union, he would have never made it safely in and out of the dark world. Even if he appeared amidst the front line, he would have become a major target of the nation of God. Wizard Dolan said with a relaxed smile, to protect you. Master Bennett, Wizard Clemens withdrew any attempts to release this information. He then got me here. The research analysis spirit was a very important spirit to the Wizard Union. It was technically owned by the intelligence department, but it was open to several departments. There had to be a lot of things going on for Wizard Clemens to be able to suppress the major information Wizard Dolan described. Abel smiled, thank Wizard Clemens for me. Also, if the Wizard Union really wants to find Wizard Abel, I'll keep the Golden Castle shut permanently and cut all connection to the outside world. Abel didn't care about the Wizard Union now. Unless the Wizard Union sent out a legendary figure, there would be no way that they could break through the Golden Castle, which was protected by the Starlight defensive large circle. Still, doing that would make him lose an income in the form of the light stones. The amount he had wouldn't last for long, and it would only reduce the rate at which he was continuing with his training. He would have never gone for something like a threat unless he felt the necessity to. He was only trying to make things clear. If the Wizard Union wanted to force anything to prove that he was able and make him head over to the front line, he would have had to cut ties with the central continent and return to the Holy Continent. Wizard Dolan said, I've been through a lot with you, Master Bennett. I'll help you out with this one. Golan and Doran also want that. If anyone were to doubt that you are Wizard Abel, a human, just get whoever that was to make an inquiry with the Moon Goddess. You are an elf recognized by the Moon Goddess. How will anyone dismiss that? Abel raised the crystal cup in his hand. Understood, Wizard Dylan. If you've got anything you want or need, just come to my place anytime. Wizard Dolan laughed. This delicious juice is all I need to be here. Master Bennett, I'll come and help you out. As a matter of fact, Abel's already left too many hints ever since he first became Bennett the Elf. That was before he received recognition from the Moon Goddess. The transformation necklace couldn't seal away his human presence. Also, if one was to analyze how Master Bennett was going all the way back to the Holy Continent to target the Snow Spirit Mountain Wizard group, there were plenty of cues and information that would have given Abel away. If Abel wasn't a major potion master with many connections even inside the Wizard Union, he would have been a major criminal almost already. Due to the result of the analysis this time, things had been coming out of the surface. Still, even then, Wizard Dolan was only here to send a very kind reminder. What happened over at the Wizard Union wasn't major, but it did make Abel give up the idea of exposing his human identity. It was just as Wizard Dolan said. The Moon Goddess did acknowledge his elven identity, so no one was going to doubt that. Also, no one was going to bother the most influential potion master on the entire central continent. That didn't stop him from not going out anymore, though. Abel stopped going out recently. He had been shutting himself inside the golden castle. The only thing he could improve on was himself, whether it was his combat ability or his potion-making skills. Right now, what Abel wanted to achieve the most was to reach the bottleneck stage of his alchemy. He didn't know if he was too impatient or if he didn't possess enough potential. He was stuck in the same spot for 3 months. It was already April now, but he had not been anywhere yet. Inside the dark world, Abel spent an entire day fighting inside the fire river. Finally, he brought his exhausted body back into the Pandemonium Castle. He didn't choose to train immediately. Rather, he went ahead to the rogue's encampment to check on the priest's bone card. He wasn't in a rush, but he estimated that it would only take 1 or 2 days for the damage on the card to recover on its own. Abel had been waiting for the card to recover for a while. He wanted to see if the legendary sacred knight would be resurrected to turned into his own contract creature. However, among the mana gathering circle, he could see that there was only a trace of the damage on the bone card. He had no choice, so he thought that he should just come back tomorrow. Abel turned his head around to look at the Horadric Mallet that was placed at the blacksmith store. The Horadric Mallet was always placed here, and every day he would use the Horadric Mallet to punch holes on his equipment, which was built by none other than himself. That, or they were trophies he picked up from corpses of hell creatures. Abel realized something when he picked up the Horadric Mallet. Ever since he became an elf, he's almost never thought about using his blacksmith skill to craft any weapons. He even forgot about his title as a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Watching the Horadric Mallet in front of him, he even felt sorry for not having ever used it. He laughed and talked to the hammer. "Come with me, you. Make a sword for me." Abel's forgotten about all the exhaustion he's felt for the day. He just wanted to forge a blade, something that he knew he was crafting on his own. He knew that he wasn't going to make something as good as what he's made himself, but here, he could feel that he was feeling more enthusiastic than ever before. Abel didn't use Chassie's blacksmith shop. Instead, he went ahead to pick the hell furnace that he cleaned before. The offering altar there was originally the best place for doing this. Although it was already getting pretty dark, it was glowing red where the hell furnace was. The lava that was surrounding the furnace was as clear as day. Standing in front of the offering altar, he took out the fine steel that he forged a while ago. He placed it amidst the lava that was beside the altar. The flame quickly melted the metal. His power of will grasped the glowing hot metal. Abel held onto the Horadric Mallet. He could feel something very real when he raised the hammer with his arm. It had been a while since he had made any weapons, but the sensation was the same as when he was dedicating most of his time to his blacksmith job. If he was to include the times he spent inside the dark world, it'd be about 10-something years since he started forging. When he slammed the Horadric Mallet downward, he could feel that his soul was merged with the fine steel. The Horadric Mallet was almost like his hand in the sense that it could mold the fine steel into whatever shape that he wished. Abel forgot some of the quicker methods he learned, so he only used the basic techniques as when he first became a blacksmith. A sense of joy came out of him. He smiled. Instead of saying that he was forging a weapon, it was almost like he was playing for fun. It was the purest form of joy. He was not forging for the sake of forging. Not for fame or wealth either. This was just his hobby. While he was forging, he could feel that his mind was entering into quite a strange state. Since his soul was already purified many times with his water, spirit, fruit juice, and the rabbit essence dishes, his soul should be the most stabilized inside the entire world. That being said, he shouldn't feel much of a difference when he was doing anything like this, but it was different today. Every time he struck onto the fine steel, he could feel a tremble on the fine steel. He could feel every bit of change that was occurring to it. The fine steel was melded into a long sword. Knight's long sword that was seldom used on the central continent. The long sword was just like the one he's always forged when he was on the Holy Continent. Before he knew it, the lava that was floating nearby started projecting red lights towards the offering altar. Of course, he didn't notice since he was too focused. After 500 strikes, Abel could feel that his entire body becoming a lot more refreshed. The knight's long sword that was secured by the power of the will was also starting to emit a very strong golden light. Followed by the emitting of the golden light, the energy was sucked in by the sword, and the final form of the sword was appearing right in front of him. This was a golden quality knight's long sword. It had his name on it. This was the very first golden quality longsword he had ever crafted with his own hands. Hell Plague, +2 fire skill, plus 77% increased damage, increased 2575 fire damage, increased 2856 poison damage, last for 6 seconds, 5% mana steal when hitting, 5% life steal when hitting. The weapon was nowhere close to the oak tree's heart that he was holding, but this was something that he made himself. It got a very fine attribute. If he was passing this to any fire element knight's head commander, or a fire element wizard, he didn't think that he would be turned down. Ha ha ha, he laughed as he could feel the sword still sending off heat as he was holding it. He felt very happy. It was the purest form of happiness there was. A blacksmith was the first thing that he's ever done, and it was the basis of his career on the Holy Continent. After coming to the Central Continent, he realized that the Grandmaster Blacksmith wasn't treated so well on the Central Continent. It kind of led him to neglect his training. Now that he was getting back to it, he could feel that he was making progress very quickly. Also felt something very real, both physically and spiritually. As he laughed out loudly, he could feel a strange light that was produced from the alchemy rune inside his body. He didn't feel afraid. If anything, he felt especially happy. The strange change that was taking place inside the rune meant that a breakthrough was close. A promotion Kai was already rising out of him. Abel noticed something. No, I can't promote myself in the dark world. Abel trusted his intuition when he said this. The promotion Kai was already rising out to affect his main spirit. But his druid spirit still had some control over his power of the will and activated a town teleportation scroll. It was controlling his body to enter into the teleportation portal and back into the Pandemonium Fort. After that, the druid spirit controlled him to activate the waypoint and teleported him back to the rogue's encampment. He opened the teleportation portal again and went back to the training room inside his golden castle on the Central Continent. It was still dawn. The half-even servants were busy. The 2 chefs were preparing breakfast. Butler Mayer was just treating the first batch of guests that were inside the dining room. It should just be another regular morning, but a strong promotion Kai was rising out the main building of the Golden Castle. The 10 guests that were inside the Golden Castle were amazed by it. Today, Druid Conrad was just bringing his student here. They were just enjoying themselves as they looked at the fresh morning light, and now they were waiting inside the dining room for their food. They waited for 40 days to be here, also that there was a higher chase for his disciple to receive promotion. Another law-defying wizard asked, "What is this promotion, Kai? Why is it so strong?" The other law-defying wizard asked, "It's over at Master Bennett's residence. Did his dragon druid rank just increase?" Druid Conrad gave a certain reply. No, this did not come from the druid. It would be impossible to recognize that incorrectly. One law-defying wizard was uncertain. Could it be someone else other than Master Bennett? During this time, all the circles inside the Golden Castle were emitting light. It wasn't that the circles were activated. The core of the circle was the work of the alchemist, and the works were only created to respond to this promotion Kai. As though awaiting for themselves to be called, the alchemy items were responding very strongly to this promotion Kai. Druid Conrad stared blankly towards the magic ring on his finger. The magic ring was the only defensive item he had on him. He wasn't the type to participate in a lot of fights, so he didn't care too much for it. Still, the ring on his hand was already starting to shine. The ring was already connected with the power of the will, but in front of him, he couldn't feel anything strange with the magic ring. The light that was emitted from the ring, however, seemed to be telling him that something strange was happening. It was the same for the other law-defying wizards. One law-defying wizard screamed, "What happened here? Why are the alchemy items coming alive?" All the ground, walls, and roofs was starting to shine. There were no telling how many circles that Golden Castle set up and how many precious ingredients were used. Everything was meant to be made with alchemy ingredients. On most days, no one would recognize the spell circles that were hidden. Now, everyone was starting to see just how terrifying the Golden Castle was to have so many activated rare ingredients used to build it. Druid Conrad thought of a possibility. Was Master Bennett going to be promoted into a Grandmaster? Bless the goddess. No one here was too weak to not recognize how different this promotion Kai was to promotion Kai of any regular combat class. This was a valid guess. However, there hadn't been any potion Grandmasters ever before in history, so no one was really there to validate any of their thoughts. If anything, whatever's in front of them was already very clear. Within the area that could be sensed, all the alchemy items were responding very strongly towards this promotion Kai. They were all shining and waiting for someone to arrive. Abel had no idea what was happening outside. He could feel the alchemist rune inside of him shattered and transformed into pure alchemy energy. He needed to recreate the Grandmaster's rune with this energy. It shouldn't be an easy job, but anything's easy with his world stone fragment. Something different happened though. No matter how much he tried, he just couldn't activate the alchemy energy. When he tried many times more, he could feel that small light sparks were shining around him. The light spots were flashing to affect the alchemy energy inside of him. As a matter of fact, it was always very dangerous for alchemists to make progress whenever they were inside the advanced rank. Throughout the whole central continent, there hadn't been many master alchemists at all. The reason had definitely to do with the risk of it. Ever since a major war that ruined everything in ancient times, no one could really try to go from being a master alchemist to the rank of a grandmaster alchemist. As for the exact reason, that was already lost in history. Abel was really lucky to come all the way here. That or he was cursed in a very special way. As a matter of fact, there weren't a lot of requirements to promote into a grandmaster alchemist. All that was needed were plenty of alchemy items to withdraw the alchemy energy that was within the person of the target. When the master alchemist rune was broken, the alchemy energy that was transpired was enough to be turned into something that was more advanced. The energy was not meant to be done with the power of the will. Sometimes the energy could only accomplish it with its own vitality energy. This was very similar to how divine spirits generate worship power for themselves. To increase the amount of worship power for themselves, the divine spirits would often increase the number of followers so they could transform the energy themselves to use. This was what's happening to Abel as well. The alchemy rune inside him required much more alchemy items nearby to allow it to activate itself. This was very similar to the procedure of life-form breeding on its own. Abel's alchemy energy continued to flash. He realized that the energy seemed to be forming a will of its own. On the outside, the entire golden castle, along with the super-sized teleportation circle, was starting to flash on and off. It wasn't just the entire castle, actually. The alchemy potions inside the warehouse were also starting to do the same. Everyone inside the golden castle stopped doing whatever it was that they were doing. The servants also left whatever it was that they were doing. The chefs forgot about the dishes that they were making. Butler Mayor forgot to invite the guests over. The guests dropped their jaws and watched, despite how each and every one of them had all seen their fair share of unusual things. The conscience that was formed out of the alchemy energy was quite simple. From what Abel could sense, it was basically a simple calculator. Went ahead and transferred his alchemy energy towards the Grandmaster rune. The complicated pattern made him worry that it would be a collapse very quickly. As a matter of fact, the simple conscience of the alchemy energy was much more complicated than he had originally imagined. As the Grandmaster alchemy rune was inserted, the alchemy items flashed on their own in response. At the same time, they turned into their own shape. Every time they flashed, they would be changing their own power on their own. If Abel was promoting himself inside the dark world, none of this would have happened. Again, it was all thanks to his own intuition. He trusted his own intuition, which was why he was so quick to return to the Golden Castle. As a matter of fact, without the right heritage, most wouldn't have access to structures that were as densely packed with alchemy materials as the castle. The other alchemists could reach a maximum threshold as much as they would have wanted, but they would still fail due to their lack of required materials. Abel just watched the alchemy energy inside of him moving on its own. He could clearly see the Grandmaster rune forming on its own. The process was very slow. Of course, the promotion Kai inside of him was not weakened. Before, the promotion Kai of the class holders would only last for 1 or 2 hours before they disappeared. As for him, however, the total activation lasted for 6 hours. It went from morning all the way till noon, but there had been no signs of weakening whatsoever. Eventually, more and more people knew about the phenomenon taking place at the Golden Castle. Everyone that Abel had shown acknowledgement before was starting to come. Many arrived at his teleportation circle and were petrified inside the teleportation room. Because of how many there were, Butler Mayor had to remind them not to take up too much space. Among them were Master Muir, Master Balfour, and Master Nolan. Master Balfour, who was the oldest, had tears in his eyes when he sensed this promotion. Master Balfour touched the light that was nearby. Yes, Master Bennett is promoted to become a Grandmaster. In front of him, the road that was originally closed was turned into something new because of Master Bennett. The other two also cried because what they were looking at was something that the Potion Master Guild would have a lot of fun celebrating. Butler Mayor reminded them, "Masters, would you please move to the hall room?" Master Balfour nodded. "Yes, we'll wait for Mater Bennett inside the hall room." Master Nolan laughed. "We'll be calling him Grandmaster Bennett soon, I can imagine. Ha ha." The three masters were teleported to the hall room under the help of the Circle Spirit. In the midst of this process, all the guests were sure that Master Bennett was promoted to become a Potion Master. They've made a guess before, but the guess became a confirmed fact as soon as the three Potion Masters made sure. Meanwhile, Wizard Clemens was just sorting through the information that was sent to him from all his men. One piece of information, in particular, caught his attention. Usually, every information that was marked would usually be of something especially important. He needed to be the very first one to inspect and deal with this. He opened the information and was shocked by what he was looking at. He then became very pleased because of this. To demonstrate how happy he was for Master Bennett, he even took the risk of blocking information from the Intel Analysis Spirit and made a secret arrangement with some legendary wizards that were good with Master Bennett. As a matter of fact, he's already become a traitor of the Wizard Union. If he was exposed later, he would have been in a lot of trouble. However, if Master Bennett was to become the very first, one, and only Grandmaster Potion Master in the entire history of the continent, there wouldn't be anything to worry about any longer. The divine potions Master Bennett would be able to craft would make anyone forgive anything underhanded that might have happened. Wizard Clemens stood up and disappeared. "I've got to go to the Golden Castle. I'll be the first one to congratulate Grandmaster Bennett." Wizard Dolan also received this information. He didn't care too much about information, but he did care a lot about things related to Master Bennett. The staff members would naturally do everything they could to provide service to the Grandmaster Wizard. They knew that Wizard Dolan was interested in Master Bennett. So as long as they could receive the information, they immediately made haste towards where Wizard Dolan lived. Wizard Dolan said in awe, "I didn't know that Master Bennett was promoting to be a Grandmaster. Actually, why do I even need to inform him anything about it? When's the last time anyone was going to try to go against a Grandmaster Alchemist?" It appeared that they'd have to go again, however. Wizard Dolan decided to teleport towards the Golden Castle. Inside the Iron Furnace Fort, the Dwarven King Gunther was just holding a piece of information in his hand. His expression was full of joy. The Dwarven King cried, "Quick! Bring Wizard Hutton here. Send out the word and send the 15 floating forts straight towards the Golden Castle. I want them as a gift to Grandmaster Bennett." Originally, the 15 battle forts were only meant to be trading items, but after hearing that Abel was promoted into a Grandmaster Alchemist, the Dwarven King decided that he must show his goodwill to Abel to the fullest extent. Also, yes, unlike the other people on the central continent, the dwarves knew that the legendary Master Bennett was not only a potion master, but also a very prominent forgery master. It was why they've always wanted to form a good relationship with him. All the master-level forgery items that they needed were meant to be manufactured by Master Bennett, and Master Bennett was never the type to create any waste. He'd also create the finest pieces with the least amount of materials gone to waste. As long as Abel could become a Grandmaster Alchemist, it'd be the best thing there was for the dwarves. The super war machines were the basis of the power that the dwarves needed to survive in this world. However, due to the influence of time, there have been quite a lot of problems. The dwarves could try to find alternatives for many other problems, but for the Grandmaster-level items, they've never been able to solve them on their own. Wizard Hutton appeared inside the palace and bowed. "You were looking for me, Your Majesty." The Dwarven King passed a parchment paper over. "You head over to the Golden Castle immediately, Wizard Hutton. I want you to bring the most sincere congratulations we dwarves had to offer." Wizard Hutton took the paper over and saw the content writing on it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't think that it was possible for there to ever be a Grandmaster Alchemist. Actually, the next thing he thought about was his student Bernie. As Master Bennett's good friend, Bernie just became much more prestigious amongst the dwarves. Wizard Hutton quickly bowed. "Yes, your majesty, I'll bring the greetings of the dwarves very quickly." The dwarven king spoke. "How about you bring the 15 floating fort bases over?" On the entire central continent, everyone that was good with Abel was doing one thing. They were sending their own representatives over to the Golden Castle. Abel never thought that one promotion would last this long. It had been 10 hours already, and the Grandmaster rune inside of him was only starting to take a complete shape. When the last rune was formed, the promotion Kai quickly withdrew. Instead of changing his physique in any shape or form, it went straight towards his soul. Very quickly, Abel could feel that his soul was like it was soaked in warm water. His power of the will was becoming more focused than before. The power of the will was extended to a distance of 1,500 meters. This was an extension of more than half of his maximum range. This would make sense for an alchemist because although they were not required to be as mentally as tough as wizards, they would have to possess a power of the will that was better than most. After promoting his own strength, since all the brewing difficulty was increased, more power of the will was required for putting this to work. All the promotion Kai gained must be used for growing the power of the will. The growth was meant to be subtle, but for a wizard like Abel, this boost in his power of the will was much more than anything he's seen before. It could be said that everything within his 1,500-meter range would be open for his spell attack. That's already much more than the maximum range of 800 meters for law-defying wizards. In situations such as this, the first thing that Abel could do was to unleash his first spell attacks. He thought that he needed to run when he was facing danger, but his teleportation was just not capable of being matched by other law-defying wizards. The last promotion Kai entered into his soul, and he could, at least, feel that his Grandmaster rune was becoming more secure. Just when Abel thought that his promotion ended, a dark golden light was emitted inside his rune. The strength of the light was so strong that it just passed through his body, and his body was becoming something of a giant light-emitting object. It wasn't just his body, actually. The defensive circle he set up, his training room, the walls, and other things couldn't block this dark golden light. The dark golden light was almost the same as the promotion Kai he was under the influence of just then. Every alchemy item within this range was affected. The influence was towards a positive direction, of course. For example, all the cores of the circles inside the Golden Castle were elevated by one small level. It's almost like his rune was starting to be buffed. Of course, the only thing that was elevated was not just the circle core. Every alchemy item that remained on everyone was also buffed. Take the example of the magic ring on Druid Conrad's finger. The ring could generate 2 self-defense barriers every day, but that limit was pushed to 3 times with higher sturdiness. Even the materials that were used to build the ring were strengthened such that they could influence the effect of the ring in a much more pronounced manner. As soon as one item with forgery material engraved onto it began to change, all the class holders within the Golden Castle started to take notice. Sounds of fright could be heard everywhere. They didn't know that the appearance of a Grandmaster alchemist would just change the alchemy materials. What happened here was basically a miracle. Everyone was glad to just be here over at the Golden Castle. They made it on time to witness someone that no one saw before, and that also boosted their alchemy items. Of course, not everyone was enthusiastic. Some of the class holders that came late already had their promotion Kai withdrawn. Their alchemy items did not resonate with Abel's rune, and thus they didn't make use of the promotion. When Abel opened his eyes, he noticed that something was different from before. From what he could sense, he could tell that there were alchemy items within the 1,500-meter range all around. He didn't feel the same way any time before. From what he could sense, the entire castle itself was a giant structure that was made with countless alchemy items. Before, the alchemy items remained hidden, so that they couldn't be passed through with the power of the will. If they were regular circles, only the most crucial parts could be created with the alchemy ingredients. Within the many materials that were hidden, it'd be impossible to figure this out without breaking the inside apart. Now, however, he could sense every single ingredient that was related to alchemy, or more specifically, he could sense the runes himself. Very quickly, Abel could feel that the starlight defensive circle and the fire-tooth fort on it were attracted by his rune. If anything, the battle fort was no longer the same as when he couldn't figure out its components. He could now see that all the ingredients were made with alchemy ingredients, the type that could bend their shapes and use up energy to repair themselves. They also possessed a high defensive power, in that they could generate any spell circles on their own. It would be hard to imagine what those people from ancient times did to get so many alchemy materials. In the world today, all alchemy ingredients were small-sized. The larger ones required, such as the one for the skyships, would often need it for the main control circle, and that was only something that a master alchemist like Abel could accomplish. As for the battle fort, which was a super-large structure, they were all made with ingredients that were already used at least once before. It was no wonder the materials were all made artificially. If there was still anything that Abel wasn't sure of, it'd be the recipes that were used for the alchemy runes. For his current level, it'd be hard to create the ingredients that were the same level. Now that his ingredients were boosted, he knew it himself that the same thing must have happened to all the class holders nearby. However, he was the one receiving the most benefit. Many class holders would only possess a few small-sized alchemy items. Most of them were rings, necklaces, and chains. They did receive their buffs, but there was a certain limit. What the Golden Castle received was much, much more than those. For instance, all the circles that were inside the Golden Castle were boosted. A total of 20% defensive capability was added. More importantly, the battle forts that were used to build the Starlight defensive circle received a boost as well. The materials were reinforced to the point that maybe the Sacred Knight's divine crystal might just not be able to do any damage to it. Abel couldn't help but shake his head. We're going out. The promotion's been quite major. As a matter of fact, the promotion he received this time surpassed all the ones before. Everyone he was connected to came to congratulate him for it. It was the same for his friends. By this point, the hall room inside the Golden Castle could no longer contain all the guests. The other side doors all opened on their own. The small guest meeting rooms were open. The dining rooms and the restaurants were open. All the guests could finally find their place. Abel didn't go ahead towards the hall room. He went to the bathrooms near the training room. Because of all his sweat, he made sure he was cleaning himself enough to meet with everyone who was here to see him. He washed his body and changed into an elven robe, something that was standard for the elven druids. The point wasn't to make himself look good or to receive some sort of buff. Rather, it was just to make a disguise over his dark world equipment. Abel spoke, "Bring me to the hall room, circle spirit." Under white light, his shadow appeared in the hall room. As soon as he appeared, the class holders around him quickly found him. They all began to cheer for him. "Congratulations, Master Bennett." Abel smiled and bowed. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't make it to treat you. I just had a promotion." Master Balfour was too happy to care. "Grandmaster, can I touch your Grandmaster's rune?" It wasn't like Master Balfour didn't believe that it wasn't there. He just wanted to touch it. Abel understood why he would be this enthusiastic, so he didn't say anything and just unleashed his Grandmaster's rune. Master Balfour screamed, "Wow, what? I can't believe it. The Grandmaster's rune." As for Master Muir and Master Nolan, they were also just wandering in amazement. Their youth made it extra motivating for them to know that perhaps, one day, they could reach where Abel was at now. A loud voice silenced many others. "Master Bennett, to think that you've become a Grandmaster in just a few months. On behalf of the Wizard Union, I've come here to congratulate you." No guests dared to express their dissatisfaction. They could see that 5 legendary wizards were standing in the air. The one that was speaking to Abel was Wizard Dolan, who just arrived a few months earlier. Abel smiled and bowed to the legendary wizards. "Wizard Dolan, Wizard Golan, Wizard Doran, Wizard Lakin, Wizard Luke. It is an honor to see you here. So sorry about the mess." He was a bit embarrassed to look at the other guests nearby. They were all class holders representing the different influential groups on the central continent. Because of how many there were, he's no longer even capable of finding places to set the legendary wizards. Of course, apart from the public places, he could see that some of the private rooms were still locked. He wouldn't want to use those places to treat the guest, however, because that'd be too rude. Wizard Dolan stood in the air. "Everyone. Grandmaster Bennett just received a promotion. Some more time is still needed for reinforcement. Before Grandmaster Bennett's done, the Wizard Union will go ahead to host a promotion ceremony. Please leave now if you can. We'll make sure to invite everyone when the ceremony opens. No one objected to the idea. There were too many people, and it wasn't like Abel could speak to most of them. They only came here to see congratulations, so they could just leave when they were gone. With that, the guests bowed to Abel and left. At the same time, some of the guests that were sending the gifts promptly dropped theirs, as they followed Butler Mayor and the other 3 followers' instructions. Wizard Hutton cried out as he bowed to Abel, "Grandmaster Bennett, His Majesty wants you to visit the dwarves sometime." Abel quickly replied, "Of course, I'll be there soon." By the way, no one mentioned anything about the gifts, not even Wizard Hutton with his 15 battle forts. The guests were just leaving. Abel couldn't help but let out a long breath in relief. He bowed and invited the 5 wizards in the air, "Come over here, please." On the side was the guest meeting room. The guests inside were already starting to leave. The half-elven servants hurried themselves up to tidy everything. The 5 legendary wizards looked at each other and dropped from the sky. They were walking into the guest meeting room with Abel. They really did their part to acknowledge Abel. They were treating Abel as their equal. Before, Abel was just a very prominent wizard that could supply the light recovery potions and the mana potions. Now things were going in a completely different direction, now that he was a Grandmaster Potion Master. As a matter of fact, no one's ever told him that a Grandmaster Alchemist was the same in status as a legendary combat class holder. Abel smiled, "Thank you, I must say. I wouldn't know how to provide food to them now that there were so many of them." Abel was just joking when he said that. That made all the guests laugh. The mood was getting more relaxed. The 5 wizards were all inside the guest meeting room. Although the 5 wizards were trying to suppress the essence, it did make the guests feel a bit tenser. When the 5 wizards went inside the guest meeting room, the servants were also starting to serve things slower because of it. Abel had to tell them to leave. Wizard Dolan placed a badge on the table. "Grandmaster Bennett, now that 5 of us are here, we're representing the Wizard Union to invite you to become the honorary elder of the Wizard Union." Abel could feel the goodwill of Wizard Dolan. He could also see that the other 4 were smiling at him. Abel put the badge in his hands. "If I may ask, what missions would you assign to an honorary elder?" Wizard Dolan explained, "Nothing, really. Honorary elders of the Wizard Union are just supposed to have more access. From this point on, Grandmaster Bennett, if you want something to be done, the Wizard Union will make sure to do it for you." Abel was quite perplexed. The Wizard Union was quite strange for doing something like this. Well, that was only if he knew about how significant it'd be for him to become a Grandmaster from such an early age, when literally no one else managed to accomplish that before. Wizard Laking smiled. "I'll make it clear for you, Grandmaster Bennett. If you happen to run into something else that's similar to Snow Spirit Mountain, do make sure that you're not solving it on your own. This is not to help your enemies, but the Wizard Union wants to protect your safety at all given chances. Your enemy is ours, so we'll make sure to send those whom we feel comfortable sending to clear off your enemies for you. The Wizard Union would not risk the safety of a Grandmaster Alchemist, even if he was a very competent fighter himself, by exposing him to any sort of fight." As a matter of fact, Abel's worth was already much higher different than before. He used to be able to bring 3 legendary wizards to do any mission for him, but from this point onward, it'd simply be impossible for him to take part in anything. Abel picked up the badge and placed it inside his portal bag. "I understand now. I'm perfectly willing to accept becoming an honorary elder." Wizard Laking laughed out loudly. "You'll become one of us then. Remember, Grandmaster Bennett, whether you are willing or not willing to let someone else go after your target, the Wizard Union will also give you full support. You will have all the rights in settling your affairs, but we will not turn down anything that it is you may need our help with." During this time, Abel's follower, Druid Joseph, started to come in and bring the water spirit fruit juice for all of them. They then backed away humbly. Wizard Dolan raised the cup and smiled. "For Grandmaster Bennett, our honorary elder." The other wizards raised their cups. For Grandmaster Bennett, Abel raised his cup. For our friendship, something about Abel's word choice made the legendary wizards very pleased. It was almost like what he said had given them a lot of benefits. Wizard Dolan drank his juice and smiled. "Grandmaster Bennett, as long as we have your consent, no one will have anything to do with Wizard Abel." Someone was already going after Abel's stone giant when he laid it out. Now that he was a Grandmaster alchemist, things were becoming much easier for him to handle this kind of unnecessary trouble. Abel replied with a smile, "Understood, Wizard Dahlin." Wizard Dahlin smiled and asked, "Right, would you blame me if I took charge over everything happening in the promotion ceremony?" Wizard Dahlin already prepared the honorary elder badge when he came. As long as Abel could be promoted to become a Grandmaster alchemist, he would have had to be the one to become the elder. Wizard Union had to keep him within their system in a sense. This was crucial to them keeping their authority on the central continent. Because of this, Wizard Dahlin had to go in advance to help host the promotion ceremony for Abel. Now that he was saying it out right now, he was just trying to find a way to apologize how he might have been too brash for Abel's likings. Abel seemed to understand. "I thank you for your help, Wizard Dahlin. Actually, I've never hosted this promotion ceremony." As a matter of fact, Abel never made considerations regarding this. He didn't think that the promotion should be something that would come so naturally. He didn't even think that it was necessary, in a sense. However, he didn't really understand what it was that Grandmaster alchemists could do. It would be understandable for him to underestimate the role of a Grandmaster alchemist in general. As for the records of the Grandmaster alchemist, they would only exist in some of the confidential information of the major groups. He wouldn't have the chance to look them up himself. Wizard Dahlin continued and asked, "Whenever you are free, Grandmaster Bennett, we'll be commencing the promotion ceremony." Abel considered and spoke to him. 5 days later, I suppose. I'll have to get familiar with my own abilities first." Wizard Dahlin asked again. "It's agreed, then. 5 days later, there shouldn't be that much space inside the Golden Castle. Would you pick the Bay Law Palace or the Wizard Union headquarters?" Abel thought about his elven identity. Bay Law City Palace is a better choice. It's to do with reciprocating the help the elves had provided him. The reason that Wizard Dahlin said 5 days later had really a lot to do with his own thoughts. On the one hand, Abel really needed to get familiar with his Grandmaster alchemist's ability. On the other hand, it should just take about 1 or 2 hands for the bone card to recover completely. For the bone card to recover on its own, Abel waited for about half a year. He's had a lot of expectations for the contract item of a legendary sacred knight. As for the promotion ceremony, if it wasn't to calm everyone down, Abel would have never bothered having such a pointless ceremony. For now, the 5 legendary wizards were leaving. Of course, they all had their synthesized, twice, water spirit fruit juices when they left. Before they left, they would also have their food inside the small dining room. Most of the other guests had already left, but some of the ones that made their reservations to eat remained. Abel didn't bother with them. Instead, he went to Butler Mayor in his study. Butler Mayor was very excited, of course. Before, he was just a butler in charge of a mansion in the outskirts, but ever since he's been on Abel's side, he's been going up in terms of his status. Right now, he was the most important butler to the entire elven race. He was in charge of a lot of things inside the elven royal palace. While other butlers were dealing with noblemen, he was literally spending all day interacting with some of the most influential people of this world. He was a legend in his own sense, basically. Today, that fact was reconfirmed given how his record was filled with the names of the presents that were sent from everywhere in the world. Butler Mayor brought the book over. "This is the present list for today, Master. Please have a look yourself." Abel smiled and took it over. "You've had a busy day." Abel was shocked when he opened the book. There were so many more presents than usual. For example, the Elven Royal Palace was sending an entire bottle of the life elixir and a royal garden that was outside of Bay Law City. For the Wizard Union, it was even more direct. They were sending 2,000 low-tier light stones over. Some of the legendary wizards were also sending light stone covers. The Wizard Union must have paid extra attention to what it was that he wanted. Abel was even more pleased with the dwarves. "They got me 15 battle forts." Very quickly, however, he felt very disappointed. If the battle forts could be sent earlier, they might have increased in quality. Abel shook his head. Maybe I'm too greedy." The price of the battle forts had been going way up ever since he made it public that he was in demand for it. Before, the battle forts were just an item for collection. But now, it was a crucial resource that could be traded in exchange for his potions. Given how few the forts were, it had only been several months since he's been making purchases. As for the other gifts, Abel didn't bother to look. He was just trying to activate the battle fort so that it could be reinforced within the defense of the Golden Fort. He wanted to reinforce the Starlight defensive circle. In the backyard of the Golden Castle, he could see that the dwarves were already sending the battle forts over. He didn't get to see a complete set, and that kind of made him disappointed. The Fire 2 battle fort was his only complete set at the moment, while the others were basically supplementary pieces that could be added into the Starlight defensive circle. Abel fields the energy slots of the battle fort with top-level gemstones. After that, he used the battle command spirit and had his name written in it. Every time he activated one battle fort, he would add another battle fort into his divine portal bag. With the one that he received recently, there would be about 23 in total. It would take him several hours to be finished with all of them. Most of the time, the forts would be using their spirits for self-repairing when they were awakened. Following that, Abel teleported himself onto the Starlight defensive large circle. The addition of the battle fort would elevate the defense. Abel stood up the circle and ordered, "Circle Spirit, bring the setup blueprint to me." The Circle Spirit's voice came over. "Yes, Master." Abel could see a visualized image of the Starlight Circle. Among the many stars that were illustrated, there were 20 that were sparkling in green. Those were the fixed joints of the battle fort. Among the others, 23 seemed extremely clear. Those were the battles he was setting up today. What he needed to do next was to pinpoint these spots and activate the forts onto them. With the help of the divine portal bag, the job became a lot easier. In just 5 minutes, Abel was placing the 23 battle forts onto the positions. Abel ordered, "Activate the circle." The Circle Spirit did so and revealed stars throughout the Starlight defensive large circle. Even the sunlight was not bright enough to cover all of this. The 20 starlights were increased to 43, and that indicated to Abel that the defensive power of the Golden Castle was now, truly, the best on the central continent. After doing all of this, Abel returned to the Master's building. He was heading inside the alchemy room. He didn't go ahead and began the brew immediately. Before this, he needed to see what was going on with the honorary elder of the Wizard Union. He went ahead and placed the badge onto the alchemy table circle. The circle was connected to the same system as what the Wizard Union used to assign missions and exchange points. Before this, he was always using his Potion Master badge to do this. A screen was displayed on the alchemy table. It was unlike anything he's seen before. All the words were gold. The content was also very different. Inside were requirements for the trade. The ones trading were all ranked 24 or 20. 5 advanced wizards. Abel had heard of some of them he hadn't. For example, he did see something that Wizard Dolan put up. It was about trading 10,000 low-tier light stones for a life-prolonging potion. The ingredients would be provided by Wizard Dolan himself. The light stones would be given in full sum regardless of whether the craft was a success or not. Abel was finally starting to under it when he saw that the requirement was Grandmaster Potion Master. He remembered Wizard Dolan telling him that he was free to turn down anyone's request, and this must be what this meant. The Wizard Union was using the system to assign missions. What he needed to do was to do it. If he didn't want to, he didn't have to care. Of course, the 10,000 light stones was definitely a huge incentive. As a matter of fact, Abel couldn't really refuse 10,000 light stones. He's got too much to ask for it. He would be very satisfied to earn extra, of course. Now that he's earned the full respect of the Wizard Union, he was definitely not going to back away from this. Funnily enough still, the mission was for Grandmaster Potion Masters. Abel was the only one in the entire world. Abel thought that it was funny, but he didn't accept it right away. He had much more important things to do at the moment. He had plenty of time in the future. Of course, he was still very curious about the life-prolonging potions. At least he's never seen the name of the potion while he was still inside the Potion Masters Guild. For a potion like the life-prolonging, it was truly bizarre that Wizard Dolan was willing to pay 10,000 low-tier light stones for it. The life-prolonging potion was not supposed to be a regular potion, but something worth 10,000 low-tier sacred knights. Even the front line couldn't always guarantee that number. Most of the time, it was only several hundred soldiers acting in one small formation. Abel shook his head. "I'll accept it first, then consider." Abel then saw that there were 2 other missions that required the help of the Grandmaster Potion Masters. The legendary wizards were already waiting for him to help them out. He could even see that the payment and the missions were literally the same. Abel took the badge of the alchemy table. He turned off the screen and brought out a natural breathing ingredient. The natural breathing ingredient was for the big druids. To use was meant to be a master-level potion. Now that the elves were producing their own ingredients, the monthly portions were now all gathered into his hands, while the other 3 potion masters would only take missions that were specific to their preferences. Abel was not wasting any of the ingredients he got, and while he was already receiving fewer spares than the others, he was still capable of saving up more than the other ones. For the natural breathing, the usual brew success rate was 1 out of 5. The elves had to leave all the ingredients for Abel to handle. Because breathing was so important to the elves, most of the herbs grown inside the herb garden were meant for it. They were also the best for big druid training, so the more natural breathing there was, the faster the big druids would elevate their powers. By the way, this was the first time that Abel brewed the master-level potion after he became a grandmaster. When he picked up the ingredients, he could see that all the ingredients in front of him were affected by his grandmaster's rune. The ingredients continued to react inside his alchemy bottle. The more ingredients he added, the less he needed to use any special. However, under the influence of the grandmaster's rune, the change was really starting to change on their own. He started to notice after adding the last ingredients. It had only been 10 minutes so far, but before, it had only taken 2 hours for him to brew the master-level potion. As the 7 lights rose up, all that remained was the golden light. Abel didn't use any of his special abilities like the Horadric Cube, the synthesized water, or the activation of his world stone fragment. Just like this, he received a golden quality bottle of natural breathing. Abel was satisfied with his alchemy level after hitting the Grandmaster rank. Before, he used to have all kinds of cheats to get his potions to blue quality. Now, all of that was useless. He was only relying on the Grandmaster rune inside of him to brew golden quality potions. The time required for the brew was also greatly reduced. Still, he was very confused about how blatant the ways these legendary wizards were trying to gain his favor. These missions they assigned him were probably meant so that they could talk to him in person. He wasn't going to refuse, of course. With ease, he took out the 30 portions of the natural breathing ingredients and began his one-time brew. Even if the purpose was to brew master-level potions, the procedure was still as easy as breathing. In 10 more minutes, the 30 golden quality potions were in front of him. He spoke to the research spirit, bring the 20 bottles back to the Potion Masters Guild. The remaining is going back into the warehouse. The offerings will only be golden quality natural breathings from now on. It was clear that the Grandmaster Alchemist's ability was to convert any potions to gold quality. Abel didn't have to hide that about him, as it was surely going to boost the status of the elven druids. In front of him, the natural breathing was quickly disappearing after being teleported by the research spirit. Abel wasn't working anymore. It was getting late, so he needed to get back into the dark world. Master Nolan cried out, "Master Muir, would you look at these potions?" Master Muir rushed towards Master Nolan's office. "What's this about, Master Nolan?" He understood quickly when he saw the 20 bottles that were on the table. He looked both unsettled and confused, given that there were now a bunch of golden quality natural breathings for use. There were no longer any big druids that would want regular potions. Master Muir had already made plans on how to distribute the potions that Grandmaster Bennett had no more use for, but from what it looked like, Master Bennett's production rate was just too rapid and too much to be scheduled. Abel only took a few minutes to create the master-level, natural breathings. He didn't think that the ingredients would have much of an effect on the other potion masters. Master Muir murmured, "Grandmaster Bennett is too powerful." Master Nolan laughed. "This is good, Master Muir. The Potion Masters Guild is finally getting the recognition that it deserves." Master Muir laughed. "That's true. The Potion Masters Guild was just another elven guild that was meant to represent one type of class. It was big in its own way, but that wouldn't matter so much on the central continent. Now, however, as long as you were a member of the Potion Masters Guild, you would almost always be guaranteed to receive rewards anywhere on the central continent. This was all thanks to Grandmaster Bennett. He was the one who changed the overall perception of the Potion Masters Guild." Abel was just standing amidst the rogues' encampment. He was watching the bone card that was amidst the mana gathering circle. He looked a bit nervous. The bone card was now already recovered on its own. All the cracks on the surface were now gone. The divine item was as good as brand new. Abel reached out his hand to grab the divine bone card and took out the corpse of the legendary sacred knight from his personal storage box. He placed the corpse in front of him, and he activated the bone card with his power of the will. An absorption power was instantly generated as he enchanted the resurrection spell. He knew what it was that the bone card required. As the crystal angelic statue was guiding the worship power into the bone card, pale white light was what shone out of it. The resurrection spell was coming out of the bone card, then it flew straight towards the sacred knight that was lying dead on the ground. When the corpse started to jump on its own, Abel knew that his resurrection attempt succeeded. He wasn't pleased in the least because of it, however. Now that the resurrection was successful, he thought that perhaps he should be flying off the ground. He still had his uncertainties, however. Perhaps he just didn't possess his own soul. He didn't have the ability to control himself. Abel didn't feel good about that. The legendary sacred knight was probably much weaker than he had thought. Of course, the resurrection process hadn't ended yet. The most crucial part hadn't started. Abel was watching in pain as he looked towards the divine bone card that was cracked open. The crack was much more severe than before. Luckily, the card remained complete and was not completely cracked open. As long as it was not completely broken, the piece would always be able to return on its own. He just hoped that it wouldn't take too long. Slowly and carefully, Abel placed the bone card back into his mana gathering circle. His movements were very light, as he didn't want to add more pressure so the bone card would be turned into fragments. There were many corpses inside his personal storage box that he had yet to bring back to life. Abel processed his bone card and took out his soul potions. He fed the soul potion to the legendary sacred knights. That came back to life. After expending 10 bottles of it, meek souls rose out of their bodies. He was very pleased with that, of course. He was successful in every step he was taking. Following that, Abel used the mount enhancement technique to sign a spirit contract with the legendary sacred knights. The legendary sacred knight's soul was still quite weak. With as little as a conscience that was barely present, Abel didn't have to use up much of his spiritual pack's capacity to claim ownership. Speaking of which, Abel's capacity was already much more than how much the legendary class holders could contain. He had been hiding some of his contract creatures from everyone else, so in actuality, he was also holding much more contract creatures than what others thought he had. If a law-defying wizard tried to form a contract with, say, Frankenstein, that would have already taken out almost all the spiritual capacity, Abel picked the smart path. He was forming a contract when the soul was just a newborn, such that the capacity taken would be the same as if he was forming with a baby chick. After the spiritual pact was formed, what Abel needed to do next was to activate the legendary sacred knight's body. To other class holders, this was pretty much impossible, but all it took was for his 1 bottle of the full recovery vitality potion to recover the knight completely. For the full recovery vitality potion, as long as the soul of the user remained intact, he could always bring the body back to full health. This was pretty much thanks to the dimensional force of the potion. Now that the legendary sacred knight was becoming his contract creature, the bone card was emptied once more. Abel resurrected 1 sacred knight before. It wasn't really all that difficult to pass the skills of a sacred knight to the legendary. When he just called back now, he could just pass all the skills that Isuel had to him. That would require him to continuously supply the soul potions, given how much spiritual damage that would inflict upon the legendary sacred knight. Still, the number of spiritual potions used was far less than what Abel expected. This was because all the skills he transferred were already turned to max. It could even be said that the legendary sacred knight in front of him was already a class holder that could be put to combat straight away. Abel looked towards the knight in front of him. "Your name is Whale from now on." The legendary sacred knight called Whale did not seem to possess too much conscience. Apart from his fighting instinct, there wasn't so much that was left in his memories. There wasn't even a bit of reaction when Abel called its name. Abel slapped his head as he realized how weak the soul was. Very quickly, he took out the soul potions and fed them to Whale. Whale's soul was becoming much stronger very quickly. For this legendary sacred knight, Abel spent quite a bit himself. He was using a total of 200 bottles of the soul potions straight to Knight Whale, such that the soul was elevated to the point of a 5-year-old. To this extent, Abel didn't bother giving more soul potions to Night Whale. Whale's soul was actually growing too fast. Without enough time, Abel was afraid that he would be in too much of a rush, that he would destroy the soul before it took long. He was just doing enough that Whale could understand his orders, whether it had to do with the Sacred Knights class or the fact that Abel was the one that granted the soul. The first thing that Night Whale did when it gained the ability to think was to kneel before Abel. Abel felt very good because of it. It was a legendary figure kneeling in front of him. Of course, he could only keep this to himself and not boast about it in front of others. He didn't want the other legendary figures to treat him as enemies. Abel commanded, "You go up, Whale." Night Whale understood his orders immediately. He opened his hands wide, and while Abel was still anticipating, he dropped to the ground. Night Whale seemed to be feeling that something was off with his body. Given his current condition, it would be possible to fly at will. However, the environment around him did not allow him to fly. Instead, the gravity was pushing him heavily on the ground. Abel brought Night Whale to the fire river. "That's strange. Let's try how you fight." He called out Night Bruce. Night Bruce was coming to the fire river. He then called Bruce out and quickly switched the gears that Night Whale prepared. The hearts that Whale had temporarily were identical to Night Bruce. There were the Theory Rune, the Spirit Sword, Spirit Shield, and Knowledge Helmet. Was all to see how much the fighting capabilities of the two differed. Abel went ahead and found a King of the Pit that was alone. He was letting Night Whale and Night Bruce handle their own fight. As for him, he switched on his world stone fragment and observed as carefully as he could to see the difference between the two. Night Whale was at rank 26, while Night Bruce was at 22. They had the exact same gear when they fought each other. The result was that Night Whale had an overwhelming advantage over Night Bruce. This was not different from anything that Abel was expecting. Abel was very disappointed, though. He did see Night Whale win, but his fighting ability wasn't as strong as he wished to see from those that were from the central continent. Instead, what he saw was pretty much just the advantage that resulted from having a higher rank. If Abel had to make it clear what it was that he wanted to see, it would be the scene of Night Whale overwhelming Night Bruce with nothing except his presence. Theoretically, Night Whale wouldn't even have to move to take the victory. Abel didn't understand what was happening. What exactly happened? His senses told him that the resurrection was successful. There had been no problem whatsoever with Night Whale's resurrection. Abel brought a few more hell creatures to be tested with Night Whale and Night Bruce. The result ended up being the same. He thought that Night Whale would be flying in the air and overwhelm the incoming hell creatures with his powerful presence, sweeping through the entire field with his attack beams. That turned out to be nothing more than wishful thinking. Abel brought Night Whale and Night Bruce back to the rogue's encampment. He was letting the two sacred knights stand in front of him. This was the rogue's encampment. This was where he possessed some of the abilities that a divine spirit would have. He could clearly sense everything intricate that was going on. With Night Whale's body, he was comparing it to Night Bruce's to see if there was anything wrong happening. As a matter of fact, there was really no point in doing this kind of observation. Night Whale's body composition was pretty much fundamentally different from Night Bruce's. Night Whale's body was already converted into an energy form. All the cells were already transformed by the terrifying divine force. However, this was not helpful to explain why Night Whale was not fighting as competently as when he was alive and on the central continent. However, through the inspection that Abel was doing this time, he seemed to have understood what was powerful about the legendary class holders. For wizards, for example, the soul and flesh would always remain at a regular level as long as they were storing up energy. When they were promoted into law-defying wizards, the soul would evolve to the point that it could contain the power of the rule. As the law-defying wizards continued to rank up, the soul would become more energized, and the power of the rule that it could contain would also become more powerful. Once the legendary rank was hit, the energy would change the bodies of the legendary wizard, such that the flesh was no longer weakness. Once transformed into an energy form, the body would also gain the ability to fly. While Abel didn't learn the reasons why Night Whale was growing weaker, he seemed to become aware of a safe path to become a legendary figure. He's read some of it from his heritage items, But all that knowledge was nothing in comparison to him observing a legendary figure that was moving right in front of him. What could it be? Abel couldn't discuss this with anyone else, so he could only find the answer for himself. Very quickly, he came up with a way to come across that. And that was by using his power of the will to fully gain control over Night Whale's soul. He could feel everything that Night Whale was feeling. He's often done this with the Beeman giant beast Doph. With this method, he could always replace Doph to take care of those barbarian worshippers. Abel connected his power of the will to Night Whale. Night Whale didn't feel any necessity to resist, so it fully switched on its soul and brought out the right to gain control. This was something impossible for any legendary figures to do, but Night Whale was Abel's creation. Abel had total control over its soul, such that it was literally Abel's wish was its command. Not even that. What Abel wanted was literally what it was driven to do. Abel noticed something when he was gaining control over Night Whale's spirit. He was feeling like the entire environment was a chain that was crushing him over. He could really start to sense the amount of terrifying energy that was within the legendary sacred knight. Because of this energy, he was feeling ever more in pain than before. He was really starting to understand why the legendary Night Whale could have such an average performance. It had to do with how things worked inside the dark world. The more powerful one was, the more that suppression would take place. What a shame, Abel thought to himself. He always wished that his fighting capability as a legendary sacred knight would always reinforce his fighting capability inside the dark world. If things turned out to be like this, he might as well resurrect Wizard Luce's resurrection spell. Compared to the sacred knights, it was already enough that there was one in the team. Knight Bruce had already gained all the sacred knight techniques there were, instead of having another unit that could do the exact same thing. Abel was definitely more leaning towards adding another law-defying wizard in. He knew that the sacred knight's melee ability would require something else in order to defend against spells. Still, he wasn't going to just let Night Whale do nothing, now that he's already resurrected it. With that in mind, Abel changed a piece of armor for Night Whale and placed a resolve armor onto it. The attacking power of the armor was immediately enhanced. He shook his hand when he saw the spirit sword in Whale's hand. He didn't expect the spiritual Kai light ring in Whale's hands to do much, given how sufficient Knight Bruce's was already. What Abel needed was for Night Whale to possess enough attack power. As long as he was always paying attention to Night Whale's target, he just had to be careful that the enemy didn't kill him instantly with some sort of counterattack. With that in mind, Abel spent 27 pieces of the 25 full rune to make one piece of the 28 low rune. He wanted to create a powerful rune of remorse. Remorse, 5 whole sword, 5 eth plus 3 tur plus 28 low plus 23 mal plus 8 ral. 35% chance of unleashing a level 15 poison fang when target is hit. 40% increase attack speed. Damage plus 400. Ignore target defense. Plus 530 fire damage. 25% enemy poison resistance. 20% for a double damage hit. Prevent monster to self-heal. Plus 2 mana for every monster killed. Plus 15 life for every monster killed. This was a very terrifying piece of weapon. Although Abel already spent too many runes for it, this was about the best sword that he could have created given the number of runes that he had now. This, combined with Night Whale's own attacking capability, would turn out to be something that no one was willing to deal with. In the following 10 days, Abel brought his combat team to join Night Whale in his new equipment. The speed at which the hell creatures were exterminated had been greatly elevated. He was very satisfied with this. Although it was still much slower in contrast to when there was a law-defying wizard included, the hell creatures could still be killed quickly enough that the team would remain flexible. As for reviving the law-defying wizards, they would wait for a few months for the bone card to repair itself. They would resurrect Wizard Luce so he could be inside the team. It was still the morning of the second day when Abel turned from the dark world back into his golden castle. He didn't go to have his breakfast right away. He spoke to the circle spirit, switch on all the circles within the master's building. The circle spirit switched on the circles after the master's building. Yes, master. The hidden circle, defensive circle, seclusion circle were all switched on. They were separated completely from the master's building. Abel was not confident with that at all. After doing multiple scans with his power of the will, he was only starting to feel a bit better after knowing the effects of these circles. If he was going to let anyone else know what he was going to do next, there was going to be a lot of trouble. Abel ordered Night Whale inside his portal beast ring. Conceal your presence, Whale. Following that, he took out Night Whale inside his training room. When Night Whale was let out, Abel was shocked to see that the legendary sacred knight's feet were not on the ground. They were just 20 centimeters above the ground and floating in midair. Abel was sure that Night Whale was getting a lot weaker. I knew it had to do with the dark world. Night Whale was just standing in the air. It was almost like something real was beneath. The legendary presence was enough to demonstrate how terrifying its ability was even as it was withdrawing all its presence. It could even be said that Night Whale was a completely different sacred knight too when he was back on the central continent. If he was revealing his legendary presence here, then none of the circles here would be enough to hide his presence. Only divine power could do it at that point. This was why legendary figures were always so careful. When they were fighting on the front line, unless they were flying, they'd often had to cover their entire bodies up as they were traveling on the ground. Of course, most would be too proud to do that. Right now, Night Whale was just standing perfectly still on the ground. He was fine to conceal his own presence completely. Abel didn't go ahead to get Night Whale back immediately. He was stretching his power of the will so that it was going all over towards Night Whale's soul. He wanted Night Whale to be able to unleash the same presence that he was feeling so uncomfortable with as when he was back inside the rogue's encampment. While strength such as Night Whale's would be suppressed over inside the rogue's encampment, the central continent was a place that he'd be perfectly able to do that. Abel was not going to let go of any chance to better learn about his legendary class holder. Once again, he received the right to control Night Whale's soul. He was very quickly sensing the difference in the environment. Here on the central continent, there seemed to be a strange floating force that was in the air that was making it very easy for him to stay afloat. He could easily feel the terrifying energy that his body was containing. He could feel like he could break through the walls within one punch. The reason why legendary figures were called that was quite simple. They were blessed by the world itself, and they were crafted by fate to become legends. Abel was just like that. Every time he took a breath, he could feel the energy flowing from outside into him. He wasn't a sacred knight himself, of course. Oh, that would definitely reduce the result of his experience. Still, he could still feel the origins of the power that Night Whale was sensing. The power was coming right beside Night Whale, and it was really born out of an indescribable sense of fanaticism that was growing out of his own soul. That was only when Abel noticed that Night Whale thought of him as a divine spirit. It would make sense in a way, as sacred knights would only exert their full potential when they had a being that they could devote themselves to. Still, Abel thought that it was strange that a piece of him was worshipping him. He let out a few breaths to let go of those unpleasant feelings. He was trying to shake off the feeling of discomfort as the legendary bodies were turning to the bodies of the law-defying wizards. Abel was starting to realize something. If he could get the corpse of a legendary wizard to come back to life, he would have lost the sensation required for himself to reach the legendary wizard rank. He wasn't sure about that, of course, and he wasn't going to give too much thought into that. After placing Night Whale back into his portal beast ring, Abel decided that he wouldn't want Night Whale to stay too long on the central continent. It was just too dangerous to do that. He's already got remorse and resolve rune inside Night Whale, and he wasn't really going to use those unless they were for backups inside a fight. It would go like this. If he was to face a danger that he couldn't possibly resist, he would just keep a legendary sacred knight with dark world equipment so that he wouldn't have to face this. Druid Gunter was just walking out of the alchemy room. Normally, all these important cleaning works were all meant that Abel's followers could do that on his own. He was just walking out of the alchemy room, and he could see that Druid Polly was just holding a potion with a very sunny smile on her face. He got really confused when he noticed that it was a bottle of the golden quality, natural breathing. He went forward and asked, "Where did that come from, Druid Polly?" It should be a reward from Grandmaster Bennett. Perhaps it had to do with how busy these big druids were working in the last 2 days. Druid Polly smiled and replied, "Didn't you know? All the monthly tributes from now on will be golden quality." What? Druid Gunter became very sad because of it. He had already received his monthly share by now. Still, he was very glad about how he was going to receive a staple supply of the golden quality potions in the future. He became more certain that he must increase the speed of the training. Now that he was using the training materials of the big druids, he should be stuck at rank 21. He was already much slower than Grandmaster Bennett. The weather had been great a few days later. The sunlight was out, and the Bay Law Palace was looking as grand as ever. All the important festivals and activities were out, and the flags that would only be hung on important occasions were hung everywhere. Unlike most days, all the elves that lived inside Bay Law City had proud looks on their faces. They knew about how Master Bennett became Grandmaster Bennett. He was reaching the highest level the potion masters for the past several thousand years. That was the level of the legendary. It could even be said that within the entire line heritage, the potions masters, only Abel's rune was found to be the rune of a Grandmaster. There was no other information for the reference of anyone in the same rank. Of course, for the promotion ceremony taking place today, there would always be a large number of Wizard Union members. Technically, the location was chosen to be the Elven Royal Palace, but it was really the Wizard Union that was organizing everything. Large numbers of red-cloaked wizards were all over the Royal Palace. Their job was to keep the order in place. In the sky that was above the Royal Palace, a total of 10 skyships had crest flags hung over them. On the one hand, it was to demonstrate the power of the elves. On the other hand, it was to intimidate anyone who might have ulterior motives. This was a good chance for the elves to demonstrate their strength, too. The elves had too often been keeping to themselves and not to the outside world. There weren't really other non-elves in most elven cities. Now that there was really a chance to prove themselves, the elves made sure to show their power by sending 20 big druids in public, 10 of which were from the goddess temple. Wizard Hume of the Resource Department asked, Druid Joseph, when do you think Grandmaster Bennett's going to be here? This was the day that he was representing the Wizard Union to host this promotion ceremony. The time was about 9. There were going to be some important guests coming over, although Grandmaster Bennett was not showing up as the host. Druid Joseph wasn't that confident either. About that Wizard Hume, Grandmaster Bennett's inside the alchemy room since morning. He should have known about today. Wizard Hume shook his head. I think you should contact him now. It should be a given that Grandmaster Bennett would know that his own promotion ceremony was taking place. Grandmaster Bennett should have treated that as something very important, so no one would really expect him to do anything today. Druid Joseph responded as he headed to the contact circle. Yes, wait here, Wizard Hume. Right now, Abel was still inside the alchemy lab to harvest his fruits of becoming a Grandmaster alchemist. He was brewing multiple dozen shares of potions at the same time. He was bringing all the finished ones inside the crystal bottle to finish his brew. The research spirit's voice was sent over. Master, your follower Druid Joseph is just waiting for you to attend. He's waiting inside Bay Law Royal Palace right now. The guests are just coming over. Abel really forgot, today's the day of the ceremony. He had too much fun inside the Dark World and the Central Continent recently. Inside the Dark World, with the addition of Night Whale, his fighting methods becoming a lot more versatile, and the speed at which he was sweeping the hell creatures was also getting a lot faster. On the Central Continent, now that he became a Grandmaster alchemist, he's just going to take his time learning how to master a new brewing technique. Because of that, he's pretty much forgotten about anything else. If it wasn't for the remainder of the research spirit, he might have just forgotten that the promotion ceremony was even taking place. Abel looked at the costume he was wearing. This was an elven robe. The quality was fine, but if he was wearing this to attend the promotion ceremony, most people wouldn't think that he was paying any due respect to the guests. It wouldn't look for him, so he went out of his alchemy lab and used short-distance teleportation to the changing room. As soon as he was there, he saw a brand new set of an elven suit in front of him. Butler Mayer must have prepared this for him, Abel thought. He might have forgotten about the ceremony completely. But Butler Mayer was preparing the last few days just so the tailors could complete this one costume. Abel smiled as he realized just how well Butler Mayer was taking care of him. Even if there were a large number of guests coming every day, the Golden Castle would still continue to run the same as always. Abel went ahead and placed his elven suit into his divine portal bag. Then, with the instant changing effect of his portal item, he changed his elven robe into the elven suit. After that, his figure appeared on top of the large-sized teleportation circle that was inside the underground basement. In a flash of the white light, he left the golden castle. Wizard Hume got a lot more relaxed when he saw Abel showing up. "You're finally here, Grandmaster Bennett." As a matter of fact, if Abel wasn't coming over, things would have been a lot more difficult. For sky ships escorting one golden skyship were just approaching them. The Dwarven King was just coming over to them, and if Abel was still not here, that would not look good for anyone. From the flags that were hung, it could be told that it was the skyship of the Dwarven Royal Palace. The dwarves were doing their bit to show their respect to Bay Law City. In return, the 4 skyships that Bay Law City had also gone up. They were doing their bit to welcome each other. As a custom of the central continent, the Dwarven King was not supposed to arrive at the destination with the teleportation circle. Instead, he would go to the nearest city to change to a chariot, such that he was arriving in a method that everyone could see and welcome. Given how strong the dwarves were now, obviously, they would have the skyships doing the arrival part nowadays. Abel took it as a gesture to show him respect. As the golden sky ship slowly lowered itself, Abel, Wizard Hume, Queen Luisa, and a few big druids went over. The one that was coming out of the golden skyship was Gunther, the Dwarven King. He had a crown on his head and a few dwarven law-defying wizards walking behind him. Abel smiled and bowed. "Majesty Gunther, welcome." Gunther greeted with a bow. "Great Grandmaster Bennett, it is of my utmost honor to attend this ceremony." The title was great for Abel. Abel was literally the most important person on the central continent now. As the dwarves had always had a great relationship with him, the Dwarven King was attending in person today to reinforce this bond between them. According to the records of the dwarves, Grandmaster alchemists would have the ability to fix super-sized war machines for the dwarves, which were crucial to their kind's survival. The war machine was actually a last resort for the dwarves to fight against the nation of God. Not just that, Grandmaster alchemists could also provide a lot of technical support to the dwarves, especially when it was about ancient technologies. Among the ancient techniques of the dwarves, the biggest problem had always been that only the very finest specialists could be in charge of many of the crucial technologies. So far, the dwarves had been making a very significant amount of progress in learning the ancient technologies. That was really just when they were developing the mechanism of defensive technologies and not so much for the war machines. Even for a war machine like the skyship, the most that it could do was to transport whoever's inside. It did not possess a lot of attacking capabilities. Even to this stage, the most that could be equipped was just catapults and catapults. King Gunther and Queen Luisa just had their formal greetings. As a matter of fact, the Dwarven King had a higher status than Queen Luisa. While Queen Luisa was below the saint, the Dwarven King was the highest figure in the Dwarven world. Right now, the wizards of the Wizard Union and the druids of the elves were just bringing King Gunther and a few Dwarven law-defying wizards inside the hallroom. Abel couldn't be with the Dwarven King since he was still busy treating the other important guests. There were not a lot of these really important guests, but they've already made reservations to the Wizard Union before their arrival. As arranged with the Wizard Union, they were supposed to have quite some time with Abel before he was leaving to see someone else. Soon as it was the Dwarven King's turn, which was marked by his arrival into the hallroom, 1 heavy sky sparrow and 100 sphinxes came in as well. It was clear that this belonged to the orcs of the Crazy Heart Valley. The only ones that came to welcome them were Abel and Wizard Union. Needless to say, the elves were not going to get close to these orcs. On the central continent, the elves had always been antagonizing each other. The elven druids were in charge of natural energy, while the orc priests were known to harness the power of the dead, which was thought to be the opposing force to the power of Mother Earth. Although the Wizard Union had always been in the middle to keep a war between the elves and the orcs from happening, it should not need to be said that the two would never see eye to eye. If Abel hadn't become a Grandmaster alchemist this time, the orcs would have never been inside the royal city of the elves. When the Sky Sparrow landed on the plaza of the royal palace, the elves were far enough as they threw a very disdainful look towards the orcs that were coming down. They were doing this, especially towards the archpriests. The sphinxes didn't really make a landing and were just staying afloat. Even they knew that this place didn't welcome them. As for Abel, he had his own Sky Sparrow in the sky right now. He also didn't have a real hate for the orcs. He was a druid, but he also knew how to channel the death kai of the orc priest. In his view, neither the orcs nor the druids was supposed to represent evil. The two were just representatives of two ends of a spectrum. He knew this since he did merge natural energy and death kai before. During most of the time, this strange mixture would appear neutral, possessing neither the mildness of the natural energy nor the violence of the death kai. Anyways, the first to get down the sky sparrow was a black-robed, crowned lion man. Behind him were several archpriests. Wizard Hume reminded, "This is Beast Emperor Gallatin, Grandmaster Bennett." Abel did remember hearing that name. This was the strongest orc among the two orc empires on the central continent. While it should just be one orc empire, as the other one was pretty much composed over ordinary herbivore orcs. While Abel never really interacted much with the crazy Heart Valley before, he did have a few contacts with the archpriest. It could be said that the Beast Emperor was giving him the utmost respect by coming over here today. Abel smiled and bowed. "Welcome, great Beast Emperor." Emperor Gallatin was much louder than the other races. "You sound like a very honest man to me, great Grandmaster Bennett. I don't have a lot of elven friends, but I don't mind knowing you." Abel brought Emperor Gallatin inside the royal palace. There were a lot of guests coming inside the hallroom. All of them were coming on their own through the teleportation circle. They didn't need Abel to come on his own. As a matter of fact, Abel didn't have to greet the Beast Emperor and the Dwarven King on his own. He was just doing it because he didn't want to cause any drama that might have troubled the Wizard Union. Abel turned to Wizard Hume after he got Emperor Gallatin in. "You need me to see someone else in." To be honest, Abel preferred spending more time brewing potions in his alchemy lab. Wizard Hume smiled. "You don't have to see them all on your own, Grandmaster Bennett. Most of them are just here through the teleportation circle." The legendary wizards mentioned that they would be coming at the last moment. They didn't want to ruin the atmosphere by coming too early. "By the way, you still need to welcome Lady Saint on time." Abel was starting to understand why Wizard Hume was smiling. Everyone knew what his relationship with the Saint was like. A bit later, the few legendary wizards came to attend the promotion ceremony. Abel was starting to understand that the legendary wizards didn't want to take up all the attention. They wanted Abel to be the main focus of today. The 5 flying chariots came from afar. The ones pulling these chariots were the Pegasi, which was special flying mounts owned by the elves. 4 of the chariots were escorting one flying chariot that was in the center. On the side, White Show was also accompanying them, looking a lot stronger than last time. Actually, Lady Saint was here. Instead of going forward, Wizard Hume and the elves of the royal palace made sure to give space to Abel. Then, under Druid Lucia's instructions, the flying chariot went down and stopped right in front of him. Druid Lucia jumped and left pretty quickly. "I'll be in now, Grandmaster Bennett." Abel shook his head and smiled. As he went forth to open the chariot door, he could see Lorraine was blushing in her full attire. Abel whispered, "Everyone's waiting for the new woman of the house, you know." Lorraine changed the topic. "You've become a lot stronger now, Bennett." Lorraine didn't think that much changed after Abel became a Grandmaster Alchemist. But that was until the Wizard Union insisted that Abel should go to the promotion ceremony. To learn about what's so special about Grandmaster Alchemists, she even went as far as to look up records from the temple. She was surprised when she learned that the rank of the Grandmaster Alchemist was actually a missing link between modern technology and ancient technology. Basically, the Grandmaster Alchemists were what's so important about the ancient civilizations. A lot of the stuff from ancient times could not be replicated just because there were no Grandmaster Alchemists nowadays. This was what's so important about Grandmaster Alchemists. Not only could they create Grandmaster potions that could change the entire ecosystem, but they could also craft war machines that would change the way of how wars were fought. Of course, Abel wasn't so proficient yet to be capable of accomplishing those things, but his appearance was something of a very powerful symbol for the central continent. He became the hope for the central continent to revive the technologies of ancient times, which was especially important since the nation of God had always been a terrifying threat. Before going to join the ceremony, Lorraine told Abel everything she knew about Grandmaster Alchemists. After that, they just walked with each other and had their conversation. No one was interrupting them. Abel eventually understood why the Wizard Union, the dwarves, the orcs, and even the legendary wizards were placing so much importance on him. However, he also thought about what Wizard Dahlin said. It was very important for him to pick when he wanted to use his skills, because, quite literally, no one could pressure or push him to do anything now. Abel and Lorraine walked in as soon as Druid Dahlin announced, "Great Grandmaster Bennett and Her Majesty, Lady Saint of the Honorable Elven Goddess Temple have arrived." The elven horns blew on two sides of the hallroom. The atmosphere was becoming extremely solemn. While Abel was entering, he could see that the guests were almost taking up all the space. The guests were a lot more than the number a few days ago at the Golden Castle. It probably had to do with the restrictions he set on the Golden Castle. In the Golden Castle, only those who were above advanced rank were allowed to win. Here, it was actually the emperors of the human empires that had to stay out. Royalties were not especially taken as important figures by the class holders. This was especially true for law-defying wizards, big druids, and archpriests. Abel and Lorraine smiled as they walked towards the innermost part of the palace. Wizard Hume was already waiting for them. "Everyone," Wizard Hume announced very loudly, "I'm here to represent the Wizard Union to host today's promotion ceremony. All the guests will now be able to see the grand book that will go into one of the most important collections of history. This is the first promotion scroll of the first Grandmaster Alchemist on the continent. It is supposed to represent how far the alchemy level of the continent has reached." Some of them already noticed that Wizard Hume mentioned Grandmaster Alchemist and not Grandmaster Potion Master. They got quite confused as they thought that Wizard Hume got it wrong. The dwarves were not them. They knew that this was what Grandmaster Bennett's actual title was. The title of Grandmaster Alchemist was supposed to represent both Grandmaster Potion Master and Grandmaster Forger at the same time, and Abel happened to be both of these. Wizard Hume continued, "Let's give our best welcome to Grandmaster Bennett." Lorraine smiled and pushed Abel on the back. Abel was just following Wizard Hume's instruction to go to his side. In the inner part of the palace, the original throne of the Elven Queen was now replaced with one that was made entirely of gold. Originally, replacing the throne was never done before. But when the Wizard Union made the request, the Elven Queen didn't hesitate to agree. The way she was looking at it, it was the most honorable thing the Elven race had done to welcome the very first Grandmaster Alchemist in history. It was definitely much more important than her reputation as the Queen. Abel watched guests and spoke loudly, "My name is Bennett, everyone, and I'd like to address all of you here as my friends. I do see some of you that I don't know that well, but whether you know me or not, I'm here to thank you for attending my promotion ceremony. You know, I've been trying to get to know my Grandmaster ability better lately. I don't know the full extent of my powers now, but I can guarantee one thing one thing I can guarantee you is that I'll be brewing at least golden quality potions from now on. That means that I won't be making anything below golden quality." The entire crowd got extremely loud when he finished. There was only one rank difference between the golden quality potions and the blue quality potions, but the two differed drastically. It could be said that the ingredients of the master level potions were, without exception, all very precious. Abel said that he could always produce much better results with ingredients of the same quality. But of course, that was going to make everyone a lot louder. Abel continued, "Of course, I'll have a limit of how many potions I can create every month. There are missions that I have to complete immediately. There is a limit to how many potions I can give, so from here on, their upper limit for the master level potion would be 5 bottles. I'll be personally picking the appropriate applications from the mission platform." What Abel said caused, again, a massive reaction in the hallroom. If he was just brewing 5 bottles every month, that would be nowhere enough to meet the whole central continent's demands. Abel wasn't going to say much more than what he had, however. He's got no gain brewing the master-level potion. Actually, if it wasn't for helping out the Potion Masters Guild, he didn't even want to do more missions that they assigned. He'd actually be more content with 5 bottles because he could then distribute the other missions to the other 3 Potion Masters. Not the natural breathing, though, since the elves would only let him do that. As for how Abel was going to calm this crowd down, he didn't really care. He didn't know most of the people here. The people that were actually close to him weren't reacting that much anyway, since they could always contact Abel if they wanted their own bottles. Wizard Hume could see that Abel stopped talking, "Quite everyone. Let's now have Grandmaster Bennett sit on his Grandmaster's spot." The elven horns were blown once again. All the guests were looking towards Abel as he went forth to sit on the golden throne. This was a ceremony, a tradition that was supposed to take place for legendary wizards. From what it looked, the Wizard Union was treating Grandmaster alchemists just like the legendary figures. It was even clearer when the visitors all saw the golden throne. Everyone was starting to see just how much importance the Wizard Union was placing on Abel. All of them cheered, "Grandmaster Bennett, Grandmaster Bennett." 5 streaks of white light flashed in the sky. The 5 legendary wizards appeared in the sky of the hallroom. The 5 legendary wizards congratulated, "Congratulations, Grandmaster Bennett." After seeing the legendary wizards floating in the air, some of the guests were actually shocked. Many of them hadn't seen any legendary wizards before, and they just couldn't divert their gazes away. Abel stood up and bowed back. "Thank you for coming here, legendary wizards." Wizard Laking laughed out loudly. "I came for your wine and food, Grandmaster Bennett." Wizard Dolan continued, "Same. I've lost the taste of other food after going to the Golden Castle." The other 3 legendary wizards nodded and smiled. The 5 legendary wizards did their bit to show their good relationship with Abel. It was extremely surprising for the guests. Wizard Hume laughed and announced, "Everyone will now have the banquet. Let me make it clear. All the dishes were cooked by the 2 chefs of the Golden Castle. The red wine was also taken from the wine keep of the Golden Castle. Of course, we'll also be providing legendary-level water spirit fruit juice." Abel was quite surprised until he realized that the red wine and fruit juice must be the ones that were only synthesized. Those must be the ones he left for his followers and Butler Mayor to distribute to his friends. Those 4 were probably the ones who got these ready. Actually, there were just simply too many guests at this banquet. The 2 chefs had been securing a regular supply of food, while they were busy cooking up the dishes. Once they were done, the freezing element wizards of the Wizard Union would then be cooling them down for preservation. When the dishes were to be served, all it took was some heating up to serve the dishes that were prepared several days in advance. When Wizard Hume made his announcement, the servants went forth to get the dishes over. Like most banquets, this one was supposed to be done with a buffet. As the smell of the dishes was going out to the hallroom, all the guests were very pleased with the amount that was put into this particular occasion. On most days, they would have to pay light stones and wait in line to get access to these dishes. They'd also have to be high-ranking class holders to even qualify to eat. This meant that some of the noblemen here weren't even supposed to see these dishes in front of them. Abel was quite speechless when he saw how rowdy the whole scene was getting. He didn't participate in the affairs of the promotion ceremony. If he did participate in arranging for today, he would have never allowed the rabbit essence dishes to be included. Right now, he couldn't bear to imagine how messy it would be later on. Abel tried to keep it to himself with a smile. "Legendary wizards, why don't we head to the side palace?" The doors of the side palace weren't closed. Inside, there was a small-sized banquet for only those whom Abel acknowledged. Abel was bringing Lorraine and the 5 legendary wizards in. Following that, it was Emperor Gallatin and the Dwarven King. There wouldn't be anyone else after that. As soon as Wizard Dolan went in, he immediately grabbed some food he liked and started eating on his own. Abel didn't know what to think, but if a legendary wizard was acting like this, he wouldn't find it difficult to imagine what those guests inside the main hall would be like. Wizard Dolan turned to Abel after sipping some red wine. "This isn't the right wine. I can't have the best stuff with this many guests." Abel sighed, then took out some beverages that he synthesized twice before. "Here, Wizard Dolan, let me change that for you." Abel was just having a good conversation with his important guests. Of course, it would just be him and the 5 legendary wizards. The Dwarven King and the Beast Emperor would only join occasionally to show that they were there. As for the main hallroom, a war was about to start over the dishes, red wine, and the water spirit fruit juice passed over. The guests all rushed over to get their own share. The wizards had it the easiest. While they couldn't cast spells, the telekinesis could be used for them to reach for things from over the distance. They would just be standing outside the crowd to grab whatever food they were after. Things were still normal the first few minutes the banquet started. As ridiculously good as the food and drinks here were, the guests did keep their manners, as this was Grandmaster Bennett's promotion ceremony. That was until one advanced wizard from the Lightning clan took a bite of the one particular dish and sipped on the water spirit fruit juice. A promotion Kai rose out of him, and he was immediately taken to somewhere else by his colleagues to meditate inside a mana gathering circle. While he left the scene quite quickly, the noblemen and the class holders were very quick to lose their cool. They started pushing against each other to fight for the dishes, also that maybe they could experience the same things as what they just witnessed. The non-class holders had it the toughest. While the class holders couldn't use spells inside the Elven Royal Palace with 5 legendary wizards nearby, their physiques still made it extremely easy for them to push the regular people to the side. The regular guests had no way of getting close to the tables, while the class holders would just dig in as soon as they got the food on their own plate. The ones on the front would do everything to keep themselves there, because if they were pushed backward, they would have had no way of coming back in. Attitude, respect, mannerism, what was more important than promoting? To get a chance to eat at the Golden Castle, one would have to wait for at least several months. There was also a limit to how much one could eat inside the Golden Castle, and no red wine nor water spirit fruit juice would be provided. Today was somewhat of a special day for anyone who was here, in this sense, especially the class holders. The class holders seemed to have forgotten that today was an important day for the elves. The middle low-tier druids were just staring at the chaos that was taking place in front of them. The class holders, or lavish attires, did not unleash their explosive attack spells, but they all had their defensive spells on just so they could be a little bit closer to the food. They would also use their bodies to push towards the table. Once these class holders gave in their best, the dishes, the red wine, and the juice became very easily consumed. The wizards standing afar were just noticing that it was not so easy to grab the food with their telekinesis. The class holders in front were just interrupting them from activating. Since all these class holders had to do was to block the direction where the telekinesis was going, the wizards were also forced to join in the crowd. In their minds, too, they also had to do whatever it took to get their mouths on the foods and drinks. They've all heard about the legends of the Golden Castle restaurant. Very quickly, another advanced archpriest received a promotion. He was dragged away from the table so a death Kai gathering circle could be placed around him. The empty spot was quickly taken over. Someone kicked someone and was punched back. The hallroom completely lost order. Nobody was casting any spells, but they all started brawling with each other. It was a good thing that the barbarians weren't here. Otherwise, no one would be able to stand against their charging hits. Abel was already frowning inside the side palace. He knew that something was wrong when he sensed the 2 promotion Kai. Wizard Dallin laughed. "Don't worry about them, huh? Just let the red-cloaked enforcers deal with them." Honestly, Wizard Dallin didn't care that much as long as no one was using any attack spells. This happening was just embarrassing. No major rules were violated, so he and the other legendary wizards were just going to let it slip. Red-cloaked wizard quickly shouted in the hallroom, "This is Grandmaster Bennett's promotion banquet. Anyone who's fighting here will be immediately tossed out." The red-cloaked wizard that appeared suddenly made the class holders come back to their senses very quickly. They knew that they shouldn't try to piss off anyone with a red cloak, so they quickly went back to grabbing their food in a more modest way. Of course, they'd still try to push each other, trip each other, and do little things to allow them to be closer to the food. Originally, there should be enough food for everyone, but the class holders were just taking too much already. They never really stopped. After having the food for a few more minutes, the crowd became chaotic again after a promotion Kai rose out of a dwarven advanced wizard. The same thing happened to 3 other class holders. And while the red-cloaked wizard was still there to watch, the class holders were starting to get a lot more physical again. These class holders were all prestigious in their own way, so in a situation like this, it was really every man for himself. This was especially the case when they saw that there weren't any more dishes on the table. An advanced orc priest who was blocked from the table for almost an hour couldn't contain himself, so he used the bone staff in his hand and struck the groin of the advanced druid in front of him. The advanced druid shouted, and out of reflex, he summoned a dire wolf that immediately attacked the one who attacked its master. The druid was usually a lot more reserved than this, but a sudden attack would make anyone lose their sense of control. The advanced orc priest was frightened to see 3 dire wolves coming right towards him, so he quickly summoned some skeletons in front of them. Things were really starting to lose control now. There were some who were afraid of getting hurt. Some were already aware that this situation couldn't be calmed, so they all did their things to protect themselves. In the hall room, lightning, freezing elements, and fire was shot everywhere. All kinds of summoned creatures were called out. The red-cloaked wizard was terrified. He didn't think that a major fight would just happen right in front of him. The fight continued for just 10 seconds, however. The class holders didn't think about stopping, but they were all suppressed by the essence the legendary wizards unleashed. When they stopped, they could see that the beautiful floor tiles were crushed. They could also see the food and drinks all splattered on the floor. It was a complete mess. 10 class holders already couldn't get up. Some of them were injured by summoned creatures, while others were accidentally hurt by the spells. Luckily, the regular guests were already on the side and did not participate in the fight for the dishes. No regular people dared to join in, as fighting with these class holders would pretty much just kill them instantly. Wizard Dahlin was floating inside the hall room with a troubled look on his face. This event is over. Those of you who haven't sent your gifts, leave the stuff here and get out immediately. This was definitely not looking good for the Wizard Union. The promotion ceremony was meant for none other than Grandmaster Bennett. But things really went out of control even in the presence of a red-cloaked wizard. This was about as infuriating as it could get. Worse yet, many of the guests were too influential and important to be punished. There wasn't a lot that could be done, so what Wizard Dahlin could do was to just hurry up and end this banquet. Under Wizard Dahlin's suppression, still, a promotion Kai just rose out of one advanced wizard. It was unclear whether Wizard Dahlin helped him indirectly or it had to do with the food that was served. Again, the class holders threw their greedy gazes towards the floor. They didn't care if the food and drinks were on the ground. They would do anything to move to the next rank. Wizard Dahlin didn't want to speak anymore. Get out. The class holders then promptly left. When they left, they decided that, collectively, the first thing that they should do would be to head over to the Golden Castle. They would stay no matter how long the line was. Wizard Dahlin headed back to the side palace. These are some excellent dishes you've got here, Grandmaster Bennett. I didn't think that the banquet would be like this. Abel did not have a happy look on his face. I didn't arrange this, Wizard Dahlin. It was all the Wizard Union. Abel did not agree to use his dishes to serve these guests. He's had similar experiences on the Holy Continent. He knew that his food and drinks had a very special effect, so he was always very careful to keep the number of people accessing his restaurant to a limit. Wizard Hume went in and bowed apologetically. So sorry, Grandmaster Bennett, it's my fault. Abel didn't mind that much, actually. It's all right, really. Actually, Wizard Hume, you just came in on time. Let's just have our meal now. Wizard Dahlin smiled towards Wizard Hume, who was not sure how to reply. It's fine, Hume. Let's just sit for the time being. Wizard Hume bowed to everyone and sat at the seat that was on the very end. Most people didn't really care about what was happening in the main hall room. In a bit, they all started to laugh and chat amongst themselves. Wizard Dahlin was the one who chased the guests away, but that was all on the wizards and not the elves. When the guests left, the elves got one packet of the skin lotion, and the conditioner combined to each and every one of them. They were just beauty products, but since it was Grandmaster Bennett who made them, their price would definitely be a lot more than they actually were worth. Some of the guests didn't know what these potions were for, so some people explained it to them. Of course, the explanations would always be off the point when one hadn't ever tried it on themselves. Only the elves could do justice in describing the effects of these beauty products, since the noblewoman and the female druids had always been using skin lotions and hair conditioners in their everyday lives. By the way, if these two potions weren't the ones that cost the least compared to all the other potions Grandmaster Bennett could craft, the elves would have never sent out these potions as gifts. The ceremony on this day was recorded in the history books. Two main points were noted. One was the birth of the first Grandmaster Alchemist on the Central Continent, while the other was the first ever brawl that took place at promotion ceremony. Because of the chaos that took place, 4 class holders received promotions, 15 class holders were severely injured, and close to 100 were lightly injured. Just like that, after the promotion ceremony ended like a joke, Abel was going back to his everyday life. If there was anything that changed, it'd be that the number of class holders making reservations at the Golden Castle restaurant reached an all-time high. The latest reservation was put in after more than 6 months. All kinds of people tried to make different maneuvers to push themselves to the front of the waitlist. Some of them used connections. Some tried to come in as spectators to learn about the foods that were served. Some just went to spectate the legendary light. There were all kinds of people who were trying this. On the central continent, there were more smaller groups than there were for middle to large groups. Still, Abel was just watching as the light stones inside the warehouse increased bit by bit. Much of the work inside the Golden Castle was for Butler Mayor and his 3 followers to take care of. He was just standing on top of the Starlight defensive circle. He was just using his worship pathway to select a suitable follower to assassinate the preach of the nation of God. Since he was already pretty experienced at doing this, it didn't take him much time to find a knight that had a pretty good fighting ability. Abel went ahead and extended his power of the will onto the knight. Although it was not the same as when he was synchronizing with his contract creature, he could still do a fairly good job at sensing what his follower was experiencing. With that, he used a divine message to command the follower to leave his resilience and ride onto another warhorse to go towards another city. Now that the nation of God had taken control of the teleportation circle, most regular people couldn't get access to the teleportation circle without going through a very strict application process. It was becoming harder than ever for the follower to kill multiple class holders at once, because 5 to 6 would make him exposed immediately to the detection of the sacred knight. Abel had to pick only the followers that were living in the most commutable cities, so they could travel across different towns in a short period of time. Right now, the knight was just riding horses. His mind and body were both completely taken control of by Abel's crystal angelic statue. His heart was full of devotion towards the divine spirit, such that he would push himself to the edge of his life to finish any mission that was assigned to him. Abel was just having his rest right now. He was quite bored, so he would use his worship pathway to enjoy the scenery of the nation of God through the vision of his followers. While he was enjoying the view that was looking very different from that of the central continent, he realized that the sky he was looking at seemed to have changed a bit. The knight he was possessing seemed to have noticed as well. He raised his head and Abel that the guardian wings, although it hadn't been moving the entire time it was there, were now flapping its wings. For anyone living inside the nation of God, this was about as strange as seeing the sun rising out west. The shock was actually too great. It was destabilizing the knight Abel was possessing and the worship pathway. Abel thought to himself, something went off with the nation of God. They lasted for 30 seconds. Like before, the wings were just going back to normal. Abel didn't know if something similar happened before, but he realized that the changes were affecting his crystal angelic statue completely. In his sense, he noticed that apart from followers that were looked after directly by his preachers, a third of his followers were lost in a matter of 30 seconds. This had a lot to do with how impure the faith of these followers was. Most of them weren't devoting their worship to the demon from beyond nor the guardian wings for various reasons. For the demon of beyond, its inactivity had already made most of them pay little to no attention to it. For the guardian wings, since it was a being that was so ingrained into the everyday lives of those who lived inside the nation of God, care for it was already in the state of being too much that it was numb. When a lot of the followers were worshipping, they would often have no image to visualize. They would most often pray while visualizing the demon from beyond inside their heads. Originally, the worship power that was generated from this method of prayer would also belong to the guardian wings and the demon from beyond. This was under the premise that the crystal angelic statue was not there so that it was taking some of the worship power away. Anyways, the guardian wings just started moving today. Although it was just for 30 seconds, that was already enough to change the beliefs of many worshippers. Technically, praying to the guardian wings wasn't so different from praying towards the demon from beyond, but the number of followers Abel had lost control of was already up to a third of his total number. Since he still had his mission to complete, he could only bear the loss and continue possessing his followers. The change happening was influencing much more than what Abel knew. On the front line, while Wizard Larking and Wizard Luke were exchanging some of their thoughts on training, they suddenly stood up and teleported themselves out of the room. Wizard Larking said with a serious look, "It's about to wake up, isn't it?" Wizard Luke also looked very serious. The wings were probably causing some sort of indirect effect. There should still be a while before it wakes up. They didn't say the name of the demon from beyond. This was to pay their respect to the great being that was their worst enemy. Wizard Larking shook his head. Let's just report this and see what the higher-ups have to say. They were legendary wizards, but this was really out of their control. Wizard Luke sighed. The peace we've had for several thousand years now is about to end very quickly from the look of things. Wizard Larking sighed as well. Yeah, just when we're hoping that our strength would increase over the several decades. Wizard Luke thought about Grandmaster Bennett. Well, at least we have Grandmaster Bennett. His presence is already doing all of us a great favor. Maybe it's time to increase the reward. Grandmaster Bennett doesn't seem to be interested in 10,000 low-tier lightstones for every mission. It had been some days since Grandmaster Bennett had his promotion. Still, Abel did not accept any of the missions that were assigned specially for him. The wizards didn't bother to push him because they didn't want to cause any drama. Things would be very difficult if they got on Grandmaster Bennett's wrong side, especially when he was the only producer of many types of potions. Wizard Larking smiled and spoke. Should we just increase the number of light stones then? Now that we've got this many inside the warehouse, let's just give whatever amount Grandmaster Bennett wants. If 10,000 is not enough, make it double. I don't think people would object to that as long as the potions are there. The Wizard Union did have the biggest collection of light stones on the central continent. For just Wizard Luke and Wizard Larking, since they've been on the front line for so long, they've stored hundreds of thousands of low-tier lightstones over the past few centuries. Combined with the ones the other wizards collected, it could even be said that the Wizard Union contained several million in total. None of them went to the continent, as the wizards would use them purely for their own promotions. Due to the quality of the light stones, the progress of many wizards had been fruitless when they tried to use them for their own training. So, instead of using it for themselves, they decided to use the light stones as a reward for when they were handing out gifts. That's why the number went up so much inside the warehouse. Wizard Luke didn't know what to say. Let's just report the change of the Guardian Wings. I'll be back to change the reward. The knight Abel possessed was captured by the Sacred Knights after the 4th successful assassination mission. At the very last moment, he ordered the knight to commit suicide to hide away all the tracks. As immoral as this seemed, the knight was not Abel's to begin with. Also, apart from towns that Abel's preachers were directly in charge of, it could even be said that all the followers inside the nation of God were not real followers. There was no hypocrisy in removing the followers, as most followers weren't even that faithful to begin with. If anything, Abel cared a lot more than he was earning 4 new heritage books with the cost of 1. He was also worried about the change that was taking place at the Guardian Wings, just like the many others. He was worried that maybe the demon from beyond would wake up soon. Given his current strength, if the demon from beyond was to take up, he would have had no ways of fighting back if it decided to go after him. He could go hide inside the dark world, but he couldn't stay there forever. The only one he was looking at, he should just increase his power. At night, he had been extra tenacious in his fight with the hell creatures of the Fire River. Because of this, the progress he was making in 10 days was actually the equivalent of the results of 20 days. By this point, the demon from beyond was already hanging on top of his head. He had no other way except to boost his own power with all that he's got. On the second morning on the central continent, he would head back to have his breakfast inside his dining room. When he was about to brew his potions, he heard the sound of the research spirit. The research spirit reported, "Wizard Hume is waiting for you inside the guest meeting room, Master." Abel didn't seem to know what Wizard Hume was doing, so he just passed through the short-distance teleportation circle and went over there. As soon as he went, he could see that Wizard Hume was busy taking steps back and forth. He seemed to be quite worried. Wizard Hume bowed. "So sorry to bother you in the morning, Grandmaster Bennett." Abel could see that something was up. "Anything in particular today, Wizard Hume?" Wizard Hume bowed. "I've got a very urgent order I need to make, Grandmaster. Can I just get some light recovery potions and mana potions?" Abel was confused. "Why are you in such a rush for these? What happened?" Before, Abel's been supplying all these potions every month. These were actually the potions he produced the most. Wizard Hume was very open. "I'll be honest with you. Something abnormal happened to the Guardian Wings of the Nation of Evil. The Wizard Union has been trying to clear off the resource points on the front line, But as you know, since Wizard Dahlan was poisoned, we've got all the potions stored used up very quickly. We've been low lately. We don't have enough to keep fighting on the front line, let alone in a full-scale war. Wizard Hume would have never been this open if it was in front of other people. Still, Abel's current status was the honorary elder of the Wizard Union. There was no point keeping an operation this big from him. As a matter of fact, Wizard Hume was gathering up law-defying wizards since yesterday to join the front line. Still, a lot of the class holders did not know about the specifics as of yet. All this time, the Wizard Union had known about how far the Nation of God's intelligence network ran on the central continent. If the Nation of God was to learn about the operation this time, things could get very troubling. Abel pretended that he didn't know. What, the Guardian Wings? You mean that of the Nation of Evil? Very quickly, Abel calculated the number of potions he had on hand and made a decision. Abel asked Wizard Hume, I have 2,000 bottles of power potion and 2,000 bottles of mana potion. Do you think this is enough? Wizard Hume was very pleased. Thank you so much, Grandmaster Bennett, this is more than enough. After receiving a mission yesterday to supply resources to a major war that was fought on the front line, Wizard Hume was starting to get a bit troubled. Before, it was very easy to prepare the amount, even if Grandmaster Bennett wasn't here to make extra. But after Wizard Dahlan used up all the super healing potions, there was not enough inside the warehouse to supply even 10 people. No one was using the regular healing potions at this point. If Grandmaster Bennett weren't here to make more super-level potions, no one would feel confident enough to go on the battlefield. Abel's decision was made him a lot more relaxed. 2,000 bottles of the power potion and 2,000 bottles of the mana potion. The number was enough for a major war. Wizard Hume had a full smile. I'll make sure to pay you quickly enough, Grandmaster Bennett. Abel laughed and refused. The Wizard Union fights for the continent, Wizard Hume. There's no way I'm receiving payment for this. It wasn't like Abel was trying to be humble. Rather, he was really desperate to do everything in his power to delay the demon from beyond from making any move. Wizard Hume stood up and bowed. I'll make sure to let all the class holders that are participating. That's the last I can do. On the Howling Castle, which was located on the front line, there were more law-defying wizards gathered up than the Wizard Union expected. It all had to do with the rewards that the Wizard Union provided. They've been providing a series of rewards as soon as they sent out the command. Of course, in this particular mission, the kill counter could be directly transferred into the rewards that were offered. Those included legendary items that could aid with promotion, treasures that could be used to boost wizards, and potions that could recover broken limbs. Among them, the ones that could let the class holders go mad would be the 4 recipes that could prolong one's life expectancy. These recipes were what captured the attention of the law-defying wizards the most, and yes, they were the same bunch as the ones Abel got out of a vegetative state. Although they all had just 60 years added to their life, their fighting experiences marked each and every one of them to be veterans on the battlefield. For the rewards that were provided this time, they were willing to give it their absolute best. Life-prolonging potions of the same rank could only be consumed once, but 4 types of potions could, together, at least one law-defying wizard's lifespan by 200 years. If there was a total of 200 years, these law-defying wizards would always have the motivation to fight harder. Now that they knew that Abel could help them get treated, they now knew that they could just go to Abel again if they had the recipes and ingredients for the other life-prolonging potions. Wizard Hume looked towards these law-defying wizards. Quiet, everyone. There were just too many law-defying wizards today. Some of the advanced wizards and the other class holders had to stay out, so it was just these ones inside the hallroom. Wizard Hume was keeping everyone silent to listen to him. Wizard Hume got loud. Today, the Wizard Union has called every one of you here for the greatest warfare that's fought on the front line since the last several thousand years. Our target is the resource point of the Nation of Evil. Take as many resources as you can. The other law-defying wizards had guessed so as soon as they arrived. Still, they were quite surprised to hear that this was the biggest war that was fought in several thousand years. Some of them got excited because of this. Others were not so keen. The bigger the scale was, the bigger the danger was, and the more reactive the Nation of God was going to get. Missions and wars were 2 different things. While law-defying wizards would rarely suffer any casualties during a mission, death was very commonplace in a war. Wizards were always known to prioritize their lives before anything else, which was why the thought of going to war made so many of them wanted to leave. Wizard Hume continued, "Everyone. Do you know why the Wizard Union has gotten out so many rewards this time? It's simple. This war is too important. If you don't want in, you can leave now." No law-defying wizards here would just leave. They weren't stupid. Leaving would mean that the Wizard Union would block their access to resources permanently. Wizard Hume continued, "Everyone, for this particular operation, Grandmaster Bennett has provided, for free, 2,000 bottles of the power potion and 2,000 bottles of the mana potions to ensure your safety out there. I do hope that you don't ruin his goodwill." As they heard that Grandmaster Bennett provided so many potions this time, all the law-defying wizards became very excited. They understood one thing clearly. As long as they didn't die, no matter how badly they were injured, Grandmaster Bennett's potions would always keep them healing and eventually bring them to full health. They didn't say anything in return because, sometimes, gratitude wasn't supposed to be expressed with words. Wizard Charlie was a rank 24 wizard from the Lightning Clan. He was one of the law-defying wizards that Abel rescued from a vegetated state. The 100 bottles of the power potion inside his portal bag was a very significant indication of how good the relationship between the Lightning Clan and Grandmaster Bennett was. This was just a fraction of how much Grandmaster Bennett was handing out to the Lightning Clan, by the way. All the dozens of the Lightning Clan wizards that came here had the same amount in their own portal bags, which was why they felt so confident to search for the other 4 life-prolonging potions. So there were about 15 resource points that they had to fight over at the Nation of God's resource points. They all had quite a distance from the Nation of God. On average, 20 to 30 law-defying wizards would be deployed to attack each resource point with some backup reinforcements. In total, nearly 400 law-defying wizards were asked to be in this particular operation. In addition, the barbarian warriors that were called from the Battlesong Plateau and the archpriests from the Crazy Heart Valley also were composed to form the unit required for this operation. Of course, given how the Lightning Clan wizards were so powerful themselves, they were specially told to work on their own. With that, 16 Lightning Clan wizards brought 200 advanced wizards, 1 barbarian warrior, and 10 archpriests to head towards 1 resource point. As they went towards their target, Wizard Charlie brought the team and marched forward as carefully as they could. There wasn't anything that could mark their traces. Once they were 5 miles away from the resource point, they stopped for an assembly. Wizard Charlie commanded, "I want the archpriests to bring out their summoned creatures. After that, the barbarian warrior will add buff to everyone." The 10 archpriests called out their skeletons, metallic stone monsters, claystone monsters, and all kinds of other summoned creatures. As for the barbarian warrior, he used a scream, combat system, and command to add stats to all the class holders and summon creatures. Wizard Charlie took out a magic item that served as a timer to wait for the right time to come. This time, it was arranged that 15 targets would be attacked at the same time. This was a number that even Wizard Charlie hadn't seen in all his very long life. There were 400-something law-defying wizards and near 5,000 advanced wizards, 10-something barbarian warriors, and 100-something archpriests. They had to be as scary as they could be. By the way, among the 400 law-defying wizards, about half were ones that Grandmaster Bennett recovered from a vegetated state. If Grandmaster Bennett wasn't helping this time, even if the Wizard Union was to initiate forced conscription, they still wouldn't be able to get all this number here all at once. As for the Central Continent, right now it was just rank 21 law-defying wizards that were staying on post. They had absolutely no right to appear on the front line. Wizard Charlie revealed the plan this time. "The time has come. I want the advanced wizards and archpriests to stay. The same for the barbarian warriors. The 15 law-defying wizards and I will be the first to break the defense, and once that's done, everyone else comes in following our lead." As a matter of fact, Wizard Charlie didn't think that much was going to happen in this operation. They just had too many on their own side, and given from his understanding of the Nation of God, they were not going to send more than 5 Mad Knights to 1 resource point. They might also have an addition of 1,000 Sacred Knights, including some mid-lower tier ones, but a sneak attack like what they were about to do should suffice. According to Wizard Charlie, the 16 law-defying wizards might just be enough to wipe out the entire place. They just had to be fast so that the nation of God couldn't send in any reinforcements. It was not like they've never attacked resource points before, by the way. While the targets were very limited, the Wizard Union did have an unspoken agreement with the nation of God to take the resources as much as possible from each other. This was really so that the powerful ones could strengthen their powers faster. Originally, this was going to keep happening, but what happened to the Guardian Wings was making the Wizard Union want to give up on training their soldiers. What the Wizard Union wanted to do now, instead, was to limit the number of units of the battlefront so they could drain out as much energy out of the Guardian Wings as possible. The mission was only started with the right amount of strategic instructions. Wizard Charlie nodded towards his 15 Lightning Clan comrades, who were all previous in vegetated states. Yes, they were all here for the life-prolonging ingredients. It was the reason that they joined to be hitting the exact same resource point. They were doing it so that when they were distributed the rewards, they would get to keep more to themselves instead of having to share with a large group. Wizard Charlie called out, "Action!" Amidst the 16 white lights, the 16 law-defying wizards arrived at the front of the resource point in just 10-something seconds. 32 streaks of the lightning chains hit the defensive circle. All the sacred knights were shaken awake, enemy incoming. The reaction of the Mad Knights was extremely quick. Even though the 16 law-defying wizards had been acting very quickly, all it took was 2 lightning chains for a counterattack to take place. It wouldn't take that much time for the law-defying wizards to activate 2 lightning chains in a row, and according to Wizard Charlie's estimation, all it would take were 6 lightning chains to break through the defensive circles completely. Given that there were 16 law-defying wizards activating the lightning chain 6 times each, that would be a total of 200-something times. Yes, all of them were activating the spells with both of their hands. As soon as they activated up to 2 lightning chains, a freezing ripple appeared amidst the fort and rushed towards the 16 law-defying wizards. This was the effect of the Mad Knight using the sacred freezing. Still, because of how rushed it was, and how it was cast by 2 Mad Knights that were just on patrol, the attack power was nowhere close to matching the same level as when 1,000 sacred knights were forming the battle formation. From what these 2 Mad Knights understood, the 16 law-defying wizards should have dodged with teleportation as soon as they were shot. With the freezing ripple, that was how wizards should fight, with cowardly and cunning methods. Wizard Charlie had a resolute look on his face. He did not send any commands, and nor did the 15 law-defying wizards with him doing anything. All of them were fending off the attacks with their freezing armors and energy barriers. No, they did not stop casting the lightning chains. Wizard Charlie knew very clearly himself. Although they had an overwhelming advantage over the Mad Knights that were within the fort, as long as these Mad Knights were prepared to get more of them to make a battle formation, it would be much more difficult to break through the fort's defensive circle. Because of this, Wizard Charlie chose to not dodge. He chose a very rare form of responding, which was to just try to hold against the sacred freezing. Of course, he wouldn't be doing this without the power potion on him. Due to the many resources on the front line, the standards for constructing the forts just became a whole lot higher. This was especially the case for the defensive circle, as they were made with rare materials that would make them surpass what would normally be used on the continents. In most cases, the only way to break through the defense of the fort was to attack nonstop until there was no barrier in place. This time, however, what the wizards were launching was a surprise attack on a massive scale. They got enough numbers to attack one spot, so they wouldn't have to worry that they'd be so slow that the nation of God would be able to call reinforcement. Wizard Charlie didn't care. As long as there, he wouldn't die. The defense of the fort would just be broken through. The impact of the sacred freezing was rushing towards the 16 law-defying wizards. The defensive spells on them were all starting to get dimmer, and they were all starting to move slower as the ice frost started getting harder on their bodies. The 16 law-defying wizards didn't care, though. Their casting speed was not affected. They could still cast spells. They would cast spells with both of their hands to launch a third wave of the lightning chain. Soon, a fourth wave was activated. The Mad Knight screamed, "Formation! These wizards are insane. There are 16 of them just here, They are trying to have a full-scale war with us. The trained knights were already gathering up to form a battle formation. The one that just shouted wasn't looking so good. The appearance of 16 wizards was making him very uncomfortable. He had never seen so many of them all in one location, and this location they were at was a pretty important resource point. They did have 6 mad knights inside to defend, but that was just not going to match 16 law-defying wizards. Also, it was never seen before that a law-defying wizard would just go defend against sacred freezing. It could be said that the shock wave of the sacred freezing was once every second. As long as the attack could be initiated non-stop, being affected was always guaranteed. Although the attack damage of the sacred freezing wasn't so high, it did possess the slowing effect and the freezing element damage. It wouldn't feel good to get hit by it, that was sure. Meanwhile, the 16 law-defying wizards were already launching their 5th wave of the lightning chain. They just received 2 sacred freezing hits. Each and every one of them was injured to some degree. Half of them had frost on their bodies. Their faces paled as their body temperature dropped significantly, but they gritted their teeth to continue casting the lightning chain. Wizard Charlie said, "Last hit." At the same time, a streak of sacred freezing that was much stronger than the previous wave was hit. The 6th lightning chain was also activated. As soon as the lightning chain was unleashed, the shockwave of the sacred wave was also hitting the 16 law-defying wizards. 10 of them had their defensive spells destroyed immediately. Their bodies were sent flying by the hit. The Mad Knight couldn't believe it. Are they fine with dying? He never remembered seeing law-defying wizards like these. It was almost like they were risking their lives just to break through the defensive circle faster. If there weren't 16 of them, actually, the Mad Knight might just come out to fight them on his own. Something even more shocking happened. Whether it was the severely injured wizards or the ones that were just slightly injured, they all came back to full health after they drank a potion. They were just coming back to hit the circles like nothing ever happened. The Mad Knight screamed, "Get out and fight." Soon, the defensive circle would be destroyed. There wouldn't be much of a use for the fort then. Also, given how little space there was inside the fort, that was definitely going to affect how the formation of the Sacred Knight was going to turn out. Of course, he wasn't going to believe that the law-defying wizards would just fight inside the fort. The fort was too narrow, so the chance of them injuring themselves was actually very high. Before the gate of the fort was open, the 16 law-defying wizards teleported inside the battle fort and activated their lightning chains. Wizard Charlie was just inside the battle fort. He didn't care if there were any sacred knights nearby. There were several dozen middle-high tier sacred knights near him, but as soon as he went in, he was already reactivating the defensive to defend against any melee attacks. What he needed to do was to intercept the Mad Knights from activating their spiritual Kai light rings. Otherwise, they would have had to keep themselves going with the potions. It was not difficult at all to focus on the 6 Mad Knights that were among the thousands of sacred knights. The 16 law-defying wizards were locked onto them almost immediately. 32 streaks of the lightning chain drowned them to death without much time at all. Of course, the 16 law-defying wizards were receiving counterattacks at the same time. These attacks included sacred freezing and some attacks from the sacred knights that were nearby. 5 of the law-defying wizards had weak defenses, so they were quickly injured by the attacks of the advanced sacred knights. 2 wizards were actually fainted by the shield attacks, but the freezing armor did respond quickly enough to prevent the advanced knights from advancing. While the freezing armors did not receive a buff from the command freezing, the counter hits of the command ice bolts could still help the law-defying wizards face the advanced sacred knights. Again, the injured law-defying wizards would recover their wounds by consuming the power potion. They would then continue to launch their lightning attacks. It really showed how scary the lightning wizards could be. The 6 Mad Knights rescued the spirit lightning ring to protect themselves, but the light ring could only reduce some of the lightning attack power and not the side effects. Very quickly, they lost the ability to continue fighting after having their entire bodies zapped. At the same time, 200 advanced wizards were bringing 10 orc priests, along with the summoned creatures of these orc priests, to teleport inside the battle fort. A very messy fight was what took place next. The law-defying wizards were attacking a bunch of sacred knights every single time. Even under the protection of the rescue spirit Kai light ring, the advanced knights would not be able to last after 2 or 3 hits. It was even worse for the middle-low tier knights, as they would just die immediately. The sacred knights started going into a frenzy. They continued to charge to attempt killing the wizards. They were not targeting the law-defying wizards because law-defying wizards were too strong for them. Due to the difference in their levels, these knights didn't even dare to get close to the law-defying wizards. They had no way to resist the presence of law-defying wizards without assistance from the battle formation. Wizard Charlie brought 5 of his law-defying wizards to hold against the attacks of 6 Mad Knights. The Mad Knights were just too powerful. They were still holding on even when they lost the ability to retaliate. However, death was very imminent for them. They could only make a last stand in a very futile manner. The archpriests continued to cast an aging curse, which greatly reduced the charging speed of the sacred knights. The summoned creatures of the orc priests would split up and act as meat shields in front of the advanced wizards to defend against attacks of the knights. Still, there were a lot of sacred knights, so, again, the wizards had very limited spots to dodge, as many of them were accidentally hit by the attacks as they tried to cast the instantaneous movement. The sacred knights would get their way and slay them down. Streaks of soul lights would rise up the fort. Each one would represent the death of a figure of at least advanced ranking. Wizard Charlie stopped casting any lightning chain after 5 minutes. He drank another bottle of the mana potions. He had drunk 20 bottles by now. Without doing this, he would have not been able to keep up on unleashing the potions. He was starting at the fort. 6 Mad Knights had fallen. There were only 10-something sacred knights remaining inside the fort, and they were all trying to resist as hard as they could. My honor is my life. Among the remaining 10 sacred knights, the one that was leading had several wounds on him. His left arm was already gone, and it was just his right hand that was holding onto the long sword as he was screaming. The sacred knights behind him were forming a smaller circle. The wizards that were several times more powerful than them were already reactivating charge. No, Wizard Charlie shook his hand and activated the lightning chain in his hand. Following that, 2 streaks of lightning chains jumped around the sacred knights and killed them. The advanced knights dropped on the ground as lights flashed out of them. During this time, on one side of the fort, a white light was flashing across the teleportation circle. An advanced knight was just teleporting over here. The first thing he saw when he came here was the piles of corpses on the ground and the streaks of soul light that were rising up. He didn't leave again through the teleportation circle, because he knew that the time needed for him to activate it was more than enough for the wizards to kill him. Actually, he was just a scout, as long as he was not sending any messages back to the nation of God. There just wouldn't be any more reinforcements. In a sense, his mission was already completed. My honor is my life, he screamed, then charged towards the wizards nearby. Amidst the countless spells that were unleashed, his charge became a soul light before he was even halfway done. Wizard Charlie felt something complicated as he watched these Mad Knights. All it took was 5 minutes for the fight to end today. The enemy reinforcement never came because they just had too many on their sides. More importantly, they were changing the method that they were fighting. They were going from the original guerrilla tactic to a more stationary, on-post strategy. Basically, as the law-defying wizards continued to launch highly concentrated hits in one specific location, they were able to bring down the entire enemy squad just by remaining in one spot. Of course, this could only be accomplished with the potions that the wizards were bringing with them. Wizard Charlie ordered loudly, "Reset the teleportation circle. Connect to the teleportation circle of the Howling Castle. Let them know how far we're progressing." An advanced wizard came over as he did some operation on the teleportation circle. Charlie looked towards an advanced wizard from the Lightning Clan. "How are the losses on our side?" Things were quite chaotic inside the battle fort. As there were just so many soul lights flying out everywhere, it was very difficult to tell which ones belonged to advanced wizards or which ones belonged to the advanced sacred knights. The advanced wizard spoke. "We lost 23 advanced wizards, Master. There are 57 that were injured." Wizard Charlie spoke. "Treat the ones that were injured." As a matter of fact, as long as they were wizards of the Lightning Clan, all the wizards that were participating in the mission would get their own power potions distributed by the Lightning Clan. This was not including the power potions of the Wizard Union. Those would only get to the law-defying wizards, although the advanced wizards didn't really suffer that much because of it. Only one advanced wizard died instantly because he didn't even get to use the power potion. Still, for an assault like this, the benefits really outweighed the losses for these wizards. Wizard Hume reconnected to the teleportation circle. He immediately sensed a vicious battle as soon as he arrived at the resource point. However, he soon let out a breath of relief. There were 6 white soul beams, which meant 6 elite-rank professionals had died, and they were all holy knights. The Lightning Clan was doing fine. The operation was quick. There was no way the Wizard Union could make a move on 15 resource points at once if Abel had not revived so many law-defying wizards. As for elite wizards, the Wizard Union could move a lot of them at once, since they did not need to retreat for a long time like law-defying wizards. Wizard Charlie, the Lightning Clan really are the quickest. Wizard Hume smiled and said, "Wizard Hume, how are the other 14 resource points?" Wizard Charlie asked. "Yeah, they are still battling," Wizard Hume nodded. His gaze turned to the castle. He saw the wizards taking their rewards from the dead bodies, and a few elite wizards began to set up a new protection circle. "Wizard Charlie, I will organize some men here to take over and calculate your accomplishments. If you are willing, you can exchange credit resource points with the light stones." Wizard Hume continued to smile. "I'm sorry, Wizard Hume, but we already decided to give those light gems to Grandmaster Abel. If he didn't give us the potions, we wouldn't have been able to do this," Wizard Charlie explained. "Haha, I think Grandmaster Bennett will love your gift." Wizard Hume would do the same. He knew very well about the trades of the Wizard Union. Wizard Hume connected them to the Howling Castle, and a team of elite wizards arrived through the teleportation circle to take over. "Wizard Hume, since our mission is finished, do you want us to support the other teams?" Wizard Charlie wouldn't miss a chance to get easy resources like this. Although they had the least amount of law-defying wizards, he was still worried if the longevity potion the Wizard Union would give out was enough for all. 16 law-defying wizards in their team to distribute. If they helped the others, they might be able to get more. Of course, this was also because they still had some mana potions and power potions to ensure their safety. "Wizard Charlie, you still have to guard this area for some time." The Wizard Union made sure that each team had more than enough power to take down the knights. "If you want more rewards, just wait for the next mission." Wizard Hume was still smiling. Wizard Charlie nodded helplessly. It made sense, since too many law-defying wizards were sent out. The Lightning Clan was the fastest, but they were not the most powerful. "Wizard Charlie, I'll leave you here now. I still have 2 more resource points to check." Wizard Hume bowed and left. After another hour, all 15 battles were finished. The Holy Kingdom immediately sent out support, but with so many powerful wizards attacking 15 resource points at once, their teleportation circle was broken before those holy knights even arrived. The Holy Kingdom was completely caught off guard. The Wizard Union had broken their long years of power, balance, and unleashed an all-out war. The Saint of the Holy Kingdom Palace's face sank as he continued to read reports. "What, all 15 resource points are gone?" the Saint yelled. He was stunned. The scale was catastrophic. The inventory of the Holy Kingdom had already taken a hit ever since they lost the Holy Portal bag, and now it was reaching a critical state. "Mr. Saint, we sent out support to 12 resource points, but they were quickly killed as well. As for the other 3, we were disconnected before we could even react." A mad knight bowed. Since the Holy Kingdom had been battling in the front line for thousands of years, they had a polished system of making sure they had enough support to distribute around. However, it was because of this they had underestimated the power of wizards. On top of that, the spying network the Holy Kingdom always prided themselves on also failed to alert them. The Wizard Union is planning for a full takeover in the front line, and their target is... The Saint's face suddenly turned pale. He turned to the map of the front line on the war, which they spend countless years of effort to sketch out. He pinpointed the 15 resource points he lost on the map and thought about the strange behavior of the Guardian Wings earlier. He knew the strange behavior of the Guardian Wings meant his god was about to reawaken. This, at least, made up for the decrease in faith and the sudden rise in chaos in the kingdom. However, the Wizard Union attacked right after Guardian Wings moved. It was hard to miss the connection between them. The Wizard Union no longer wants to lose in the front line, he thought to himself. Give up all the small resource point. immediately and guard up these 10 resource points with all mad knights. The saint pointed at the map and said and pointed at the map. The Holy Kingdom still had 30 remaining resource points, but the 10 they wanted to guard were all 2 miles from the Holy Kingdom. Although the knights couldn't understand why the saint decided to make such a big decision and give up 20 resource points at once, they still wouldn't disobey. Yes, Mr. Saint, the mad knights bowed. Soon the saint was left alone in the temple, once again looking at the map. Meanwhile, Wizard Charlie received another mission. "Gather, we're about to fight again," he yelled. Abel's potion really came in handy. Unless his wizards were killed in one strike, they would be able to recover to top conditions regardless of their injuries. 200 wizards, 10 archpriests, and a group of barbarians disappeared from the castle in a flash and appeared in front of the Lightning Clan. Their target was a little resource point 20 miles from them. Since the Holy Kingdom was already aware of their moves, the following battles might be much more violent. Taking over a little resource point with 2 mad knights was initially an easy task, but it would be a different story if the Holy Kingdom was alerted and sent out their support. Although penetrating the castle moments ago looked simple, there was no way those law-defying wizards could do so if the 200 elite wizards and the 10 priests did not counteract the close body attacks of the knights. Wizards were not the best in defense. Once their shield was broken, even normal holy knights would be able to injure them. Wizard Charlie looked around. He wondered how many wizards would be able to come out alive in the following battles. 20 miles were nothing for wizards who knew how to move. In a flash, soon they saw a castle on a mountain appearing in front of them. The law-defying wizards exchanged gaze. Taking down the protective shield of a castle of that size would take at least 3 rounds of lightning attack. They didn't want the elite wizards to sacrifice their lives for no reason. Elite wizards could not withstand the energy of a mad knight, so they would in fact be a drag to the law-defying wizards. "Let's do this the old way," Wizard Charlie lowered his voice. The priests summoned their summons once again, as the barbarians enchanted the abilities of the team with their roar. Wizard Charlie and the other 15 law-defying wizards flashed again and arrived in front of the castle, but they quickly came to a halt. There was no protection shield. In fact, there wasn't even any defense. There were 0 knights, just an empty castle. "Go in," Wizard Charlie lowered his voice. He appeared in the courtyard in a flash and saw some leftover goodies. Seemed like the knights had abruptly retreated. "You guys can come in as well," he said to the elite wizards outside. The wizards and the priest flashed in as well. The priest unleashed their skeletons and let them roam around. Skeletons had a special ability to detect enemies. There were no holy knights around. "Report to the Howling Castle," Wizard Charlie commanded. They wouldn't get many rewards in situations like this. Soon, Wizard Charlie got a reply from the Howling Castle. All the small resource points were empty. Wizard Charlie and his team then waited for the Howling Castle to send wizards over for a takeover. Afterward, they returned to the Howling Castle with disappointment. All the other teams were looking quite good. It seemed like they all got a decent amount of rewards. As the law-defying wizards gathered in the hall, Wizard Hume pointed at a map on the wall. "Everyone, I will thank you all for your bravery on behalf of the Wizard Union. We have taken over large amounts of resource points, as well as taking down many knights from the evil kingdom with minimal sacrifice." Wizard Hume laughed. Their operation was smooth, but of course, it was only because the rewards the Wizard Union offered were too attractive. When it came to who deserved the most rewards, it was none other than Grandmaster Bennett. He was the one who resurrected the law-defying wizards. Those resurrected law-defying wizards were all insane in their fighting style. They used the protection spells on their body to directly counteract attacks of knights just to get more spell-casting opportunities and make sure they successfully land a strike on a knight. After all, almost all of them had returned on the verge of death with an abundance of fighting experience. With only 60 years to live, they needed the rewards of the Wizard Union, and they would complete their missions by all means necessary. Wizard Hume couldn't thank Grandmaster Bennett enough for providing them with power potions, which added another layer of security. Initially, the Wizard Union was planning to take over the front line step by step, but the evil kingdom reacted fast and gathered all their forces in these 10 resource points. Wizard Hume pointed at the map. Our next mission is to examine the condition of those resource points. It will not be easy. They know we are looking, so don't risk your lives. After all of you are the most important assets of the Union, Wizard Hume said. He didn't want to lose any law-defying wizards for resource points. Their all-out fighting style would not work as well when the Holy Kingdom retracted their forces. The law-defying wizards exchanged a gaze. Most of them already decided to attack as soon as they understood what they were dealing with. Just like that, 400 law-defying wizards, thousands of elite wizards, hundreds of archpriests, and tens of mad barbarians began to make their way towards the 10 resource points in a flash. Those 10 resource points were scattered around the radius of the Holy Kingdom, and each of them was no more than 20 miles apart. Therefore, destroying their teleportation circle wouldn't make much of a difference. Therefore, it would be very hard to take over once they doubled down on forces. It was also because of the location of those resource points. The Wizard Union could no longer proceed with their plan of attacking the Guardian Wing from the side. As for now, the Howling Castle remained the only place opened for a direct strike. However, it would be suicide without sufficient defense. Not to mention, those 10 resource points had more than enough knights to gang up on any wizard who tried to attack the Guardian Wings. Wizard Charlie was in the front of the team, and he soon saw their target. He immediately knew it would be a rough fight with the energy of more than 30 mad knights. There was also a team of 10, 000 holy knights in a formation by a side. Every law-defying wizard on my command, do not attack, Wizards Hume yelled. Although their team could take down those knights if they went all out, this was only one out of the 10 resource points. With a teleportation circle within the castle, those 30 mad knights could easily turn into 300. The Holy Kingdom was prepared. The wizards could no longer take advantage of their lack of information and strike by surprise. Wizard Hume could not afford to lose too many law-defying wizards. Unlike the Holy Kingdom, there were many places they needed to guard besides resource points, such as the defense wall of Doomsday, for example. With so many newly gained resource points, even 400 law-defying wizards might not be enough in the future. He waved his hand, and a magic circle maker began to set up some temple magic circles. First, a giant protection circle. It was crucial for avoiding surprise attacks. Even if the Holy Kingdom decided to send out mad knights, it would be able to buy time for the wizards to attack. Therefore, each castle in the front line was built on the corpses of countless men. Of course, the giant protection circles used in the front line were also no ordinary protection circles. The material it used was vastly more valuable since it needed to be set up much quicker. That was why you would only see something like that in the front line. Still, setting it up took an hour. During this time, the law-defying wizards kept their eyes out, but the castle in front of them did not attack. The Holy Kingdom had no choice. The wizards were just too strong. Their mission was to guard the resource points, not to take down wizards. Therefore, they could only watch as the wizards set up their defense. Good, Wizard Hume smiled. If the knights were not going to strike, it was time for them to do so. Once the protection circle was ignited, the wizards let out a breath of relief, but the magic circle makers did not stop. Instead, they moved even faster and set up 3 temporary teleportation circles. However, the wizards were confused. What was the point of having 3 temporary teleportation circles? Time passed, and the 3 temporary teleportation circles began to glow. The first group to step out was the dwarves. They did not say anything as they stepped aside for more dwarves to arrive. Wizard Charlie knew those dwarves were not wizards by their scent. They seemed like normal warriors. He was even more confused. However, when he saw the wizard dwarves, and they began to take out huge construction machines, he immediately knew what those warrior dwarves were for. The Wizard Union was about to build their own castles right in front of those 10 resource points. 3 temporary teleportation circles were not enough for large-scale teleportation, and the dwarves began to set up a large teleportation circle after they jumped on their construction machines. As more and more dwarves arrived, they began to set up an even more powerful and stable protection circle. All of a sudden, the 400 law-defying wizards didn't know what to do as they watched the dwarves take out endless amounts of components from Their portal bag. Seems like the Wizard Union had it prepared and gathered those components long ago. All the dwarves needed was to set up a base with their machines and lay the components down one by one. 6 hours passed without any battles. Instead, the front line was bustling with the sound of construction machines. In the end, a huge castle appeared on the spot. With a large teleportation circle, 4,000 extremely skilled dwarves builders were teleported. This was how they could build a castle filled with magic. Patterns in just 6 hours. It was made for the front line, and each component was made with the best material since the budget was not even a consideration. The Wizard Union had a rule. The resource of the front line stayed in the front line. This way, they could make sure they had enough to fight the Holy Kingdom. The Wizard Union had always been researching the construction of castles in secret, and the resources investment was scary. The Mad Knights on the other side were stunned as they saw a castle appear in front of time just like that. They began to regret not disrupting the wizards. But the command they got was still the same: stay on guard. The team of wizards, priests, and barbarians did not leave. Instead, Wizard Hume commanded them to stay. No one had any complaints. This battle was unlike any other. As long as the dwarves continued their construction, they would be able to line up with the defense of other castles in the front line. This way, the Holy Kingdom would not stand a chance if they wanted to take back the resources point. The Wizard Union was in full control of the front line. It was an amazing accomplishment, even though they did not achieve their ultimate goal. Throughout the battle, Abel had been keeping a close eye on the latest news through his headmaster badge of honor. He felt very good about it ever since the start. The Wizard Union had victories with minimal losses. However, as the battle continued, he became disappointed. The 10 resource points around the Holy Kingdom remained intact. Although the Holy Kingdom had already taken a big hit, they still could not do anything to the Guardian Wings inside the Holy Kingdom. The only good thing was that the Holy Kingdom had focused most of its forces on defense. Through his followers, he knew the knights inside the kingdom were moving towards the edge of the walls. This left the center of the Holy Kingdom vulnerable. It was too bad the Wizard Union could not penetrate their defense. If they could, it would be an amazing opportunity to strike. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Was there anyone else other than the Wizard Union who might be able to go through the Guardian Wings? How about his resurrected knights, Mad Knight Bruce or legendary Knight Whale? Abel was a thief. He stole tens of thousands of followers from the Holy Kingdom, with 30,000 of them managed by his own preachers. Although 30,000 was not a lot compared to the overall population of the Holy Kingdom, the demon from beyond would definitely be furious once he found out. Therefore, he wouldn't let the battle drag on. He initially was expecting the Wizard Union to unleash a bloodbath, but it seemed like they were taking a more conservative approach after all. Or maybe they still wanted to maintain a power balance with each other. If the Wizard Union sent out legendary wizards, they could definitely break the defense of those 10 resources points and let the battle progress. Although the Wizard Union had made tremendous progress in the front line and moved their troops forward, the overall dynamic of the situation remained the same. The Holy Kingdom still maintained their sovereignty. Abel couldn't understand why the Wizard Union didn't go all out. Are they really waiting for the day the demon woke up? In reality, the Wizard Union still had no idea how many backups the Holy Kingdom was hiding after so many years of development. The Guardian Wings would only allow their followers inside the Holy Kingdom, and it was dictated by scent. Therefore, the Wizard Union Investigation Department was helpless. Abel decided to give his idea a try. If he could really enter the Holy Kingdom, he would be able to get many more preachers. The power of Godsend, though Izul was almost unstoppable, but it just wasn't quick enough. He was always captured by holy knights after going through a few towns. He could no longer slowly chip away the power of the Holy Kingdom like this. The Guardian Wings had made a move. The demon from beyond could reawaken at any moment. Abel was traumatized by the front line ever since he was chased after by a legendary knight. But with his own resurrected legendary knight beside him as well as his transformation necklace, he regained his confidence. Of course, Abel would enter the Holy Kingdom from the front line with a legendary knight. That was even more dangerous than exposing his own energy. If he exposed his own energy, he would be attacked by the Holy Kingdom. But if he exposed his legendary knight's energy, he would be attacked by the legendary wizards. Abel knew this, because the legendary wizard seemed to have the ability to sense legendary knights. Abel flashed towards the Fire-Tooth battle fort above his hidden starlight protection circle. Fire-Tooth spirit opened the map. He entered the operation room and called. Afterward, a virtual map emerged. It displayed the location of the Golden Castle and the terrains around it. Fire-Tooth spirit, locate the Holy Kingdom, he added. The map began to pan out and the terrains became a blur. Finally, he saw the defense wall of Doomsday and 3 oceans surrounding the Holy Kingdom. Fire-Tooth spirit, can you display the interior of the Holy Kingdom? Abel asked. Master, the Holy Kingdom is tightly guarded by the energy of God. I cannot scan it, the Fire-Tooth spirit replied. Abel was not expecting the Holy Kingdom to be this powerful. The Fire-Tooth was an ancient flying object. Fire-Tooth spirit, levitate, this is our destination. Abel pointed at the ocean connecting to the Holy Kingdom and commanded. Yes, Master, the Fire-Tooth spirit replied. The Fire-Tooth battle fort flew in silence with its energy fully hidden. Not a single wizard around realized Abel's departure. He flew at a normal speed, but it was enough for making his way around the Holy Continent. Finally, I reached the ocean in 2 hours. He gazed at the map again. The front line was already behind him. Since he was still near the shore, there were no sea monsters attacking him yet. It was at that moment Abel transformed into the human wizard Abel. This way, he wouldn't expose himself as Master Bennett even if the Wizard Union or the Holy Kingdom spotted him. As he approached the Holy Kingdom through the ocean, he realized there were actually many more sea monsters in the ocean. Much more powerful as well. There was even a huge one with the power to take down a law-defying wizard. Since sea monsters had a huge advantage in the ocean, they could even go neck to neck with a legendary wizard. They were not something Abel could go against. And he sensed the Fire-Tooth battle fort kept changing direction to avoid their energy. Suddenly, Fire-Tooth battle fort came to a halt when they reached the ocean border of the Holy Kingdom, and scary energy locked him down. Who are you? Why are you entering the ocean? A grand-sounding voice emerged, but it came with a hint of familiarity. Still, Abel was shocked that his Fire-Tooth was noticed. My name is Abel. I was just roaming around and entered the ocean by mistake. He lowered his once, roaming around. This place is forbidden. Suddenly, the voice paused for a moment and continued. You have a faint scent of a dragon hidden by a holy object from the goddess of moon. Please let me confirm your identity. Abel was thinking of escaping with the Fire-Tooth, but at the same time, he knew it was not easy. Most importantly, he sensed a strong familiarity with this voice. He unleashed his energy. In his human form, he possessed the scent of a blue dragon. Little blue dragon, nice flying object. A shadow suddenly emerged in front of the Fire-Tooth battle fort. It was a middle-aged man with faint gold-colored skin and hair in golden armor. Abel knew he was not human in one gaze. His eyes, there was only one being with such gaze, a giant dragon, a golden giant dragon. Golden dragons were the masters of lightning. They had the power to attack anyone with lightning. My prestigious golden dragon, Abel bowed. Haha, my name is Kemble. You are quite good at human manners. You are still training, right? Gold Dragon Kemble laughed and asked. He told Abel his name, which meant he recognized Abel's identity. Yes, the prestigious Kemble, I am training amongst the humans. Abel nodded. Blue Dragon Abel. You were lucky to find a fully intact battle fort. Gold Dragon Kemble looked around and laughed. Yes, I was just a little lucky. Are you guarding this place? The Gold Dragon Kemble wanted to have a little chat. Maybe loneliness had got the best of him. In either case, Abel went along to appease him. Yeah, the Wizard Union is only responsible for guarding the land. We, dragons, are responsible for the oceans. Each of these sea monsters were gathered by me personally. Gold Dragon Kemble nodded. Since Abel noticed some legendary sea monsters, Gold Dragon Kemble must be as powerful as a legendary-level dragon who lived for tens of thousands of years. You could tell how powerful it was by the fact that it stopped the Fire-Tooth and penetrated it with his voice. Since Gold Dragon Kemble was a master of lightning, there was a big chance that it noticed the Fire-Tooth because of the detection energy wave it gave. out when it was monitoring the terrain. As for the reason why Gold Dragon Kemble could reach his voice into the Fire-Tooth battle fort, it was because of his natural power to use teleportation. He was a legendary level figure, after all. These things like this were like a walk in a park. It was at that moment Abel realized the Wizard Union was not the only one protecting this world from the Holy Kingdom, but the dragons out in the ocean as well. With so many sea monsters around, it was no wonder it was difficult for the Holy Kingdom to leave their territory through the ocean. Also, with Gold Dragon Kemble on guard, even a legendary knight might not make it through. The prestigious Kemble, if this ocean is forbidden, then I'll be on my way. Abel knew it was impossible for him to reach the shore of the Holy Kingdom as long as a gold dragon was around. Haha, that rule does not include dragons, but if you want to leave the ancient fort, make sure you unleash your dragon energy so you won't get attacked by sea monsters. Gold Dragon Kemble waved his hand with a smile. Thank you, I will keep in mind. Abel felt his heart lifted. His lost hope was revived once again when he realized the power of his blue dragon identity. Blue Dragon Abel. You were not born in the central continent, right? Gold Dragon Kemble asked again. No, I'm from the Holy Continent, Abel replied. Oh, is that so? But no matter where you are from, please let me know if someone is troubling you. Dragons in the central continent will definitely help you. Dragons are the most united race. We will destroy anyone who dares to harm our fellows. Gold Dragon Kemble pounded his chest and said. Of course, Abel replied, but he was not thinking about asking the dragons for help. There was no need for him to trouble the dragons in his fight for power. Little did he know, even the Wizard Union needed to listen to the dragons in the central continent. The reason why Abel rarely encountered a dragon was that they were all busy fighting for the safety of all continents in the oceans. As soon as the dragons were ordered, they would gather together and form a power far greater than the Wizard Union on the surface. Blue Dragon Abel, I've been guarding this place alone for 460 years. All the professionals who made it through the sea monsters were killed by me. Although some of my colleagues might run into me during their missions, I never really had a chance. I never really had a good chat with another dragon. If you are not in a rush, how about we sit down and have a chat for a while? Gold Dragon Kemble didn't want Abel to go just yet, so he gave Abel an offer. The prestigious Kemble, I almost forgot to treat you. Please have a seat. Abel could take care of his business later, and it wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. The two took a seat in the hall. Of course, Abel would take out the best stuff for a gold dragon. The prestigious Kemble, do you want red wine, rum, or juice? He smiled. I've been drinking wine all my life. It has been hundreds of years since I drank a glass of juice, so please give me one, Gold Dragon Kemble replied. Although he didn't know Abel was known for his wine, his water spirit fruit juice was combined through the Horadric cube as well. Abel took out 2 crystal glasses, poured the water spirit fruit juice into it, and handed a glass to Gold Dragon Kemble with a smile. The nose of a gold dragon was extremely powerful, and Gold Dragon Kemble immediately knew this juice was no ordinary juice. When he poured the juice down his throat, he sensed a wave of freshness washed over him. Blue Dragon Abel, this juice is amazing. It's bad I can't go all out, he sighed. Abel knew what he meant, but he did not reply. Both of them were drinking in human form. What a dragon meant by going all out was drinking in dragon form. Abel saw how it was done in the Holy Continent, satisfying a dragon that took him 10 100-liters barrels of wine. He wouldn't be able to make 10 100-liters barrels of water spirit fruit juice, even if he squeezed all the water spirit fruits in blood more dry. The prestigious Kemble, if you want to go all out, how about some rum? Abel offered. It was a type of Grandmaster wine easier to combine. Blue Dragon Abel, I hope your rum is extraordinary as well. Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. Abel then took out a portal jug and placed it on the table. Gold Dragon Kemble picked it up. To his surprise, there were 20 square meters filled to the brine with rum inside. All of a sudden, the alcoholic in him was unleashed. He no longer cared about his image, and rum began to drip down from the corners of his mouth. But when he sensed the intense aroma of the wine, he couldn't help but catch the droplets with his power of the will as well. I can't waste such good stuff. Gold Dragon Kemble had completely let his guard down. After a few heavy gulps, he finally lowered the portal jug again. Blue Dragon Abel, just call me Dragon Kemble from now on. There's no need to be so polite, we are friends. Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. Dragon Kemble, it's my honor, he smiled. Oh, here is my scale. If you're ever in danger, take it out and I will be on my way to help. Gold Dragon Kemble took out a scale and said. Since he took so much from Abel, he had to return a favor. Since most dragons increase their power with sleep. Young Dragon was almost always weaker and insufficient when it came to protect himself. Although there were methods to speed up their growth, sleeping was often preferred because it took no effort. The dragons would protect their young by all means necessary, but only in their sovereignty. Since Gold Dragon Kemble gave Abel his scale, Abel would have another layer of defense. Thank you, Dragon Kemble, Abel bowed. Although he got a dragon scale from the Holy Continent as well, he was in the Central Continent and could not use it once he left the Holy Continent. No worries, but there I might ask you for more rum after I finish this. Gold Dragon Kemble smiled. They became close friends in a short period of time, and Abel's safety in the Central Continent was secured. He didn't know how powerful Dragon Kemble was, but it must be far greater than the 5 legendary wizards he knew. None of them mentioned the value of that portal jug. It was just a toy to them after all. Abel was very strange as a blue dragon. He was learning human skills, and Gold Dragon Kemble could clearly sense the energy of the goddess of moon and the tree of life on him. But still, Abel was a blue dragon nevertheless. The dragons would not discriminate, especially a young dragon who probably just wanted some hobby to kill time. What Gold Dragon Kemble provided Abel was just an extra safety guarantee. Abel still had to grow himself. Gold Dragon Kemble did not stay for long. In a flash, he vanished from the Fire Tooth battle once again. Fire Tooth Spirit, can't you detect Dragon Kemble? Abel asked in the empty hall. Master, the power of Dragon Kemble is beyond my detection range. If Master wants to increase the detection range, corresponding components will be needed. Fire Tooth Spirit replied. Abel was speechless. Almost all ancient battle forts in the Central Continent were under him already. Yet he never even saw any leveling components. He gazed down at the dragon scale as happiness filled his heart. He was not a real giant dragon, but there was dragon blue running through him. He shouldn't be surprised that he was accepted by the dragons. Unlike other species, the dragons had natural bonds with their fellow dragons. Therefore, even though Abel did not look like a dragon, he had quickly become close with Gold Dragon Kemble with the dense dragon blood within him. Perhaps treating him like a friend was being too presumptuous since their power was leagues apart. But Gold Dragon Kemble really did treat Abel like his friend. This world was too big. Interaction between giant dragons was a big hassle, especially considering their population. Gold Dragon Kemble was very happy to meet Abel, especially since he realized how easygoing he was. Maybe Abel was used to interacting with legends. After all, he did have a legendary knight as summon. It was because of this carefree attitude of Abel, they had a great time together, and there was no need for Gold Dragon Kemble to unleash his energy. It was a rare opportunity. But the dragons would definitely have their dragon jaws dropped if they found out Gold Dragon Kemble was interacting with a young dragon like an equal, not to mention his dragon scale. After all, Gold Dragon Kemble had locked up this ocean all by himself, so you could just tell how powerful he was. Just like wizards, dragons with the ability to control lightning were the strongest. If not, there was no way those legendary sea monsters would dwell around quietly. The dragons had one principle: solve everything with a fight. Gold Dragon Kemble was still in his human form as he flew in the sky with the portal jug in his hand. The idea of transformation back into a dragon didn't even come across his mind, since he would be able to drink up all the rum in one gulp. Then there would be no more to enjoy. He was used to being in human form anyway. What he told Abel was just an excuse. Hey all of you, I have a young dragon roaming around here. Make sure he doesn't get bullied by any sea monsters. If not, I will bully all of you. Gold Dragon Kemble's threatening voice traveled through the ocean to the most powerful sea monsters. The legendary sea monsters helplessly looked up at the arrogant Gold Dragon Kemble. They couldn't afford to disobey a gold dragon. So all they could do was to tell their followers to be careful. Abel unleashed his dragon energy. He trusted Gold Dragon Kemble, so he no longer needed to hide. He too had a legendary summon, so he should be able to escape those legendary sea monsters even if they decided to make a move on him. After a few more hours of flying, the Fire-Tooth Battle Fort finally saw the shoreline of the Holy Kingdom. There was no one on guard. That made sense since they had the guardian wings, and there were no resources to protect around the shore like the front line. Abel looked around and finally landed on the edge of the shore. He sensed the guardian wings protection shield right in front of him. Maybe this place would be fully protected during high tides. Abel had a strange feeling as he walked along the shore. The protection shield in front of him felt oddly friendly. When he examined the origin of that feeling, he realized it was from the crystal angel statue between his eyes. After he confirmed there was no danger, he slowly reached his hand towards the protection shield. He was extremely careful, and his full recovery potions were ready as soon as he got hurt. According to the Wizard Union, the Guardian Wings' protection shield would burn anyone who was not the follower of the demon from beyond and turn them into holy energy for the Guardian Wings. However, as Abel's finger finally made contact with the shield, he did not feel any pain and got attacked. Instead, energy began to rush into his crystal angel statue at an immense rate. It was almost like a roaring river. White light began to flash crazily from the crystal angel statue. Abel felt his heart twitch. He was completely caught off guard. He was expecting a smooth process and only let his Holy Knight summons out once he was in, but instead, he had no idea what was going on. His first thought was to pull his finger out, but to his surprise, it was glued to the shield. He quickly ignited his world stone. It was just as hopeless. The only thing he gained was realizing the energy rushing in was actually pure faith. His finger was stuck like a bug stuck to a spider web. All the struggle was hopeless. Damn it, Abel didn't want to get stuck here forever. He would be dead once someone noticed him. He roared and ignited the dragon transformation. He was no longer afraid of attracting sea monsters, so he could use his most powerful move. His body began to expand and turned into a 1,200-years-old giant dragon with the power nearing a legendary. However, his claw remained stuck at the protection shield. Still, the giant dragon energy, he unleashed shocked gold dragon Kemble from afar. Blue dragon Abel was hiding his power. He is actually a mature dragon. He laughed as he took a sip of rum. He sensed that Abel was viciously twitching around like he was fighting some enemies, but since he did not sense the power of another figure, Abel must have just been playing around. What a big child! Gold Dragon Kemble shook his head with a smile. As long as Abel was safe, he would let him be. Abel helplessly looked at his left hand and finally returned to his human form. What was actually happening? He reached his power of the will into his crystal angel statue and noticed a big storm within it. But instead of raindrops, it was raining in pure faith. At first, there was still some time until the dark gold energy in the crystal angel statue was fully dark gold, but as pure faith kept rushing in, even the floor was starting to turn dark gold. In reality, this rate of progress might take Abel hundreds of years to accumulate, even with his tens of thousands of followers. Abel paused for a moment. He was not getting hurt after all, and it seems like his crystal angel statue wanted to move forward. So, he calmed himself down and let Frankenstein out as a last resort. The Guardian Wings protection shield was formed by the immense faith generated from the Holy Kingdom's followers. It was a super spell cast by the demon from beyond, and it was formed thousands of years ago. This not only protected the demon from beyond, but it also protected his followers. The protected followers would then generate faith for the protection shield. It was a self-sufficient cycle, and over time, it no longer needed the Guardian Wings to give out its own energy. Although the Wizard Union had set up the Howling Castle to drain the power of this protection shield, its scale was still far beyond what the Wizard Union could manage by attacking it on one side only. Abel was frightened by the amount of faith rushing into him, but in reality, it was like a speck of dust for the Guardian in the grand scheme of things. Since Abel's left hand was glued, he couldn't even sit down to have a rest. Just like that, he wailed for a day, and his crystal angel statue was fully dark gold. Suddenly, he sensed that his crystal angel statue wanted to merge with his main soul. Abel was stunned. He wouldn't let something like that happen. He still needed to make his way around the central continent. if his soul actually merged with the crystal angel statue. The Wizard Union might think of him as a man of the Holy Kingdom and make a move on him. He just couldn't afford to let anyone notice Izul's energy within him. After all, there was nothing safer than being a Grandmaster alchemist. But at the same time, he sensed that there was nothing he could do other than chopping his hand off if he wanted to leave. It seemed like the Guardian Wing's protection shield was forcing his soul to merge. If that was the case, then Abel had no choice, not with his main soul but his druid soul. As long as he kept his main soul pure, the druid soul was much easier to hide. He forcefully turned the merging to his druid soul, and strange energy charged into it from the crystal angel statue. All of a sudden, he sensed his druid soul strengthened. Abel could strengthen a soul with his soul potions, but he could never use a soul potion on himself, and it could not be used continuously. That strange energy, on the other hand, was strengthening his druid soul at an impossible rate. In just 10 minutes, his druid soul was even more powerful than his main soul. Luckily, his druid soul had no consciousness, so it could not take over by itself. It could only do so when Abel's main soul had given a signal. Afterward, the crystal angel statue flew out from his forehead and entered his druid soul. It was almost like the sole purpose of his druid soul, after strengthening, was for the crystal angel statue to enter. Since the invisible energy within the druid soul was created by the combination of Death Kai and natural energy, it was already very high in the attribute. Therefore, it remained unaffected despite the large amounts of pure white energy that entered along with the crystal angel statue. Abel couldn't help but fixed his attention on his druid soul. In reality, this was actually a necessary step in the growth of the crystal angel statue. If it did not take in large amounts of faith from the Guardian Wings, or Abel could not break through in time, he might not even achieve this state in the next 10,000 years. On top of that, if the crystal angel statue merged with his main soul, he would no longer be human, he would be an angel. The crystal angel statue was formed by the soul of Angel Tyrell. In its crystallized state, it had the power to resurrect people. However, Angel Tyrell's consciousness had faded long ago, and it was now a part of Abel. Still, the power of resurrection remained. It might have sounded like Abel got a great deal by maintaining his human body, but being an angel was actually far superior even compared to a dragon. Angels existed in the form of pure energy, which was the ultimate goal of all professionals to achieve eternal living. Even a legendary could only exist partly as a form of energy. They still had miles to go compared to an angel. Abel looked into his druid soul and saw the crystal angel statue, but faith continued to rush in like it was nourishing something. Soon, he discovered an embryo, a strange-looking embryo. That embryo was formed by pure white energy. It had a human form with something that looked like wings on its back. Abel immediately knew it was the embryo of an angel. It was growing at an exponential rate as the energy continued to rush in. First, its fingers and toes became more and more defined, followed by its facial features. The capacity of Abel's druid soul was indescribable. Anything that existed in the form of energy could be taken in by it. Therefore, the embryo wouldn't take up much space, even when it grew into an infant. The infant opened its eyes. Charisma shined through in a majestic sparkle. But it was clearly unconscious. Abel had a feeling that this infant was the clear manifestation of his druid soul. If the crystal angel statue combined with his main soul, his entire physical body would end up looking like this. He didn't know how much energy that would take, but it was a scary amount. Even heaven would only resurrect the most important angels with a pure energy body. Most would be given an altered body. There was a big difference between the two. It was very hard for an altered body to make progress. But still, the benefit was that an altered body could maintain the power of the original body before. Alteration without training, it was by far the quicker path. A body created from pure energy, on the other hand, had unlimited potential, but it often started extremely weak, and it needed continuous training to break through. Therefore, the supply of energy was crucial, which even heaven did not have enough for all angels. If the Wizard Union did not make a move on the demon from beyond with the gods, it would have grown into an almighty force of this world. It would definitely be furious if it realized the faith heir. accumulated over thousands of years, was being used up by Abel. Since the druid's soul did not have a body, there was nothing to alter. The only choice it had was to create a new soul. But of course, this would not have happened if Abel had let his druid soul take over his body at the time. But most of all, the Guardian Wing's protection shield did have enough energy to supply it. As energy continued to rush in, the infant turned into a child, and the child grew into an adult. Finally, it looked like a 17 to 18 years old young man. The energy of faith then turned its attention to the young man's wings, which was still the size of half a finger. It expanded and feathers began to emerge. Finally, energy stopped rushing in when his wings were about the same size as Isuel. It was at that moment Abel finally pulled his left hand out of the protective shield. He gave it a little wave, but he was soon attracted by his druid soul. It was tempting to examine his changes, but he needed a safe place to do so, and he wouldn't dare to do it around here. He turned his gaze back to the Guardian Wing's protection shield and carefully reached his hand forward again. This time he penetrated it without any reaction. He followed through with his arms, head, and finally his entire body was entered. He was just like a citizen of the Holy Kingdom. He was still on the shore, but he was already inside the Holy Kingdom. Maybe he was the first outsider who stepped into this soil in the past thousands of years. Immediately, he sensed something different. All this time, he only got a sense of the Holy Kingdom through the passage of faith from his followers, which was nothing compared to being there physically. The first thing he noticed was the wealth of energy around. Not only mana but strange energy that nourished the body as well. No wonder why there were so many knights in the Holy Kingdom. Even the most powerful kingdom in the Holy Continent, his kingdom of St. Ellis, had less than 30,000 knights. A knight required a powerful body, and the Holy Kingdom had that in the environment. Knight training was common in big cities, so there were more than enough for the Holy Kingdom to pick the most powerful ones and turn them into holy knights. The second thing Abel sensed was a strange smell that seemed to make a person more passionate about certain things. A normal person might not notice it, but Abel could with his world stone ignited. Abel had an idea. Maybe it was why the Holy Kingdom had so many loyal followers. Even for those who had not been baptized, they would soon be once they were given a little guidance from a preacher. Abel had experienced this firsthand. Even with 30,000 followers, all of them were extremely loyal to his preachers. Abel no longer wanted to stay, especially after what he had been through. He looked towards the sky. The Guardian Wings had never been so clear. He then turned and smoothly walked out. He put Frankenstein away, flashed back to the fire-tooth battle, and commanded it to return to the central continent. He was burning with curiosity. The first thing he would do after he returned to the Golden Castle was to examine his druid soul. He turned into the elf Grandmaster Bennett again when the fire-tooth battle fort landed, and he flashed into his training room through the short-distance teleportation circle. He opened all the protection and barrier circles and took out a scroll of the town portal to the Dark World's rogue encampment. All of a sudden, he felt invincible. The power of God kept him safe once again. He turned to his druid soul and saw the 18-year-old young angel. Since it did not have consciousness, it remained still like a puppet. Abel took a deep breath and transferred his consciousness to the druid soul. All of a sudden, he was swamped by knowledge. It was like his mind was about to explode. It was at this moment, Abel realized maybe his druid soul had to be strengthened to incorporate this knowledge as well. Even his main soul might break down if it was directly injected with so much information. Unlike other forms of training, obtaining knowledge to progress was exclusive to the angels. Abel did not look into it too much. It was too complicated for him. Instead, he was much more curious towards that young angel's body and his soul. It was made entirely of energy, but it looked like an actual being. If Abel did not witness the process of its creation, there was no way he would believe it. Suddenly, he sensed a strong bond with that young angel body. It was a strange feeling, almost like that body was another body of his. Even being used to multitasking, it was still strange for his power of the will to control two bodies at once. Still, Abel was not afraid. He was a god in the rogue encampment. Everything was under his control. He focused his attention and detached his control from his original body. There was no way he could control two bodies at once without training. He might not even be able to balance himself with 4 eyes and 4 legs. When the angel body sensed his attention, the druid's soul moved aside. His original body began to drop after it lost its consciousness. It was at that moment Abel emerged as a young angel and caught his original falling body with his arms. After he slowly lowered it to the ground, he began to re-examine his young angel body in detail. To his surprise, he sensed his heart pounding and blood running through his veins. It was just like his original human body, even the facial features were identical. The only thing different was the big wings on his back. They were absorbing energy out of thin air to replenish his energy and strengthen his body. At the same time, he felt like legendary night whale. Something was suppressing him from above. If not, he might be able to levitate like a legendary. It was a powerful body, but Abel still had good control as a head commander level knight. A knight's goal was to have a full cover over their body, and Abel had basically reached the end of his knight journey. He clenched his fist, bang. He didn't even attack a target to set off a bang like this, so you could just imagine how powerful he became. He also sensed a strong element resistance in this body. Maybe he would be fine even if large amounts of spells were aimed at him. How powerful could this body be if it was not suppressed by the dark world? At least the power of a legendary knight. On top of that, it was still a young angel. It would become even more powerful with time. Abel was very happy with this angel body. But what about his nether region? Were all angels like this? But he was not planning to use this body to pass on his genes anyway. He wanted to be a real man, as a human or elf. It just felt a little strange to have nothing down below. This angel body was full of big surprises. Although it was made entirely out of energy, it felt and looked just like blood and flesh. He couldn't help but think about Izuel, so he reached his power of the will into the crystal angel statue. Since it merged with the druid soul, it had become half-transparent. Still, Izuel, the legendary knight, the souls of 9 mad knights remained in the space within it. He focused on Izuel since it was an actual angel, but there was a big difference. Izuel's body looked like a cloud of light, not blood and flesh. Maybe it was because his angel body was still at a beginner stage, and it would look like Izuel as it leveled up. Right clothes. Abel wondered why he always felt a little strange during this time because he was naked. Although he was inside the rogue encampment, where even the high elves were not around, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was naked. Just when he wanted to reach into a portal object, he realized there was nothing on him. Everything was still on his human body. However, it was at that moment he sensed a strange dimension from his power of will. There was a space of 100 square meters inside his angel body. He quickly scanned through the angel's knowledge and found his answer. That space was the carrying space of an angel, and his rank dictated its size. 100 square meters was a normal size, but Abel had not even started training yet. It was at that moment he realized once again how blessed he was. As you know, the size of portal bags for most wizards in the central continent was only a few square meters. Even a law-defying wizard might not have won more than 20 square meters. It was such a huge head start, and Abel wouldn't be able to comprehend if he had not experienced it firsthand. Abel was considered a genius by the Wizard Union and the entire central continent. He had a dark world as support as well as a holy object Horadric cube. Yet, even after so many years of battles, he was only a rank 22 wizard. An adult angel, on the other hand, was more powerful than him, even without training. He scanned his holy portal bag on his human body and found some comfortable noble hunting clothes, making him feel safe again. Luckily, the angel body was the exact size of his original human body, so everything fit well. Since his wings were the only things that looked like an actual cluster of energy, it went right through when he put on the clothes. His clothes were unaffected by the wings, but it was also because of this. He realized he couldn't use his wings to fly. Instead, they were used for gathering energy. If the dark world were not suppressing him, his body could levitate by itself as a cluster of energy anyway. After a few hours of testing, Abel truly sensed how mysterious this angel body was. He then gazed back at his old body. It was his real body, nevertheless. But if he could only control one body at once, he could never unleash their full potential. So, before he started his angel training, he would master controlling two bodies at once first. If not, he would be wasting large amounts of time training as an angel, while his human form did nothing. If he could control two bodies at once, he would be able to do wizard training as well, which was double the rate of progress. Most importantly, he would be able to fight on two fronts when he mastered controlling two bodies. Having such coordination was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, with such a powerful body besides him, he could drastically increase his exploration in the dark world. He carefully reached a little stand of consciousness towards his human body, and it stood up. He needed to learn how to walk, jump, and run, all over again like an infant. Since he was controlling two bodies for the first time, no experience could help him. He started with daily tasks and slowly made his way up. He would repeat it every day after he finished his wizard training and battles in the dark world. He kept his patience. After he mastered doing the same things with two bodies, he spent some more days practicing doing different movements. Half a month went by, and he finally mastered controlling two bodies doing different tasks without one being affected. He realized one thing during these days. Although he could not tell when he was training with his godly power in rogue encampment, his angel form was just like a normal professional in the Pandemonium Fortress, even when his world stone was not ignited. He had been training in his human form for too long. As a Grandmaster Alchemist, he had extremely precise control over his body. He thought it might not be the case as an angel, but it was actually just as scary. After all, it would always take a long time for one to adjust to a new body, since each joint and muscle moved in a unique way that dictated their speed and motion. The angel body, on the other hand, was extremely smooth to Abel. It was almost like he was training it for countless years. This was also why he had mastered controlling two bodies at once in such a short period of time. Not only that, but those two bodies seemed to function on the same instinct, just like having 4 arms and 4 legs. Soon, he added some fighting moves to his training and gained the confidence to test out using two bodies for an actual battle. To be honest, it was a little early since Abel still had not started any angel training, so his angel body could only fight like a knight. But still, it was just a little test. Abel was not planning to fight too many hell creatures at once. At that moment, his angel body was wearing dark gold armor with the spirit sword and spirit shield on his hand. It was not the best gear he had, but it was just for temporary use anyway. Although he knew how strong the defense of his angel body was, he still summoned Doff the Beeman to enchant his two bodies for safety's sake. If he made a single mistake, the result might be catastrophic. Of course, he also gave black wind to his angel body. This way, he could fully unleash his knight's potential. He took a turn in the flaming river and came across a group of 10 typical demons with fire attacks. Although they had weapons on hand, their close-range fighting ability was extremely weak. It was exactly what Abel was looking for. With attribute resistance of the angel body, as well as the 30% resistance increase of his gear, it was unlikely that he would get himself hurt. Abel stopped his summons and charged towards the 10 demons with his two bodies just like that. When they noticed Abel approaching, Abel flashed away in his human body. As a wizard, he wanted to keep his distance with a power of the will range of 1,500 meters. He cast a blizzard storm, and the demons were slowed down right in front of his angel body. His angel body quickly approached a demon and struck out with his spirit sword. Bang! It was almost like the air particles beside him had exploded. It was such a thrill. It had been a long time since Abel last fought with a sword. However, the result was not as fabulous as it looked. Hell creatures had a naturally strong resistance to physical impacts, and Abel was basically just using brute force with no skills. After all, knight skills required combat kai, and Abel's angel body didn't have any. In fact, he could not even move any energy within his angel body without angel training. Still, the brute force of an angel alone was enough to knock back that demon for a few steps. He followed up and struck towards the other demons. But since they were all slowed down, and an angel was especially fast, they were all knocked back before they even got the chance to get close. Since the blizzard spell's attack range was behind those demons, they had no chance of escaping. They began to drop dead one by one. Abel was feeling good. He finally had the confidence to fight with two bodies. Abel did not cast another spell or let his angel body attack when there was only one demon left standing. Instead, he decided to take a fire attack on his angel body. Flames burned on his armor. But since it had the power to regenerate, the flames did not even make a mark. Abel's angel body did not feel any pain. In fact, it kind of felt like being under warm water. Abel returned from the dark world with a big smile on his face. He had mastered his angel body, so he no longer needed to rush the following training sessions. He fully got a sense of its power from the battle with Tell creatures. Even the ones in the flaming river were no match to his angel body. Abel really wanted to let out his angel body from his druid soul in the central continent, but he didn't want to risk it. His intuition told him the consequence would be serious. He calculated for a moment. It has been a long time since he accepted a mission from the Wizard Union. Although Wizard Dahlin said he wouldn't mind, it was still best to show them a little bit of respect. And he could shock up some more light stones as well. Just as he was taking out his headmaster badge of honor, the research spirit sounded. "Master, the Lightning Clan's Wizard Charlie wants to see you." Wizard Charlie. Abel remembered it was one of the wizards he saved. He was a good friend of Wizard Hal, so he could not reject him. To be honest, he had been in retreat for too long. A lot of people wanted to see him but got rejected. Now that he finally mastered controlling two bodies, there was a lot more free time on hand. Let Wizard Charlie in the lounge and serve him the VIP juice, he commanded. Of course, that juice was none other than the water spirit fruit juice, with two combinations. By the time Abel arrived in the lounge, Wizard Charlie was already taking a sip. "Wizard Charlie, what brings you here today?" Abel smiled. "I've been fighting in the front line with the Wizard Union using your potion. Although we lost a few law-defying wizards and 500 elite wizards, we killed more than 60 mad knights and tens of thousands elite holy knights," Wizard Charlie said. Abel knew about this result as well, and he, too, was very happy. After a huge conflict broke out on the first day, both sides settled, with minor conflicts continuing for the next 10 days. The professions on the front line began to take turns resting, with only 2 over 3 of the forces on guard to maintain their sanity. The war was not going to end anytime soon, but at the same time, you wouldn't see the Wizard Union being this generous with their rewards every day. "Grandmaster Bennett, all thanks to you, the Lightning Clan has gotten a lot of rewards. The reason I'm here today is to ask for a favor. Please help us make some longevity potions," Wizard Charlie said in a respectful tone. "Wizard Charlie, there's no need to be so polite. I am a friend of the Lightning Clan. I will help as long as you give me the ingredients," Abel smiled. He also wanted to resurrect more half-dead wizards, so he would not reject them. "Grandmaster Bennett, please take a look." Wizard Charlie took out a portal bag and handed it to Abel. This portal bag was very important to him. It signified the future of the Lightning Clan. Abel held the bag in his hand and scanned it with his power of the will. There were 4 potion formulas and 16 portions of ingredients for each formula. It seemed like the Lightning Clan had gone all out to get so many rewards from the Wizard Union. Those longevity potions formulas was some of the most valuable things in the Wizard Union inventory. But they were in a critical situation. The demon from beyond could wake up at any moment, especially since the Wizard Union had gotten a lot more powerful with 200 half-dead law-defying wizards resurrected. Since Abel's longevity potions were only effective for 60 years, the Wizard Union needed those 200 resurrected wizards to live longer. If the demon from beyond reawakened after 100 years, those wizards might not make it to the final battle. The Wizard Union didn't want to give out those longevity potion ingredients for free since they did not have enough. So they organized a takeover mission with those potion ingredients as rewards. This way, they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At least the Wizard Union didn't need to worry about how to distribute those portions, or wizards getting angry at them if they did not get one. "Wizard Charlie, please wait." Abel smiled as he stood up with the portal bag. "Please take your time, I will wait for you." Wizard Charlie bowed. Abel teleported to his alchemy room through his short-distance teleportation circle and took out the 4 formulas. Their main ingredients were all exclusive to the wizard union. It was no wonder why no one ever heard about them outside of the wizard union. They were all high-level potions, so only high-level potions makers could make them. If they didn't give them out as rewards, even Abel might never know about them. After all, asking any potion maker for a favor needed for extra portions of ingredients in exchange for a single successful potion. Of course, the wizard union did not have enough, so it was best to leave it to the wizards. Abel never failed, but he still added some extra care during the cooking process. After an hour, Abel ended up with 64 golden potions. He did not lag and immediately returned to the lounge with the potions. Master Bennett, how's the formula? Was there a problem? Wizard Charlie asked desperately since Abel only left a moment ago. As far as he knew, a normal potion maker would take an hour just to analyze a formula. Wizard Charlie, here you go. Abel directly handed him the portal bag with a smile. Wizard Charlie scanned it with his power of the will, and his jaw dropped. It had only been an hour, and Abel already completed the potions. Not only did he not fail, but they were all golden rank as well. His disciple, Wizard Hal, only requested a portal of each potion for every law-defying wizard. But he was still worried that the Lightning Clan might not have enough if Grandmaster Bennett failed. Then, he wouldn't have the courage to face them. Grandmaster Bennett, I thank you on behalf of my fellow men. Wizard Charlie gave a big bow. Wizard Charlie, don't do this. Abel quickly bowed as well. Grandmaster Bennett, please tell me what you want in exchange, Wizard Charlie said, embarrassed. Abel was too quick. He did not even mention how he should pay him. Wizard Charlie, they are your lifesavers. I am not going to take anything from you. Abel smiled. According to tradition, a potion maker needed to be paid 1/3 of the successful potions, but if Abel did so, the Lightning Clan would not have enough. Normally, he would already take his portion before he handed the potions back to the people who ask him for a favor. Grandmaster Bennett, we will forever remember your help. Wizard Charlie bowed again. He then took out another portal bag and handed it to Abel. Grandmaster, these are our spoils, please accept them. Abel scanned, and it was filled with light gems, even the ones of Mad Knights. Thanks a lot then. Abel smiled with satisfaction. Grandmaster Bennett, I'm glad you like it. Wizard Charlie also smiled. They then began to chat about the war. Although Abel read the documents from the Wizard Union, it was not as good as hearing from someone who experienced it firsthand. Abel returned to his alchemy room once again after he sent off Wizard Charlie and placed his Wizard Union Headmaster badge of honor on the alchemy bench. In a flash of white light, the mission board was displayed. The first request, Grandmaster, request to make a life potion for 15,000 light gems. Ingredients provided. Was requested by Wizard Dolan a few days ago. Since Abel had accepted the mission, Wizard Dolan increased another 5,000 light gems. Abel wondered if he had waited even longer, would Wizard Dolan increase it even more? Just joking, Abel didn't have time for that. It has been a long time since he accepted a request anyway. He scrolled through a few more requests, and they were all asking time to make a potion for 15,000 light gems. However, Abel was not planning to accept all of them at once. He just wanted to help Wizard Dolan first. 15,000 light gems was not a small number. The reason those law-defying were willing to give them out was not that they had too much to waste, but because the making process would be a big hassle. This made Abel very curious. What is this life potion? He focused his power of the will on Wizard Dylan's request. Request accepted. Due to the difficulty of this request, the requester will be in contact with you shortly. A message sounded. Abel felt his heart drop. This was unlike any request he got. In the past, the ingredients would emerge on his alchemy bench as soon as he accepted a request. This was because, during normal potion requests through the Wizard Union system, the requester would send their ingredients to the Wizard Union Service Department beforehand. After Abel completed the potion, he would send the potion back to the Wizard Union Service Department, and the Wizard Union would analyze it before giving out his rewards. This time, however, he would be connected to Wizard Dolan. Wizard Dolan was quicker than Abel expected. In just a few minutes, he was at the Golden Castle. Abel met up with him in the lounge. "Grandmaster Bennett, I've been waiting for you to accept my request for a long time," Wizard Dolan said with a friendly yet irritated tone. "Wizard Dolan, I've been in retreat, sorry," Abel smiled. "Grandmaster Bennett, that's why I come here so fast. I was afraid that you would go back in retreat." Wizard Dolan also smiled. He organized a few men to monitor the Wizard Union system at all times and notify him once Abel accepted his request. "Wizard Dolan, what life potion is it?" I saw that a few other legendary wizards also listed some similar requests, Abel asked curiously. "The life potion's formula was discovered in an ancient site by the Wizard Union. We sacrificed a lot for its ingredients, but even after we did, we realized no potion maker could make them." Wizard Dolan laughed. "It has been a few thousand years since, but even with the large amounts of odd resources of the Wizard Union, they only managed to accumulate 5 portions. Perhaps there were only 5 portions in this world. The Wizard Union needed a confident master potion maker, but no one was up to the task. After some long investigation, the Wizard Union discovered this life potion actually belonged to a completely different rank. A Grandmaster rank. There was information about Grandmaster alchemists in the ancient documents, but since there was never a Grandmaster alchemist, their investigation could only stay on the surface level. However, since the 5 legendary wizards met Abel when he was a master alchemist, they were confident that he could become a Grandmaster alchemist eventually. Therefore, they decided to beat the others to the punch and exchanged all the life potion's ingredients from the Wizard Union. Most of the other legendary wizards were in retreat, so they didn't even know that a Grandmaster alchemist had emerged. "Wizard Dolan, can I look at the formula?" Abel asked curiously. "Of course, I got it ready long ago." Wizard Dolan took out a vintage stone from his portal bag and carefully placed it on the table. Abel picked it up. The age on it was hard to hide. Abel could immediately tell it was from ancient times. "Grandmaster Bennett, I'm afraid that the translated formula they got was wrong, so I've brought you the original one. The language of High Elves shouldn't be a challenge to you, right?" Wizard Dolan smiled. Abel knew the language of High Elves. He even had a group of them in the Dark World. He began to scan the stone. The first thing that caught his attention was the main ingredient. It was the blood of a god, the actual blood of a god. There were also many supporting ingredients he never even heard of. At least now he understood why master potion makers could not make them. The alchemy pattern within them could not possibly possess the power to ignite the blood of God. The power of a life potion was to increase lifespan by 20%. For a normal person who lived to 100, it would be 20 years. But for a law-defying wizard who lived for thousands of years, that would be 200 or even 300 years. It would be even more for a legendary. "Wizard Dolan, do you have the ingredients?" Abel asked. "Grandmaster Bennett, please." Wizard Dolan took out a box filled with magic patterns. Abel looked down. The box was bound by energy. Even his power of the will could not scan the things inside without opening it. He carefully opened the box with his hand. The ingredients were stored in the typical central continent fashion, with ingredients divided into different slots. The slots were also filled with magic patterns for preservation. A crystal glass within a slot caught his eyes. He immediately knew it was the blood of God. He reached out and began to examine it in detail. He was not a stranger to the blood of God. Back when he was in the Holy Continent, he already ventured into the orcs and found an orc god's blood. However, this blood of God was far more powerful than the orc god blood. "Wizard Dolan, have you heard about the orc god?" Abel asked. "Orc god, the one in the Holy Continent." Wizard Dolan guessed, but he wasn't sure. "Yes, the one in the Holy Continent," Abel nodded. "Grandmaster, the orc god is actually not a real god, just an arrogant half-god, with no pass-down knowledge. He picked a fight with the Wizard Union and we began to hunt him down, but still he escaped." Wizard Dolan laughed. Abel sighed. Maybe the orc god could become an actual god if they were in a time ruled by gods, but they were not. It was too bad. Not knowing how to be humble in front of wizards was basically suicide. Abel then turned his attention back to the blood of God. However, he soon frowned. Although its energy was extremely powerful, its life force was pale in comparison. It was not even as powerful as the orc god's blood. There was no way this blood belonged to an actual god, according to the Wizard Union. He ignited his world stone and fully focused on the crystal glass. Soon, he discovered the reason: the passage of time. Even the Wizard Union used their best crystal glass and magic box to preserve it. They were still nothing compared to the preservation method of ancient times. The orc god, on the other hand, had not been dead for too long, and its life force was always preserved in an ancient site. This was how drinking the orc god blood could directly increase 100 years of age. According to his analysis, this blood of God only had 1/3 of its original power. He might get better results even if he just used the orc god blood to make this life potion. Wizard Dolan, I'm afraid there's a problem with this blood of God. Abel turned and said, Grandmaster Bennett, I'm not doubting your ability, but we are quite confident in it. Wizard Dolan said confidently. What I meant is that the life force of this blood of God is fading. If I make a life potion with this bottle, the outcome will not be as good as you expected. Abel explained. Grandmaster Bennett, are the other ingredients okay? Wizard Dolan suddenly let out a breath of relief and asked again. Abel was confused. Weren't the main ingredients the most difficult ingredients to get? Still, he began to look through the other ingredients. Luckily, the Wizard Union still had a good method of storing newer ingredients. Wizard Dolan, the other ingredients are all good. After a while, Abel replied with certainty. That's great. Do you know how to preserve the blood of God? Wizard Dolan asked. Abel was caught off guard. What kind of question was that? Did Wizard Dolan have a way of getting fresh blood from a god? Although all the remaining gods of this world were close allies of the Wizard Union, and Wizard Dolan was very powerful in the Union, Abel still wouldn't believe he could just ask a god for their blood. It was not easy to negotiate with a god, especially getting a part of their body. Even a legendary professional needed a long time to recover from a small injury through meditation without Abel's potion, let alone a god. Recovery for them needed the power of God, which would be unnecessary to even explain its significance. On top of that, all gods were arrogant, so asking them for blood was basically an impossible task. Wizard Dolan, I don't have a good method either. Abel shook his head. The only method he had was his personal storage box in the Horadric Cube. It was a holy object with the ability to freeze time. However, it was also the foundation of his power, and he was not planning to expose it. Wizard Dolan frowned. In reality, it was not totally impossible for him to get a tiny bit of blood from a god, but getting some each time would be a big hassle since he could not guarantee if the life force within it would fade or not. From Abel's words, he understood that the effect of a life potion depended on the life force within the blood. He hesitated, but lifespan was still extremely important to him as a low-rank legendary wizard. He needed time to push him through the next rank. Grandmaster Bennett, can you come with me to the Wizard Union HQ? I can set up the best alchemy room there for you, Wizard Dolan asked. Why? Abel asked in confusion. Grandmaster Bennett, to be honest with you, the Wizard Union had gods locked up in the HQ. There is one of them that we can get some blood from and make a life potion out of it in real time, Wizard Dolan replied. Abel's jaw dropped. He knew the Wizard Union was powerful, but he never expected them to have gods locked up as blood providers. Abel knew a thing or two about gods. There was only one way to have easy access to the blood of a god, and that was taking some from a god in deep slumber. That god needed to have no followers left. If not, there would still be a small chance of reawakening. Therefore, the Wizard Union was basically making a bet. But still, Wizard Dolan sounded very confident. Abel followed him to the Wizard Union HQ with Frankenstein by his side. After all, Frankenstein was his mode of transportation. They arrived at a large teleportation circle, exclusive to the top ranks of the Wizard Union. Grandmaster Bennett, you as a headmaster of honor. You can also use this large teleportation circle if you want to come to the HQ. In the future, Wizard Dolan stepped out and smiled. Abel merely smiled. He probably wouldn't come here again unless it was totally necessary, because he could sense many unbearably scary energy behind them. Of course, it was also because he had his world stone ignited. He wouldn't be able to sense them in normal circumstances. Even the least powerful energy was as strong as Wizard Dolan. Abel wanted to keep his identity a secret, so he had to be extra careful. He began to regret it. If he knew there were so many powerful figures in the Wizard Union HQ earlier, he would not have come here. There was an angel in his druid soul. As far as he knew, the demon from beyond himself was an angel. If the Wizard Union HQ discovered that he had an angel, they would directly take him down. He might not even have the privilege to get locked up like the other gods. Still, the soul was the hardest thing to grasp in this world, especially what's within it. His druid soul was masked, so he should be fine. The teleportation circle was located in the corridor, and they did not come across any wizards along the way. After passing through a few doors, they arrived at the underground. Grandmaster Bennett, Wizard Frankenstein cannot enter the following area, Wizard Dolan said. Abel understood, so he nodded to Frankenstein and left him standing like a statue. It was a lifeless being after all. They passed through another door, and they arrived at an open space. The walls and ceiling were filled with all kinds of magic patterns, and Abel could sense many triggers around him. Even his skin began to feel irritated through his head commander's intuition. There were at least 10 crossbows aiming at him. Grandmaster Bennett, please take out your headmaster badge of honor and hang it on your waist. Wizard Dolan reminded. Abel nodded and took out the headmaster badge from his portal bag. Immediately, all the threats he felt were gone, even the crossbows turned away. Wizard Dolan gazed at Abel. He knew it was impossible for a normal portal bag to block the detection of the magic circles around, let alone a headmaster badge. There was only one explanation. Abel's portal bag was an extremely high-level one. Still, it was none of his business. He wouldn't stand here as a legendary if he couldn't even hold himself back from looking at a portal object. Abel began to see wizards, and they all looked very serious. Grandmaster Bennett, this is the base of the Wizard Union. None of the wizards working here will never be able to leave unless they become a legendary, Wizard Dolan explained. Abel understood. They were working on top secrets after all. After some more walking, Wizard Dolan led Abel to a room with a short-distance teleportation circle. However, Wizard Dolan did not ignite the circle immediately. Instead, they allowed a magic circle to scan their bodies. Welcome Wizard Dolan and Honorable Headmaster Bennett. Teleportation begins. A robotic sound emerged, and Abel felt something gently lifted him into the teleportation circle. Soon he arrived at another room. Grandmaster Bennett, this is the most important place of the Wizard Union. Please be careful. You only have permission to be here with me around. Even if Wizard Dolan did not warn him, Abel would understand just by sensing the sheer volume of defense around him. If he was not wrong, this place shouldn't be too far away from the underground space, but he was sure it was even deeper. It was a strange feeling. Even the magic circles around him couldn't soothe it. Abel kept quiet and stepped out with Wizard Dolan. Immediately, he noticed a change in style. The place was built out of stones from ancient sites. He almost couldn't believe he was in the Wizard Union HQ. Grandmaster Bennett, as you can see, this place is built out of the materials found in ancient sites. Even I will have a hard time damaging them. On top of their defense, this place might be the most heavily guarded place in the continent. Suddenly, Wizard Dolan thought of the Golden Castle and added, one of the most heavily guarded places. There was no decoration. All the stones were filled with magic patterns. As they stepped in, a power of the will scanned their bodies. It then retracted once it confirmed its identity. Wizard Dolan looked serious, but there was a hint of respect on his face when the power of the will scanned him. Since Abel still had his world stone ignited, sensing that power of the will made him felt like a speck of dust facing the ocean. It was not a good feeling. He always thought of himself as decently powerful with a legendary knight as summon and an angel body, but in reality, he was laughable in the face of the Wizard Union's true power. Maybe Wizard Dolan and his 5 co-workers were just some legendary wizards working part-time on the surface. Grandmaster Bennett, I will take you to the God of War now. Wizard Dolan walked with Abel for a moment and pushed open a door. God of War, the one the barbarians worshipped in the Battlecry Plateau? Abel immediately asked. Yes, the barbarians' God of War. He was captured long ago. It took a while for us to get his power down. Wizard Dolan smiled awkwardly. According to the Wizard Union's information, They were almost certain that Abel was the one who took their secret totem. But it was because of this change of faith among barbarians, the god of war no longer had a single follower left. Of course, the Wizard Union didn't believe Abel was the only one behind this. Only the goddess of the moon could change the faith of an entire race in such a short period of time, so she must have taken this role. Things like this would normally be taken very seriously by the Wizard Union, but since the barbarians were in decline, with the most powerful warrior being ranked 20 and a population of less than 1 million, the faith they generated would not make much of a difference. The barbarians used to be one of the most powerful races, but after countless years of suppression by the Wizard Union, they could only be helpers in the front line at the most. Most importantly, Holy Knights were the universal enemy of the central continent, and their close-range fighting style perfectly suppressed the barbarians. With the barbarians' limited fighting moves, they stood no chance against the Holy Knights' aura, which ultimately led to their downfall. Still, their battle cry and enchanting ability made them the perfect supporter in a team. That was how barbarians remained as a profession. "Are we going to open that stone door?" Abel immediately changed the topic. He didn't want to talk to Wizard Dahlan about this even in private, let alone with a powerful figure around. "Grandmaster, that's exactly what we are about to do." Wizard Dahlan smiled. He stepped up and placed his hand on the stone door, and the pattern on its surface began to glow. After a minute, the entire door was glowing in white as it slowly moved open. Wizard Dahlan smiled and nodded to Abel, signaling him to follow, so Abel did not hesitate. Inside was an enclosed room made of stone as well, but on the deepest corner lies a sleeping giant locked up by 4 metal chains. The giant was 5 meters tall. Since it did not have any clothes on, Abel could clearly see the mountain-like muscles on its body. It had a full head of shiny long hair waving in mid-air, even though there was no wind in the room. Abel was confused. He was so close to such a strong body, but he didn't feel any energy coming from it. The god of war should have a scary amount of energy. Abel turned his gaze towards the metal chains on its body. It seemed like they were no ordinary chain. They were absorbing energy from the god of war and transferring it to the stone wall behind him. "Master Bennett, this is the god of war." Wizard Dahlan was also a little stunned. It didn't seem like he came here very often either. Abel nodded. "The chains on its body are from ancient times made to suppress gods. It had the power to absorb the power of God and turn it into this building's defense." Abel couldn't help but feel pitiful for it. It was the highest being that was locked up in a room for weaklings to come stare at it. But that was not all. These 2 weaklings were about to withdraw blood from it. Wizard Dahlan said, "I'll be drawing blood out now." "Grandmaster Bennett." He then took out a dagger from his portal bag. Abel could feel how different it was as soon as it was out. Given the light that was reflecting from the blade, this was probably a divine-level weapon. In other words, this could only be the creation of divine spirits and not any grandmaster blacksmith. Wizard Dahlan explained to Abel, "This belonged to the war god. It didn't have much use since it's a very short weapon, but I am using it as my last line of defense. Unfortunately, I've had to spend quite a lot of points for it." He then took a few steps forward towards the god of war, who was stuck inside the stone room. He stabbed the blade. As the blade struck down and made contact with the skin of the god of war, a sound of metals clunking each other could be heard. He didn't stop there, however. He only continued to stab the same position. After multiple strikes, a minor wound finally appeared at the god of war's shin. Wizard Dahlan reached for a crystal bottle from his portal bag. He placed it near the wound to catch a droplet of blood, which was gold. As soon as the golden droplet fell, the wound on the shin immediately healed. It could be said that the defensive power of the god of war was very frightening. The god of war was in a completely defenseless position, by the way. Given that he was asleep, his body should be in an extremely relaxed state. Also, with all the years of having energy sucked out of his body without recharging any back, he was as weak as he could be. Wizard Dahlan explained to Abel, "Divine spirits can only be hurt with physical attacks. This rule can be only made an exception when there are divine items involved. This is why, Master Bennett, you don't get to see a lot of divine items that are meant for close-range combat." Abel was just starting to notice. It was just like Wizard Dahlan said. He had never seen any divine items that were meant for close-range combat. The divine dagger in Wizard Dahlon's hands was the first one he saw. Still, he quickly thought back to his rune weapon. He wasn't even sure if the rune weapon could injure any divine spirit. Still, since the environment here was not right, he would have gone and done some experiments immediately. Wizard Dahlon passed the divine blood to Abel. "I'll pass this to you, Grandmaster Bennett. Let's head over to the alchemy lab. I've got my own men setting it up already." Wizard Dahlon was in a rush. Well, as he should be. To prevent too much life force from leaving the divine blood, he went as far as coming to collect the blood with his access permit. This was truly something that he wouldn't do most of the time. As a matter of fact, he wouldn't even be here if the god of war still had any worshippers left, and even if he was trying to in that condition, he would have to wait for anyone available in the Wizard Union to do the job for him. Abel turned around to Wizard Dahlon after looking at. "Wizard Dahlon, is the god of war going to wake up, Wizard Dahlon?" "Never unless." Wizard Dahlon paused a bit before continuing, "unless his followers return." Abel understood that Wizard Union had really made a misunderstanding here. He knew who Wizard Dahlon was referring to, but he wasn't going to bother explaining. Instead, he decided to just make this unclear forever. He wouldn't have to worry about this after his Beeman giant beast Doff became an actual divine spirit. After verifying their identities, they all passed through the short-distance teleportation circle and arrived at the underground basement of the Wizard Union headquarters to meet up with Frankenstein. Wizard Dahlon was just bringing Abel to an alchemy lab that was prepared. After sending Abel inside, he and Frankenstein stood still and waited outside. Abel was just standing in front of the alchemy table. He took out the divine blood that was much fresher than the one that was preserved for who knows how many years. This drop had an incredible amount of life force inside. The golden drop was just swirling inside the bottle. Abel felt like the blood was pretty much a life form of its own. Quickly went ahead to take out the other ingredients and contain them with his power of the will. Apart from the divine blood, he could sense that there were 3 extremely rare ingredients of the same quality. While he was confident that the brew was going to be successful, he still went ahead and switched on the ability of the world stone fragment. Among the ingredients that were involved in this brew, the 3 rarest ones and the divine blood would be the most difficult to sort out. Abel had to know after he did it himself that some of these could only be processed with his Grandmaster's rune. Still, although there was just one portion, he couldn't just synthesize these with his Horadric cube. It was all manual. The most he could synthesize was the water, which would boost the overall effectiveness of the potions. While doing the brew, all the ingredients that were added were being mixed quite well. The only thing that Abel didn't like was that the 3 rarest ingredients and the divine blood were reacting very, very slowly. The brew took only 6 hours before they were finished. As a rainbow, sublimation light was rising out of the alchemy bottle, Abel was finally starting to notice that the Grandmaster level potion was done. He wasn't sure if it was good enough, though, because this was the very first Grandmaster potion he remembered making. What he had confidence in, however, was that he did not make any mistakes after switching on the world stone fragment. After focusing his power of the will for 6 total hours, Abel was starting to feel exhausted. He tried to hold on to watch the rainbow light slowly putting itself back. Eventually, all that was left was the blue light. The blue light would transform into blue lighting arcs that would continue to flash on the surface of the alchemy bottles. He shook his head in disappointment when he saw this. After spending so much effort, he would have expected at least golden quality. When the life-prolonging potions were about to be done, an insignificant amount of energy began flowing inside Abel's Grandmaster Alchemist rune. He couldn't help but frown at this. He didn't expect one brew to generate so little energy. By his estimate, it was quite difficult for him to break through the level of Grandmaster Alchemist. The 3 ingredients were even more difficult to obtain than the divine blood. The time it took was also too much for him. It took 6 hours for one brew. Even if he did get enough materials, it would still take several centuries to fill up his Grandmaster's rune. That wasn't to say that Abel was giving up. No, in fact, he thought that peak was just right after the Grandmaster level. It was just like this, at least for this era. If the other alchemists knew what he was thinking, they might have just thought that he was crazy. He just became a Grandmaster, and thinking right about becoming something beyond seemed only like he was pushing too far. This sort of mindset, however, was precisely what made him extremely capable of making long-term plans. Abel switched on his world stone fragment to start scanning the blue-quality, life-prolonging potion. As it stood, the life-prolonging effect was supposed to boost total life capacity by 30%. After taking a crystal bottle to fill it with the potion, he immediately went out to open the alchemy lab. Wizard Dahlin could see that Abel was exhausted. "Are you all right, Grandmaster Bennett?" Abel smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, Wizard Dahlin. I just used up too much of my willpower." Abel could see that Wizard Dahlin was not paying attention to the potion. It was heartwarming to see that he cared more for his health. Wizard Dahlin looked concerned. "I didn't expect a one-time brew to do this to you." Wizard Dahlin did have experience in seeing Abel's brew. It was really weird seeing Abel in this state because last time, he created 9,000 bottles over the course of a few days. Abel passed the blue-quality potion to Wizard Dahlin. "I thought the brew was successful, but..." Wizard Dahlin was concerned, but was very pleased as soon as he took the bottle over. Abel continued, "I'm not as skilled as I'd like to be. The best I could get was a blue quality, but it could increase your lifespan by 30%. Wizard Dahlin widened his eyes. "You mean this bottle can boost one's lifespan by 30%? It wasn't like Wizard Dahlin didn't believe Abel, but this was just too much. Even in the ancient records, there had been no records of any blue-quality Grandmaster potions. It all had to do with the raw materials used for the Grandmaster's potions. For starters, Grandmaster ingredients would make the potions extremely difficult to brew. Abel was also not much better than the alchemy. Grandmasters of ancient times. Even if he had the help of the world stone fragment, he was still not sure that he was not going to make any mistakes. In ancient times, since there were a lot more materials, the Grandmaster alchemist did have more access. They were also not much worse than Abel. The reason that Abel could produce the potions he had now had a lot to do with the synthesizing effect of the Horadric cube. Although he didn't go ahead to sort through the materials, the water used was synthesized by the cube, and therefore the effect of the potion was very different from regular potions. Wizard Dahlin was very grateful for what he was getting. 30% increase. That's ha ha ha, so good to have you here, Grandmaster Bennett. I've got hope now to promote. Abel was watching Wizard Dahlin the entire time. He didn't bother Wizard Dahlin. Instead, he was just waiting for Wizard Dahlin to quiet down. Wizard Dahlin smiled and bowed. I'm sorry, Grandmaster Bennett. After saying that, he took out a portal bag. Here, it's the reward for you. I feel like I'm not giving enough this time. I'll make sure to gather 10,000 low-tier light stones in 2 days. Abel didn't back down. He got what he deserved, so he happily accepted the bag. Abel made a request to Wizard Dahlin. I hope you're not announcing that I'm brewing the life-prolonging potions, Wizard Dahlin. I'm not going back to brew Grandmaster potion lately. Wizard Dahlin smiled. I won't tell the other wizards about this. You've had a very busy day today, Grandmaster Bennett. I'll be sending you back now. He could see that Abel was brewing too much in one day. This was not sustainable. Also, it was not sustainable to keep collecting blood from the god of war. What Wizard Dahlin had to do here was to tell the other 4 legendary wizards about the effect of the life-prolonging potions. He needed more people on his side that would make things progress faster. Abel didn't use the potion to recover himself. He was always using the stamina potion and the full recovery vitality potion on himself, but he needed to make sure that he was making it to Wizard Dahlin about how difficult it was to brew potions like this. After Abel went back, he immediately went ahead to take a bottle of the full recovery vitality potion. Almost instantly, his stamina and spirit were recovered back to normal. He wasn't feeling good. Although he was coming back to normal, the fatigue he was feeling on the inside would require him to actually go to sleep. With that, Abel went to sleep and headed over to the bedroom. He slept immediately after laying on the bed. He was in the master's bedroom of the Golden Castle. He hadn't been using it on any day, so today was kind of special in its own right. Abel was just starting to notice something. While he couldn't remain as an angel in his world, he would always transfer his intelligence into the druid's spirit when he was taking a break. While he was taking a break with his main soul, he could use his angel slowly to do some learning of, say, the heritage of angels while he was asleep. Abel was just standing inside the rogue's encampment. He had 2 bodies now. One belonged to his wizard body, the other belonged to his angelic body. Both of these were here at the same time. The wizard was just sitting amidst the mana gathering circle with an advanced lightstone in his hands. He just consumed one wisdom fruit, and he had the most luxurious training. Even now, Abel's strength was on a gradual increase. It could even be said that he could become a legendary wizard in just a few years, which was why he spent even more time cherishing all the training he was doing inside the dark world. He could feel all the progress he was making with his everyday training. The angelic body held the spirit sword and the spirit shield to practice combat techniques. Although the angelic heritage sword technique was proven to be quite powerful, Abel did possess the sword technique of the Holy Continent Knights already. That was not to say that he couldn't feel the difference between the two. Well, he didn't actually need either, since he did have the world's stone fragment to help him see through all the moves of his enemies. In other words, all the enemies that were fighting with him would have their techniques nullified before even using them. He could see through all their moves before they were even attempted. This was unless it was the close-range technique of class holders, but those were more like spells than combat techniques. Right now, Abel was really just using his angelic body to practice swinging a sword. The purpose, of course, was so that the body could guide through energy like this. The techniques he could use now were for combat, but mostly, it was just so that the body could control the energy that it contained, energy as in the white light emitted out of his spirit sword. The white light from out of the angel's body was very close to the divine light on the sacred knight sword, but the two were different. The white light on the spirit sword belonged to the power of light, which was a much high-ranking power than the divine power that belonged only to the angels. That was the part that Abel was unhappy about, actually. He couldn't use it on the central continent. He couldn't possibly reveal anything angelic if he was doing it on the central continent. Now, it was not a hard job at all to take hold of the angelic heritage. Angels would take a very short period of time to control the angelic heritage. As complicated as the process was, many heritage knowledge could only be unlocked unless the angels were strong enough. As for the only ones that could be controlled was the power of light. As for now, Abel didn't even have to sleep when he was inside the dark world. During his fight with the hell creatures during the day, he would occasionally bring his angelic body so his wizard body could go to sleep. During the night, once his wizard meditation training was over, he would then transfer his conscience to the angelic body to start practicing the power of light. Since he kept repeating this process of practicing and fighting with the hell creatures, he became ever more powerful at taking control of this. Abel was just starting to notice that the light of power was a hard counter to the hell creatures. This would make facing the hell creatures boost his attacking capability by 50%. The power of light was an elemental attack that was designed to target the wizards. It was also very similar to the divine power of the sacred knights, the Kai of the barbarian class holders, the death Kai of the orc priests, and the natural power of the druids. Once an attack was unleashed, the power of light would neglect all physical attacks, which was what made it special from everything else. Thus, it could be said that the power of light was a special element of it. Again, as overpowered as it was, the only way Abel could use it now was in close-range combat. Abel thought to the guardian wings of the nation of God. Perhaps it had to do with the training of the angels. He thought that he might be able to one day reach the physical sturdiness of a real angel. By that point, he might just call out Israel out of his crystal angelic statue. Although divine bestowment was only enough, its fighting capability might just reach that of a half-god. Abel ordered his angelic body to withdraw the spirit sword and spirit shield. The mission for today was just done. He really liked using his angelic body for practice. He liked the thrill of engaging in close-range combat, and while he was combining his sword technique with his wizard spells, he could enjoy breaking some sweat while doing this with a cool head. That being said, there wasn't any weakness that he didn't know of himself. He didn't possess the teleportation ability of the wizards, which meant that he could only continue to run with his angelic body. As fast as it was, and he was riding on black wind, it was still nowhere to match real teleportation. Today, Abel was planning on using his body to enter into his meditation training as a wizard. He felt confident that his angelic body could learn more about the wizard class. He could feel the mental power of his angelic body was especially stronger, much stronger than his wizard mind. With that in mind, he decided to try meditation with his angelic body. He didn't switch on the mana gathering circle for this. This was the first time he was doing meditation with his angelic body. so he thought it was enough to absorb mana from the air around him. Abel sat flat on the ground and focused as much as he could on his meditation. He used his power of the W-ill to begin illustrating a wizard rune, which was a very easy job on its own. It took him barely any time to finish this. Following that, he began absorbing the mana that was around him. He gathered the mana and inserted it into his wizard rune. He solidified it amidst his soul. The rune was pretty much completed. He was nothing more than a beginner-level apprentice wizard from there. An accident happened, though. While he was filtering the mana he was absorbing, the energy was immediately expelled from him as soon as it went in. He didn't understand what happened, so he went ahead and tried again. The result was the same. As long as the mana was entering his body would resist it as much as possible. While he was trying, the rank 1 wizard rune inside started dispersing since it was no longer in shape. He murmured to himself, "What happened here?" He did not feel right about this. He walked to the mana gathering circle beside and took out some high middle-tier light stones before going back. Since the mana could not be absorbed, he thought that he might absorb the energy contained inside the light stones. Once again, he entered into his meditation stage and began illustrating his wizard rune. The process was just the same as before. Once he started absorbing the energy of the light stones, his body began repelling all of it. Abel felt kind of helpless. He was starting to think that his angelic body could not commence any wizard training. He shook his head and tried a few more times. Whatever the case was, as long as other energies were entering his body, they would still be repelled away. He was only starting to realize how overpowered the light power was. It was not good with most types of energy. It couldn't even be placed in the same location as his wizard mana. That's when Abel had to look for an alternative. He was starting to remember something. The soul that his angelic body was using was his druid soul. Invisible energy was contained in his druid soul. That was the type of energy that could exist in his angelic body. With that in mind, he tried to transfer some natural energy out to cast a druid spell. When the energy was drawn out, however, the same thing just happened again. This time, it was a lot more direct. The death kai that was transformed was immediately extinguished instead of repelled. The death kai was just appearing in his angelic body, but as though having met its natural enemy, it was destroyed on the spot. In other words, if Abel was using his angelic body now, he would not be able to use both his druid class skills and his priest skills. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. So having two bodies at the same time was not a good thing for him. If he wanted to call out his summoned creatures and fight in his angelic body, he did that in the right order. That being said, he would want to keep using his orc priest curses in combat. The aging curse was pretty much mandatory. As a matter of fact, while the angelic body was very powerful on its own, now that he was inside the dark world, the angel's body was pretty much not different at all to Whale, the legendary sacred knight. The angelic body was still quite weak now, but given the time for it to slowly grow independently, it might just become much stronger than any divine spirit. What Abel lacked precisely, however, was time. If he wanted to wait, his blue dragon body would just have to wait slowly and allow tens of thousands of years to pass. He would naturally be a legendary figure much earlier than that. He could also wait for his Beeman giant beast to become the divine spirit of an entire race. Either way, he was always glad to have the angelic body with him. It was definitely extraordinary in its own way. Although he couldn't use his teleportation in it, that was pretty much only because his body was under suppression inside the dark world. If the angelic body was on the central continent and possessed the same sturdiness as legendary class holders, Abel would naturally possess the ability to fly now. The obvious weakness, however, was that the body was too weak. It would also repel all other classes, so Abel would only fight with his light power. It wasn't like the light power was not powerful, but this would take too much time to grow independently. If the angel's body couldn't boost his power in the short term, there would be a limit to how far the angelic body could grow. It'd be pretty much useless if he couldn't get it to the level of a divine spirit within a century. The demon from beyond was definitely to take up during that time, and he was definitely going to have a fight when the time came. Abel understood. The more powerful a race was, the slower its growth would be. This was clear for the dragons. Dragons took about 100 years to pass childhood. If they wanted to grow to the point that they could overpower law-defying wizards, that would be thousands of years they'd have to wait and grow. For legendary figures, it would be tens of thousands of years. This was the case for the dragons, and the angels should follow the exact same principles. The angels did pass through their youthful stages with their tremendous storage of energy, but to spend up all the worship power that they did during youth, growth was a very difficult thing. Abel's angelic body was just now taking care of the energy that was inside his body. He hadn't reached the threshold for extending his energy outreach yet. More importantly, now that the angels were taking control of his followers, he still barely got the time to develop his faith. With all these things in mind, he was starting to feel like the growth of his angelic body had a very long way to go. Abel thought to himself, perhaps I let this body go inside the nation of God and see what will happen. The whole reason that Abel got an angelic body was that he managed to sneak into the nation of God before. He was already sure that he could go in and out freely. If he wanted to let his angelic body grow quickly, he knew that he would have to go back to the nation of God immediately. He needed to see if it could absorb energy from the guardian wings, or if he needed to look for any chance inside the nation of God. Abel understood. Lately, the Wizard Union had been continually going against the nation of God. His multiple divine bestowments in the nation of God had been very successful, so much so that he could kill at least 10 preachers in every one of his assassination attempts. The nation of God had always been furious about this, but they never had the right chance to get him since they could not send the right number of sacred knights. Abel has been getting a lot of changes lately. If he wanted to allow his angelic body to receive any benefits from the nation of God, he would have had to go right away. He was just returning to the Golden Castle from the dark world. It was morning right now. While he was preparing to leave, he immediately received a message that was sent from the research spirit. The research spirit's voice was sent over. Wizard Hutton of the dwarves are waiting for you inside the guest meeting room. Abel shook his head and sighed. It looked like his plan was about to be intercepted. He still had to meet with Wizard Hutton, though. He got the short distance circle sending him over to the guest meeting room, and he immediately saw Wizard Hutton waiting for him. Wizard Hutton smiled and bowed. You ate yet? Grandmaster Bennett. Abel smiled and returned a bow. I just got up, Wizard Hutton. Wizard Hutton's eyes were sparkling. We'll eat and talk in the dining room then. Abel had no idea why Wizard Hutton arrived so early, but it got a lot clearer when he realized that he was just here to have some food. Abel just smiled and invited Wizard Hutton. Please, Wizard Hutton. I love being a guest at your place, Grandmaster Bennett. Wizard Hutton was drinking some Grandmaster's wine while stuffing food in his mouth. He was about one of the few law-defying wizards that actually visited Abel now. Being a Grandmaster meant that even the law-defying wizards had to be careful when they tried to waste his time. This was especially the case after the Wizard Union granted him the honorary Elder Badge. Wizard Hutton was not that much of an exception, actually. He would have had to put himself in line if he wasn't just visiting Abel. All the stuff he was eating and drinking now would have not been available for several months if he didn't have something to visit Abel for. Abel smiled. How's Bernie lately? Wizard Hutton liked his student a lot. He's close to reaching rank 5. He's got a lot of supplements, so I think the process will be pretty fast. Abel said in a relaxed manner, I'll just get someone to send some supplementary potions over. Abel knew that Bernie's training speed would be fast. Bernie was using the finest materials that he sent over. The Grandmaster's wine that was synthesized twice, in fact, was something that only the dwarven law-defying wizards had access to. Wizard Hutton remembered something. Just get Bernie to train slower, Grandmaster Bennett. It's not too good if he's doing this too much. Abel was just watching Wizard Hutton. Forget about him for a second. Why are you even here in the first place today? Wizard Hutton stopped chewing for a bit. I almost forgot. The Dwarven King just asked me to invite you over to the Iron Furnace Ford, if you have the time, that is. Abel thought of a time. I'll be going in 10 days then. Send word to His Majesty for me. Wizard Hutton smiled. No problems, Grandmaster Bennett. It's good as long as you have the availability. I'll be picking you up in the morning in 10 days. Just when Abel was about to decline, he started to notice the prideful smile on Wizard Hutton's face. He didn't say it out loud, but Wizard Hutton was definitely thinking about getting more free food here the next time. Before Wizard Hutton left, he brought some Grandmaster's wine that was for the next month. Some of it was for Bernie and his training. After he left the Golden Castle, Abel went over to the Fire-Tooth battle fort and allowed the Fire-Tooth spirit to drive to the beach that he was at when he was driving to the nation of God. As soon as he went in, he returned to his human form and began searching for any information he could about the nation of God. He quickly read through the messages that were shown inside the crystal angelic statue. Many of the prayer messages of the followers were switched around by his power of the will. Of course, he made sure to reduce the range of his scan this time. He didn't have to look up his followers that was supervised by his preachers, because they'd only be living in the more desolate areas where nothing major ever happened. Abel just saw a message that was related to the central temple of the nation of God. It was the prayer content about a servant that was living inside the temple. The servant wished that the saint would be safe the entire time he was fighting on the front line. He was asking Abel to protect his safety there, such that no accidents nor incidents were to happen. Of course, Abel knew who the saint was. As he looked at the time that this prayer took place, he was just starting to learn that this representative of the temple was not there recently. Abel was just starting to feel a bit moved. He wanted to see if there was any treasure of the demon from beyond inside the temple. He thought that the demon from beyond was greater than an angel, so he wanted to use the treasure on his own angel body. To confirm this, he connected his worship passageway to the servant over there. He began inspecting its thoughts to examine what was happening. As there had been so much tension on the front line for so long, the nation of God had been holding against the Wizard Union in a very anxious manner. Even the sacred knights who were faithful were starting to become more and more intimidated by the walls that were built. There was a battle fort that was built at the 10 resource points that were at the very front. The dwarves made it. Since it was a larger building, there was an invisible line drawn to separate the front line and the resource points. Of course, this was the Wizard Union's plan. As long as the dwarves had a pathway somewhere to lock access from the resource points to the front line, a lot of the fighting powers could be relaxed and distributed to the battle forts. As for the Wizard Union mission point, a new mission was just assigned. It was meant so that those who accepted it could do patrols around the direction of the nation of God, which would prepare for a complete liberation of all defensive powers that was situated on the front line. This was so that the law-defying wizards could have some time out. Actually, they couldn't just stay inside the battle fort for tens or even hundreds of years. The military had to raise their morale somehow, so some wizards would be sent to pay tribute to the sacred knights that were attending to defend. According to the servant's understanding, to protect the safety of Mr. Enlightened, not much was left inside the temple. All the powerful figures were just following Mr. Enlightened. Abel was becoming hesitant. It was extremely dangerous inside the central continent. This was especially the case after he's been over at the Wizard Union headquarters once. He was gaining a whole lot better understanding of the possible risks. If he was going there again, he would feel a lot more confident since he knew he was getting a lot more powerful now. Come to think of it, when Abel thought about what he was sensing at the main building of the Wizard Union headquarters, when he was looking at the god of war that was put under shackles, he was really starting to be reminded that he was not as powerful as he'd like to be inside this world. He said to himself, "I'll just take a look when I'm inside the nation of God." Abel made preparations to unleash his angelic body once he was inside the nation of God. If the world was starting to lose some suppressive power to the angelic body, he might just have the confidence to do something risky. Of course, the most important risk to that was that he might just lose his angelic body, but at least his life wouldn't be in danger. That wasn't to say that he was just going to try doing that, of course. He wouldn't just waste a legendary item like that. The way he saw it, the smarter choice would be to give the angelic body a bit more time to allow it to grow. Once he gained control of how to use light power over long distances, he might just become a lot more powerful than ordinary legendary figures. The Fire-Tooth spirit reminded, the golden dragon Kemble just appeared at the front, master. As soon as Abel extended his power of the will, he could see that Kemble the dragon was already standing in front of him. Kemble smiled. "Blue Dragon Abel, what brings you here today?" Abel bowed. "I might just need to pass through here. Am I bothering you if I spend some time going past here?" Kemble shook his head. "It's fine. This is not a restricted area for dragons." So Kemble was just here to greet a friend, from the looks of things. Abel took out some wine barrels and placed it inside the whole room. Actually, I've got some wine for you here. Kemble was very glad, of course. He quickly took one and placed it in his one portal item. He was doing it one by one, and there was a total of 100 barrels of Grandmaster's wine that was synthesized twice. Abel prepared this in advance just to bring it to Kemble. Kemble laughed and slapped Abel's shoulders. Good brother. Abel smiled. I'll be back here with more next time. This was actually to thank Kemble for giving him some dragon scales the last time. The whole purpose of choosing this place to pass was so that he could send some gifts. Kemble bowed as he saw Abel off. I won't take too much of your time, Abel. Remember to call me if you're in danger. After saying that, Kemble's body quickly disappeared inside the fire tooth fort. Abel was starting to become envious of how powerful Kemble was. Kemble basically ignored his battle fort and appeared in front of him. Anyways, Abel continued to unleash his own presence as he went on. Just like last time, no sea creature was there to bother him. He was going back to the beach that he was familiar with. He was just here last time he went inside the nation of God. After teleporting to the outside of the Guardian Wings, he still didn't have the courage to pass through the defensive barrier. This time, however, his body structure was already transformed. His main soul was purified to the point that it was just his dragon essence and his human spirit. As for his crystal angelic statue, it was now merged with HSI druid spirit, so his main spirit was not affected whatsoever. Again, the connection between his main spirit and his druid spirit was very unusual. The main spirit was supposed to possess a conscience of its own, while the druid spirit could only do basic calibrations and analysis. His druid spirit could only think on its own if he was transferring his conscience into it temporarily. To make things more complicated, when Abel was calling out his angelic body, the druid spirit would leave his physical body entirely and go inside his angelic body. He would lose his druid abilities temporarily, but his druid and orc priest skills would still be on the skill tree of his Horadric Q. He would lose his natural force and death kai, so he would be a druid and orc priest that couldn't perform any related abilities. Abel touched the Guardian Wing barrier gently with his hands. He could feel a resistance force that was close. It seemed that his body was just being rejected by the Guardian Wing defensive barrier. He was even starting to feel like danger was imminent. He quickly unleashed some of his druid essence. When the essence was about to be leaked, the resistance force was just about to disappear, and the danger he was sensing was no more. He unleashed a long breath in relief. He was not ready to face what the Guardian Wings. Defensive barrier. In all the records he remembered reading, the Guardian Wings would unleash extremely terrifying defensive attacks that would kill even legendary figures. Abel's hand quickly passed through the defensive barrier. After making sure that it was safe, he allowed his entire body to enter. Once again, he made his way into the nation of God. He took the time to look around him. This was not a safe place. He needed to find somewhere that was. He quickly took out the invisibility robe and had it on him. Under the buff of his mystic headband, his scanning range was directly reached to 3,000 meters. This meant that everything within a 3 kilometers radius was visible to him. He would also have the invisibility effect of his invisibility cloak to help him not disappear any time he used the instantaneous movement. The invisibility cloak was Abel's trophy a while ago. He didn't know what rank the cloak belonged to, so as his rank went up and his knowledge grew, he started to learn that it was actually a divine item. He didn't know which divine spirit it was, but he could learn that the effect was extremely powerful. The invisibility effect could remove him from detection, and if he was to withdraw his presence slightly, it would be virtually impossible for someone to locate him. Of course, Abel did try to claim ownership of the invisibility cloak, but the ownership circle on it belonged to a divine spirit. But about his divine portal bad and divine armor, Abel was claiming ownership over those two items creatively. It mostly had to do with his crystal angelic statue. He went through some tricky methods to make sure that the items confuse him as the master. With that, he did something very easily on these two particular items that he couldn't do to other items. He came across, if he wanted to claim ownership to any other divine items, the minimum requirement would be that he became stronger than any of the divine spirits that created it. Back to the scene, Abel activated an instantaneous movement and scanned around him. Every time he was moving at around 3,000 meters. He was starting to have thoughts about visiting the moon goddess soon. If he was to see her, he might just ask to see if she could turn him into the owner of the mystic headband. He wanted to see if he would be able to keep the headband inside his body by then, just like what he could do with his transformation necklace. That way, he would have had to increase the power of his mystic headband manually, and his power of the will would always be doubled in range and strength. Still, for an item as overpowered as the mystic headband, Abel was thinking that maybe it wasn't the safest idea to have it out all the time. Maybe it was better to just keep it inside the divine portal bag. If he was bringing it out to use, maybe the other powerful figures would just notice. The powerful ones especially might just start a fight with him for it. After teleporting for about a dozen times, Abel found a valley in the jungle. Under the guidance of his power of the will, he discovered an empty path. Combined with the natural environment nearby, he thought that it served as a pretty good hideout. Abel took off the invisibility hood that he was wearing and found a circle plate out of his portal bag. This was an intermediate-sized circle plate that cost him a lot. He traded it from the Wizard Union. After he placed 2 top-level gemstones inside and activated it with his power of the will, an invisible barrier surrounded the valley and merged completely with the forest nearby. He could no longer see that there was a valley here. Slowly and carefully, he split half of his conscience and placed it inside the druid spirit. He then allowed the angelic body to be unleashed out of the druid spirit. From someone else's perspective, it would be like a white light was suddenly flashing out of a human wizard. Following that, a shadow wearing dark golden armor looked like it was separated from that same body. Abel wasn't sure if he was generating a doppelganger or something. Actually, not even a divine spirit would be able to explain what was going on with him. His druid spirit was something that he created himself. When he came to this world, he originally removed a part of the human spirit and replaced it with a fragment he picked up. As he became stronger, so did this spirit that became a druid spirit, and as a result, 2 powerful spirits resided in his body. It really had to do with the fact that his main spirit was reincarnated here from another world. Without this, he would have never noticed the possibility of replicating a spirit. This was the first time an angelic body appeared in this world. Half of his conscience was just starting to notice how much the world welcomed him. The heir here was praising him. Yes, the heir was almost like he was the ruler of this place. It was just like the demon from beyond when it founded the nation of God. After using the guardian wings, the land was secured and built into a nation. It was the same for Abel now. He realized that his angel body had no legs. It was just floating on the ground. He was starting to understand immediately. His body was exactly the same as a legendary figure. Both were in energized form. His body was even purer in that regard, actually. He was starting to possess the ability to fly. This didn't have to do with the fact that the angelic body was just floating. It really had to do with the wings behind his back. The wings would absorb the energy in the air to replenish themselves, meanwhile also possessing the ability to fly. Abel looked around. He could see that the seclusion circle was extending out in several hundred meters. He still had the ability to fly. He tried to not use his wings. Instead, he was flying towards the side under the guidance of his power of the will. He tried to feel the speed of it. Given his understanding, his speed was pretty much the same as a legendary figure. Abel tried to add the flight ability of his wings. Almost immediately, could feel a terrifying pushing force pressing on his wings and spreading to his entire body. He was going out like a beam of light. He would have rushed out of the seclusion circle if he could. Very quickly, his body stopped automatically at one spot of the seclusion circle barrier. He wouldn't know how far he would have been pushed to if he didn't stop right there. He was flying even faster than Flying Flame, and Flying Flame could only reach maximum speed if it was using the Hell special speed enhancing technique. It would have explained how the angels could fight the underworld for so many years, however. This was even faster than the special quickening ability of the Hell creatures. Abel was feeling like a divine spirit. Of course, although he did absorb world stone fragments from 3 continents, he was not going to consider him as an actual divine spirit. He did feel very powerful with his angelic body, but he knew that it was all fake. All that was enhanced was his ability to move rapidly in the air. As for his attacking ability, all he managed so far was the ability to fight in close range. Abel took 20 instantaneous movement spell scrolls out of his portal bag. He was starting to regret not making more purchases. On the continent, given his identity as Grandmaster Bennett, he might just be able to buy several hundred of them if he wanted to. The angelic body did not possess the ability to teleport, so naturally, he would have to rely on these 20 scrolls for now as his last resort. Again, he took off the invisibility cloak that he was wearing with his human body. He immediately threw the scrolls to the angelic body. Once the body took it over, all the scrolls were taken into the portal bag. He then wore the cloak on his body. His human body continued to take out 200 bottles of the full recovery vitality potions. After giving it a thought, he passed a portal beast bag towards the angelic body. Abel called out Flying Flame next. Since it was so reluctant to head back to the tiny portal beast bag, Abel promised to give a lot of gifts to it. Actually, Flying Flame was pretty much like his other trump card. It wasn't quite powerful on its own, but as a dragon that could fly in the sky, if something major was to happen, he could just let it take him and fly away for an escape. If Abel could use Flying Flame, that would all be because the angelic body was already severely injured, and he got nothing else to do. In any case, he wouldn't want to be in danger. He wouldn't want to take any risks, actually, if he never had to face massive trouble that was going to be born within 100 years. Originally, after possessing the body of a human, Abel's goal had been to improve his strength as a wizard. He did a very good job so far at that. In just 7 to 8 years, he went from a rookie to a rank 22 law-defying wizard. He might just keep promoting if he didn't have the angelic body. Now that he got the angelic body, he would have two choices, two directions that he could progress. The first direction would be to go further with his human form under the help of the wisdom fruits, the light stones, and the dark quality training potions. The other would be to become an angel. He wasn't sure what the advantage of that was, but he knew that he would get it after he got the angelic body. In essence, possessing an angelic body would mean that he wouldn't have to continue with his training. That was just how angels were. Their baseline was pretty much legendary figures. He could start his progress from the legendary rank. As convenient as that was, it would also be a lot more difficult to see progress from there. If the demon from beyond hadn't woken up within the last 100 years, he would just grow and not continue on with his ventures. Whichever path he was to choose, he would already become the strongest being in this world. Abel's human body was just staring at his angelic body. He felt weird looking at himself like this. He did have a lot of experiences already inside the dark world, but the feeling remained. As a matter of fact, his conscience was still in a relatively unstable state. He was just feeling his rank 22 wizard rune with his human conscience, but his angelic body was sensing the rune of a legendary rank figure. He was not in the dark world to notice this. If he was, he would feel a balance because the dark world would suppress his stronger side. He then noticed something. If he wanted perfect control over his angelic body, it would be much better if he was putting his conscience into it. After doing some testing, he realized that there wouldn't be much of a discrepancy if he was still in the same world. Also, his sharp senses would make it possible for him to cross any sort of boundaries. He didn't go to test what the effect of traveling into a different world would be. He gave up on the idea as soon as he noticed the time difference between the dark world and this world. For the maximum safety of the angelic body, he decided to put all his conscience into his druid spirit and temporarily gave up control over his human body. As soon as his human body fell, his angelic body became a light beam that was flashed beside him. It picked the body up and took Johnson out of the portal beast ring. Johnson was coming out to see that a human and angel were just there. It could sense its master's presence very quickly. The angelic body spoke like usual, "Protect my body, Johnson." Johnson bowed to show that it understood what its master meant. Following that, its body started changing form. The multi-surface dimensional steel sphere on its body started spinning. A dimension was created, and it carefully placed its master's body back in. Following that, the multi-surface steel spheres moved again and returned its body to full form. Following that, the ground and rocks beneath its legs started separating. Its body started shrinking towards the ground. As the stone giant, Johnson had a way to protect itself by merging it with the mountain. Because it was relying on this ability, Johnson was able to retain this form in this world. It was hiding Abel's human body inside. After doing a scan with his angelic body, Abel became relieved to notice that he couldn't feel that his human body was hidden inside Johnson. Abel began to take a flight. He started flying while wearing his invisibility hoodie. The mystic headband was doubling the strength of his power of the will. There was not much of a difference between his angelic body and the destination. It was just 1 kilometer. Combined with the buff of the mystic headband, there were only 2,000 meters of distance. All had to do with the fact that his angelic body had just commenced training. He was really starting to understand how sturdy this body was. The maximum reach of his human body was 1,500 meters, and that was only because he had been training his wizard class, alchemy class, and many other classes to get there. He also had to be very lucky in a lot of situations to make that kind of progress. The more he believed his body would get stronger, the further he noticed that the power of the will would only go further. As he took on his hoodie, Abel's angelic body disappeared in midair. Once he left the intermediate-sized seclusion circle, he immediately felt more akin to the world that he was in. He could feel that his entire being was merging with this world that he was in. He couldn't increase his attacking power here, but he did receive a lot of advantages because of it. For instance, he could put himself under disguise, as well as when he was switching his transformation necklace on. Abel started flying in the air in a very relaxed manner. He was also moving the wings behind him to make him go faster. No, he didn't have a complete map of the nation of God. But once he passed through the worship passageway of his follower, began to learn more about the nation of God. He was also starting to get a better idea of where the central temple was situated. After flying for an entire hour, his extraordinary speed got him to see a grand temple that was in front of him. Abel passed through the shadow of the crystal angelic statue and connected to that one particular follower. The saint didn't think it would take too long to visit all 10 of them. Abel looked towards the temple and completely withdrew his power of the will. He noticed how dangerous the temple was. There had to be someone powerful residing inside. He might just surpass legendary figures, even. Yes, it was quite strange. The powerful figure inside was making Abel worried, but the temple itself was making him very comfortable. Slowly and steadily, he lowered his body. He didn't want to be detected. Regular figures wouldn't notice, but any powerful figures would just tell immediately. Slowly, Abel got closer towards the temple. He was starting to notice that this was his home. He knew that it probably had to do with this crystal angelic statue. His body was now under the control of the druid spirit. So naturally, there wouldn't be a concern that his body would just lose control. Soon as Abel got close to the temple, he could feel a defensive barrier that was extremely firm. It was constructed with divine power, and all creatures without its acknowledgement were forbidden to get in. The angelic body was an exception. Abel's body ignored the defensive barrier. He slowly passed through it. When he passed through it, his movements were very slow, but he made extra preparations to see if he could escape immediately. He was not sure that merging with the environment would be enough to trick the guardians of the temple, but he felt like he should take the risk. The temple was very important to him for reasons he wasn't sure of. His legs did not land the whole time. His body was invisible. His angelic body passed through the temple like a phantom, slowly and steadily. The very first challenge appeared in front of him. The temple door was completely shut. There was a large metal door in front of him. The upper half had an engraving depicting the wonders of heaven, and the lower half depicted how terrible and vile the conventional world was. It was a very strong contrast. Everything in heaven was wonderful wealth, power, beauty, none of that mattered. All that remained was pure faith in the divine spirit. Some strange words were written on the door. The font belonged to heaven. Since he received the angelic heritage already, he had started to notice them. Eternal life to those who believe me. Whether one could read the words or not, they felt sacred. Abel was not sure what to do here. This was a door that was several tens of meters tall. It would be impossible to open this without passing the detection of the ones inside. There has to be more than one entrance. Abel thought back to the information he received from his preachers. Although the temple designs he got were nowhere as grand as the one he was looking at, the structure was somewhat similar. Slowly and steadily, he flew somewhere higher and saw a window that was built to show the sunlight inside. To ensure that the sunlight could better pass through the window and into the temple, no physical structures were installed to block the outermost barriers. Still, not only could this serve as a defensive layer, but it also protected against the elements so that the structure maintained optimal conditions. Of course, that was not all there was to this window. There was a strange circle that could project a rainbow-colored barrier on the temple. The sunlight could be filtered into different colors, making the castle seem more sacred. Abel easily passed through the window. He moved so that not even the sunlight affected him. There was no sound either. While inside the temple, he felt like his senses got stronger. He felt like he had full control over this place. But he didn't want to extend his power of will. Slowly and carefully, he went down from the topmost part of the temple. He was just realizing that he was inside the main hallroom. Abel looked in the direction of the temple. Apart from that direction, everyone else was where the followers prayed. The altar was definitely the most crucial spot. It seemed that the representative, the saint, was not inside at all. There was no one inside, so it seemed even quieter. Still, he could sense murderous intent from everywhere. As soon as he went down to fly to the altar, he very quickly faced 3 streaks of the scanning circle. If not for the angelic body he was using, the alarm siren, they might have found him already. Abel came to the altar and saw a statue that was placed on top. The worship power that it contained made him feel like he was looking directly at the sun. He wanted to touch it, but he didn't do it. The worship power container was too scary for him to actually try. He didn't want something to happen to his hand. Actually, he didn't want something to happen inside the temple. Still, Abel could realize that his eyes were attracted by a crystal body that was formed right underneath the statue. If the worship power was just like a mist, this tiny crystal body would have been like a diamond. Although their quality was the same, their value was different. Very carefully, Abel flew beneath the angelic statue and picked up the crystal body. His breath stopped as soon as he did. He didn't want something to happen because of what he did. Still, he didn't think that powerful figures would just switch on their power of the will to spy on the whole temple. That would definitely cost too much energy. Also, the whole place was already defended, with mechanisms powered up by divine power. If the divine spirits were here, there just wouldn't be any way to go in silent. Basically, Abel was getting too worried about the existence of any danger. If he wasn't triggering the alarm or letting someone see him, he might just go unscathed. Actually, he was definitely getting excessively worried about the crystal body in his hands. A tremendous amount of divine power was already contained. Abel thought back to all the guesses regarding every time he attacked the nation of God. The nation of God already activated the divine crystal to allow this to happen. Yes, divine crystal. That was the first thought that came to him. As the divine crystal was not fully formed yet, it made him capable of feeling the divine crystal more. The interior of the divine crystal was completely made of divine power, which was structured in a very unique manner that the stone looked like a very pure jewel. Abel thought that this was the key to defending the central continent from the nation of God. The nation of God must have activated the divine crystal to allow all this to happen. After sensing the divine power that was solidifying inside the crystal body, Abel quickly thought of the divine crystal. As the divine crystal was not fully formed, he could now better sense what was going on inside. The interior was made completely out of divine power, which was a crystal body on its own. Unlike the worship power that was on the divine statue, the worship power on the statue seemed to be clearly infused with the messages of the spirits. It was like a power source for public use. Anyone that had access was free to activate it. Abel would know that the divine crystal could restrict the power of dimension, but honestly, he didn't know what the exact method for making it happen was. Whatever the case, he understood that the divine crystal was an absolute treasure. He didn't feel that the crystal could do any good to him, but if he could get more chances, he would just obtain more of the divine crystals. After doing some inspections around the temple, Abel felt like there was nothing more to gain. Every item here was infused with worship power, even the tables, chairs, and shelves. Everything was made to be only of the best quality. The most important thing would stay inside the temple area so that no commoners would lay their hands on them. Abel didn't touch these things. No one was probably going to say anything if the divine crystal was just gone, but if an item went missing, even the servants would be shocked. Abel looked towards a wooden door that was on one side of the divine temple. It was the entrance for the staff members to leave the temple. He thought that there might be something good inside. He was starting to get very worried. He was not sure if he could use his power of the will here. His senses might just be suppressed. So it was really starting to get inconvenient. He began by putting the divine crystal away and then flew towards the front of the wooden door. There was no handle on the wooden door. The only thing was a verification circle. After seeing this, he wanted to break the door. Still, he tried to think of it as his new home. He placed his hand on the verification circle, and before it was opened, he was quick to notice what was going on inside. Along with the inside structure and the operation system of the circle, he noticed that he was gaining control over the whole system. It felt like he was inside his own magic tower, where all the systems and circles installed were free for him to command. Abel's conscience moved a bit on its own. The verification circle stopped activating, and the wooden door was just about to be opened. He was starting to feel something. If he could unleash his power of the will, he might just be able to control everything that was here. He wouldn't do this unless he felt the absolute need to. Things were doing fine just now. He was sneaking in to look through the things he wanted. If he could leave quietly, that would be the ideal. Once the wooden door was opened, his body passed through and allowed the door to shut on its own. Behind the door, he realized this was where the temple higher-ups lived. He could see that on the two ends were wide and large doors. A preacher wearing a white robe just came out. If this same preacher earlier, he might just see the wooden door opening and closing on its own. Without taking too much time to observe, Abel could see that the preacher was at least an advanced sacred knight. Just from looking at the life presence he was emitting, he could tell that he was not too old at all. This preacher was probably a prodigy as a knight. This preacher held a book in his hand. His steps were fast and steady as he walked towards the deeper part of the walkway. Abel's eyes quickly shone and followed behind. The preacher had no idea an angel was tailing him. Even if the angelic body was not merging with the world, the legendary rank strength would just suffice for a perfect disguise. After walking not so far, the preacher turned a corner of the walkway and continued walking. Abel followed quickly and saw that the preacher was passing through an outdoor walkway into the side building of the temple. He was very satisfied. If he was to find it slowly himself, he was sure that it'd take a lot more time to find it. The main building of the temple was used to spread the faith. There weren't be a lot of important facilities in the same location. Still, the size of the place was making it quite difficult to map out the right location. The preacher walked towards the door and pressed his hand on it. He walked in as soon as the door was opened. He looked around and quickly saw that two advanced sacred knights were guarding the place. He knew that there was something important there. In fact, the temple had these two sacred knights there just to have no trespassers coming through. These men didn't have to be very strong. They were no different to mad knights, actually. As long as the siren was on, the entire defensive mechanism of the temple would just open and made it impossible for an escape. That being said, having anyone guarding this place was really more to do with sending warnings and reminding that only the privileged could be here. Naturally, the only ones that could be here had very high status. Abel was floating in the air as he went past the two sacred knights. He could see that these knights were doing their jobs very well. Their eyes were focused the entire time. They would be drawing their power of the will out to make sure that the entrance was tightly sealed. That wouldn't do much to detect Abel's angelic body, though, so when Abel passed through, he was not triggering any reaction whatsoever. Of course, Abel would still have his eyes focused the entire time. He would never underestimate his enemies. His attention was be highly focused on the advanced knights, and as long as the divine conscience remained open, he was sure that there wouldn't be any difference in level whatsoever. Yes, he knew how sensitive divine conscience was. He was not unleashing his murderous intent, which was how he got over the radar. After going along the passageway, Abel could see that this was pretty much an underground tunnel. He would be going further down very easily. He quickly found that circle runes were drawn all over the staircases. He didn't think that these would be so easy to step on. His guess was right. There was a defensive barrier and a scanning circle. The amount of defense put here was ridiculous, and it made him even more certain that some treasure was buried. Once he went further downward, he could see that there was another metallic door. It had the same material as when he was passing through the giant door. He was pretty experienced this time now. He placed his hand on the metallic door. It was immediately shutting down the verification circle on the metallic door and switching on the metallic door. Fearing that some sound would be there when the door was opened, he continued to place his hand on it. The terrifying power was starting to do something. His one hand was holding all the weight, but when the door was opened, there was no friction between it and the ground. A lot of muscle control must go into that. That was for sure. Abel wouldn't get this right all the time, but the central temple was unlike anywhere else. Here, his senses and power were both buffed to a great extent, and his physical strength was also enhanced to the point that it was very easy for him to do this. Abel was starting to get an idea of how buildings were made in this world. It was the same whether it was on the nation of God or the central continent. It was all the same. For the nation of God, there was the heritage of the demon from beyond, but that alone was not enough to contain all knowledge. Most of what was known here remained in this world, like the underground dimension that they were looking at. Most of this could resemble many of what Abel saw. Abel was just looking at the underground space. He could roughly make a guess of how some of the places worked. The large stone door, for example. There were spell runes all over that. That should be where the warehouse of the temple was. At a further spot, there was a sign that clearly stated to not trespass. It should be the control room of the temple. If there was a spirit there, that would be the place the spirit that was supposed to take care of in the temple. There were a lot more rooms that Abel didn't have to look in depth himself. He could just feel that danger was close by. Powerful figures were staying in them. He didn't know about what the other rooms were for, but his guess was that they were all quite important in their own way. He didn't doubt that since he knew that the saint made preparations to be able to return here, no matter how far he went out. No, Abel didn't want to face the saint here. He didn't want to fight when the environment was against him. The saint returned with many other powerful figures. The appearance made Abel more cautious. Abel's first target was the control room. He knew that if he was getting rid of that, he would be reducing a lot of trouble. He quickly flew towards that. Before he passed through the main door, he greedily took a look at the warehouse. He wanted to make sure that he was doing some scavenging. After he took care of it, in front of the operation room door, Abel placed his hand right on the door and quickly understood the situation. He was also getting control over the door. He looked left and right for a bit. He didn't realize that anyone was moving underground. He immediately opened the gate and dashed inside. He was surprised to see that it wasn't actually an operation room. He wasn't sure what it was, but if he had to guess, it might be something of a display room. Only a longsword and a shield were displayed. On the other side of the room, there was a shadow of the angelic wings. Round them were plenty of spell circles to contain it. Abel felt very moved by that. He figured that this must be something important. With that in mind, he immediately flew towards the sword and shield, towards the defensive circles that were nearby. They would be triggered if threats were detected, but his angelic body was just passing through like nothing. Abel seemed quite used to this now. He went inside the spell circle and felt a lot closer to the weapons he was encountering. He immediately understood what these weapons were for. The essence that was emitted was the exact same as the divine armor that he got. This was the sword and shield that the demon from beyond used. These were the weapons of an angel. Abel reached his hand out and grabbed onto a longsword. The blade shook slightly on its own as though it was saying hello to him. He guessed that it might have something to do with the crystal angelic statue. The statue originated from a soul fragment. From his estimations, this soul fragment might have just originated from the demon from beyond. This was only his guess, however. He wouldn't know what would actually happen unless the demon from beyond was there. In any case, the divine longsword was already treating him as the master. He was grabbing onto it, and strangely enough, he didn't feel any weight. He then grabbed onto the shield. The shield also felt as light as a feather. Abel didn't spend much time here to do any inspection, however. The environment here was already quite dangerous, and he didn't want to unleash his power of will until he was sure that he was safe. No, he didn't want to overwrite the ownership circle here. He didn't want to lock these weapons with his druid spirit. He wanted them to be claimed by his main spirit. So when the demon from beyond woke up, they would still stay in his collection. The shadows of the angelic wings felt very intimate to him, even more intimate than the longsword and divine shield. They were like his extended limbs. Abel got closer to the angelic wing shadows. Very quickly, he could feel the joy that was emitted out of a spirit. Abel was shocked. He never thought that this was a spirit. It was very clear that the angelic wings were trying to convey happiness to him. It was also sending a message to him in the language of the angels. Only the spirits would own this. At the very least in this world. Abel took the time to look around this room. He thought that this was an operation room, but then he realized that he got it wrong. Come to think of it. However, this room was probably no more than that. It was just that the spirit was too special. Abel was even considering taking it away in case something were to happen. Before that, however, he went ahead to look at the divine longsword and divine shield once more. Since he already got what he went here for, he decided that he might as well give it a try before he was to leave. The temple wasn't going to stop him, he thought. If he was to be found out, Abel could always unleash his power of the will and make the entire temple to help himself. While Abel was reaching towards the angelic wing shadow, he was starting to realize that the shadow was flying towards him on its own. He wanted to escape out of instinct, but he realized that the shadow was just flying right behind him as soon as it got close to him. It was like a pair of wings was just attached to him. It consisted of a tremendous amount of energy. His angelic body was just backed with a huge load of energy. He didn't understand it very well himself, so he basically became an angel with two pairs of wings. As a matter of fact, this pair of wings became guardian wings after the demon from beyond used the super spells. It was protecting the entire nation of God, and he just left the last bit inside the temple. As far as the demon from beyond was concerned, if it could use the faith inside the temple for self-recovery, it might just become a four-winged angel as soon as it was recovered to full health. Of course, it wasn't confident in doing that, but Abel was a lucky. He just got the jackpot to become a four-winged angel. As long as a four-winged angel appeared, that would mean that the angel would just not lose any energy during combat. Its attacking power and defensive power would also be multiplied. Abel didn't care too much about that. It would take time to perform the transformation of angelic wings, and even if it worked, there would still not be enough of a speedboat. The wings were pretty much just for the base to become firmer so that his attack, defense, and recovery could all be enhanced. It was not possible to just gain the fruit of years of training in one step. The process was a lot faster than that. Abel's body was, if he was to compare it to something in his previous life, a nuclear bomb. As deadly as it sounded, he didn't have the passcode to detonate it, so the most he could do was to just use it as a metal sphere to hit people. This was pretty much his situation right now. Even now, he still couldn't use light power for long-range attacks, and it wouldn't matter how strong an attack would be if you couldn't hit your target. It would be better if you're facing a melee class, but if you were to face someone with long-distance attacks, the results might have been a lot more different. The Sacred Knights would have an advantage in this regard, as they would have the spiritual Kai light rings to take an entire field to themselves. This was precisely what Abel lacked. There was still a long path before he could really fully cultivate his angelic body. The angelic body spirit went behind him very quickly. This was the wing pair of a truly powerful angelic. It possessed abilities that were completely different from the ones that had formed on him recently. Before, he was always relying on the calculating ability of the world stone fragment so he could move at the highest precision that he could. However, since his angelic body was controlled by his druid spirit, once the main body was put somewhere else, his control was weakened tremendously since his control power was greatly reduced. Although inside the nation of God, all the buffs were increasing his control power, this was nothing but a temporary state he was putting himself in. Once he left the nation of God to fight somewhere else, especially in the dark world, this would just not work whatsoever. The new angelic wings were just adding something to calculate all the attacks possible to be launched within range. The exact angle, distance, and force were all calculated, so an optimal amount of damage could deal an optimal amount of cost. Abel lightly waved his arm around. The combined force of his angelic wings and his druid spirit made it possible for something unseen to happen. This was unlike the effect of the world stone fragment. This was the digitalization ability, and it was discovered along with his acute vision ability. However, he didn't take too much time to test out what abilities were granted to his angelic wings. Actually, he just had the illusion that his angelic wings might just be some kind of spirit. It did possess some of the abilities a spirit would have. It was just stronger than ordinary spirits. Abel let out a long sigh as he looked towards the empty room. Nothing accidental happened the entire time. He was not discovered by the temple at all. His next target was the warehouse. That was his very last target. He thought that harvesting the two most important locations of the temple was enough to satisfy him. Slowly and carefully, he opened the gate to the operation room. He was lucky enough to not have anyone in the scene. Immediately, he dashed out of the operating room and kept the door shut. He then flew to the front of the warehouse gate. These were two giant metallic doors, that were very easy to open on their own. Still, if he didn't want to terrify anyone else, he would have to carry the weight up and open the gate. He did this already before, but the last one he tried was just too different in size. Abel reached out his hands and grabbed the door. Inside were all kinds of circles shutting down immediately. The weight of the gates was several tons. The strength of the angelic body was already surpassing that of a melee legendary figure. The weight was still as light as it could be inside his hands. Once the warehouse gate was opened, Abel went ahead to close it down slowly, so he had the time to look at what was inside. His gaze was immediately attracted by the shiniest items. He wasn't interested in looking for anything else anymore. At the very least, for now, all his attention was on the items that were flashing in light. In the middle of the warehouse, there was a golden box with no handle. Inside were flashing items. They were holy crystals. Abel got the number very quickly with his angelic wings. There were 5,362 in total holy crystals. Very excitedly, he picked up one of the holy crystals. It was not like some half-done work he got from the statue location. The surface was as tough as it could get, with golden lights shining from all kinds of surfaces. The holy crystal was like a piece of art. Compared to that top-level gemstone, he could actually just throw it away. For now, he was putting the holy crystal inside the golden box and putting on the lid. It was to go inside his angelic dimension. What he didn't know was that, actually, the holy crystal was just another currency of its own. This was the type that was only used at the highest level, not just Abel actually. Most of the legendary figures would say that they didn't have this type of currency. In truth, all the holy crystals here were stored by the temple for the last several thousand years. Every time the crystals were used, the saint would slowly, carefully make sure that he was not wasting any of the holy crystals. It was the temple that created the holy crystals and stored them there. Still, only the saint had an obligation to keep these crystals, and using them was processed by an application to the guardian wings. Right now, there were 5,362 holy crystals put right here. They were not just the product of the central temple. Here they would contain everything that was produced by the 18 temples. They were but a fraction of what was stored up inside the entire nation of God. For the past few thousand years, apart from supplying the guardian wings energy to make up for all kinds of expenses, all the remaining faith would be converted into these holy crystals. Abel was quite satisfied with the number of holy crystals he collected. After he picked up all 5,362 of them, he began to take a look at the other items inside the warehouse. The most he saw was a white potion that he didn't remember ever seeing before. He could tell just from the number, 2,000 bottles approximately, that this must be something very important. He went ahead and opened one bottle. He sniffed what was inside for a bit and immediately felt a sacred power coming over him. It was quite strange. He wasn't sure what the brewing procedure was done to merge this sacred power into the brew. Or there was something that was inside. His Grandmaster Alchemist Rune could easily make a call that this brew did not belong to the system of this world. It was not of the dark world either. If he had to tell, this must have come from the heavens. Of course, he was really just guessing. He could only start to understand what these potions were for until he got a full grasp of the angelic heritage. He was sure of one thing. This had to be a supplementary potion for the sacred knights. Regular knights couldn't afford it, so it was stored here. For a potion here that could boost the fighting power of the sacred knights, he was sure that he was going to take all of them. Could use them for himself and his contract creatures. After putting 2,000 or more bottles in, he then looked towards the other items. He didn't bother to look over towards the sacred knight equipment, as the best that was available was just golden quality. There were also too many to fit into his angelic body's portal bag. He would have picked up all of them if he had his divine portal bag, but he just didn't have it. Also, he didn't have the time to slowly examine this equipment. He just didn't think that this equipment could match his rune equipment. With that in mind, he gave up on the idea of dropping his sacred knight equipment. He quickly looked towards the side and saw that there were about 100 magic items for self-protection. Most of them were necklaces, rings, or wristbands. He was quite familiar with most of them. Most of the defensive magic items here had to be absolutely one of a kind. Most of them could generate barriers that could block against at least one attack coming from advanced level class holders. This had to be quite rare in terms of the standard on the central continent. Abel went ahead and saw some scrape marks on the items. These marks didn't affect the magic items from functioning. If anything, they made it easier for him to tell where these originated from. From his estimation, they had to be items that were worn on the front line. The temple probably collected them just to make themselves look better in the eyes of the public. This was even more evident when these items were placed together with the wizard cloaks and wizard staff. Abel twitched his eyes for a bit. He had no use for these things, but he could tell that they served as very fine materials for his family wizards or for his trading business. After touching them, he quickly placed all the wizard items into his portal bag. The warehouse was probably just a miniature version of the storage keep. This would make sense, as only the rare items were here. Inside his angelic portal bag, there were already some items he could prepare in advance. Although there was some space that was left, he was just not going to stuff more things into the space that was left. He didn't want extra stuff anyway. Also, it was getting quite late, so he wanted to leave. He didn't want to be too greedy, so he immediately flew towards the gate again. He placed his hands on it and shut down all the circles. The gate was also pushed open. While he was out, he took the effort to look towards a fanatic knight that was watching the gate in awe. He wasn't sure what was happening. From his angle, it seemed like the fanatic knight was staring right towards him. On second thought, he thought that it was impossible since he was in invisibility mode. Instead of shutting the gate, he decided to just leave the place as quickly as he could. Just after Abel flew out of the warehouse, the Mad Knight quickly noticed that something was wrong. The Mad Knight rushed toward the warehouse and saw that some of the spaces were empty. The most obvious spot was the center, where the box storing the holy crystals was. He started screaming out of control, "What? Someone get here, the warehouse!" While he was screaming, a strange power of the will started flooding towards the warehouse. After searching for a bit, the power of the will immediately rose. It was quickly dispersed and swept through the entire temple. Abel was flying straight towards the middle of the temple. He didn't want to stay quiet anymore. He tried his best to suppress his flight time. He wanted to keep his voice to the minimum while bursting out as quickly as he could. While he was flying towards the window, the power of the will dispersed and quickly found the track he left. It started chasing after him. It was meant to be strong enough to immobilize a legendary figure on contact. Abel didn't feel a thing. His angelic body was too strong for him to be moved slightly. Abel decided that he shouldn't hide his power of will anymore. He started activating it and rushed towards his sides. He realized that the new wings were bringing change to his power of the will capacity. It was increased by twice-fold, actually. Combined with the buff effect of the mystic headband, his total reach was extended to a total of 4,000 meters. Still, Abel could feel how powerful the incoming force was. He didn't think that he could just neutralize it, but it was the same vice versa. The power of the will chasing after him was mostly for finding his location. If there was anything that was planned to actually attack him, it would be the figure that was dashing towards him from the underground basement. It was an old man who was activating the dash ability. Neither of his legs was on the ground as he was doing this. The flight speed was as shocking as it could be. He didn't even slow down as he was making turns. From estimation, there should be at least 2 seconds until he was inside the temple. Abel still sneered at the sight of him. He thought that he had been underestimated. He didn't think that one man could hunt him down so easily, and it was really funny to him that there were still plenty of powerful figures inside the basement that were still continuing with their training. So that's how they dealt with a thief. It would make sense, given that thieves had to sneak in instead of fighting the ones that lived inside. These powerful figures had their own ways of dealing with intruders, and that was to not overreact to someone who was just here to commit theft. To their blunder, however, while Abel was not yet enough to match their levels, this was the temple of the demon from beyond. As it stood, Abel did have the druid spirit to form a connection with the soul of the demon from beyond, and he could control the temple like a wizard could to his own magic tower. Under the control of Abel's power of the will, the elder that was rushing over was suddenly blocked by a defensive barrier. As the barrier was emerging too suddenly, his body was heavily slammed onto the barrier. The impact rebounded back enough to inflict some minor wounds. Of course, it wasn't too bad of a wound, but the elder was still pretty surprised that a defensive barrier was enough to stop him. The guardian wings were supposed to take care of the thief. Now it looked like it was hitting him indiscriminately. The elder screamed, "Something's off. Come and help you." Some of the other men training in the basement opened their eyes and rushed towards their own rooms. Here in the central temple, everything was supposed to be done on a roster. One would be on post while the others focused on their training. When the elder screamed, everyone who was still continuing with their training began going out. Yes, they were also stopped by the defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier was infused with some faith power, to them the barrier was as thin as a paper wall, or so they thought. They began to realize that every step they took was still slowed down to a great extent, if not stopped. Abel noticed that things were really starting to get dangerous when he saw this many powerful figures. He knew he had to leave. His body flew towards the window but before he left, his power of the will swept through the angelic statue. He thought to himself maybe it was possible to get his hands on it. He wasn't trying before because he didn't want the guards to notice. Yes, the angelic statue was not supposed to be taken away very easily. It was almost like it was supposed to be formed completely as one with the temple. Still, if it was the owner of the temple, it wouldn't be a hard job at all to take the statue away. This was pretty much like what Abel was doing. As long as he had his power of the will, the statue just flew up and was put into his angelic portal bag. Meanwhile, Abel's body was rushing towards the window without activating the window. Once he was out, he could realize that a tremendous amount of power of the will was activated from the temple. Inside was one that was almost completely merging with the temple. He began to understand very quickly, the saint is back. He immediately accelerated and left a drop of blood from his hand. The 4 wings on his back ignited very quickly. It was almost like his body was being burnt by the air around him. He realized that his body was probably piercing through the sound circle for this to happen. Even if he had the invisibility hoodie on him, he would still not be able to hide his tracks. He was leaving a track after his flight. Most people couldn't see through it very easily, but it was very obvious for powerful figures. The saint was just turning from the front line to the central temple. He just finished boosting his men's morale. For a very long time, the 10 battle forts belonging to the resource point was supposed to become barriers for the nation of God. The saint was not in a good mood. He just saw the wizard union building battle forts that matched theirs. They were even defensive walls built in between to form a connection. This was almost like blocking the connection between them and the front line. Once these walls were built, the front line would lose all connection with the nation of God. The resources on the front line would make the wizard union even more powerful, so that more war machines and defensive mechanisms would be installed. Things were not looking good for the nation of God. Once the saint appeared from the teleportation circle of the central temple, he realized that something strange was happening. There was a fight taking place right inside the temple. He immediately unleashed his power of will when he realized this. As the representative of the demon from beyond, he had every obligation to make sure that everything inside the temple was under his control. Many of the powerful guardians inside the temple were still attacking the barrier that was blocking. After they were done, they began rushing towards the hall room. The saint didn't know what was happening, but he still went ahead and shut down those barriers. Didn't know why there were so many barriers switched up. Maybe the enemies were coming to the temple. Having thought about that, his power of the will was immediately connected to the temple. He began making inquiries about what was happening to the temple. His expression solidified as soon as he noticed what was happening. The saint screamed angrily, "Where is the figure of my Lord?" His voice was then spreading through all the circles inside the temple. Everyone was starting to understand that something major happened. The saint was just about to calm himself down. The few powerful figures were already rushing towards the main hall towards the outside. He too began to switch on the scanning circle of the temple. He looked around and could see that the scanning circle was very powerful. Within 50 miles of reach inside the temple, nothing that was moving could escape the scan of the scanning circle. Still, he could see what was strange within the sky very quickly. There was a very strange airflow. There seemed to be something that was flying. However, he didn't see anything that was inside his circle. The most concrete proof he could get was a line of air. That was just piercing through. The saint had no ways of confirming, though. It was too fast to make sense of. Everyone began to chase after it. The powerful figures especially were doing their best to catch up, but the invisible, flying object was just too fast. The saint didn't let anyone return. He needed to pass through the guardian wings to realize what was happening. At the same time, he needed to pass through the guardian wings to help with the search. The saint asked the guardian wings, "Search for anything alive that's going inside the temple." The guardian wings quickly replied, "There has been no sightings of anyone going in, the saint." The saint was not sure what to think. The statue was already stolen, but the wings told him the opposite. The guardian wings didn't have the ability to lie, so he was even starting to suspect that the message was an indication of betrayal. He asked a different question: what caused this trace in the air? The guardian wings replied, "Nothing alive caused it." The saint just realized how severe the situation was. He used to think that the guardian wings' reach was perfect, but he was stolen from just like that. He couldn't do anything about it. He didn't even search the air. He got nothing else, however, since he couldn't make it. One sacred night charged in front of the saint. There was a thief in the warehouse, the saint. The saint was extraordinarily frightened. He connected his power of the will with the temple once more and went towards the warehouse. Very quickly, he could see that a lot of stuff went missing. The holy crystals, especially, were all gone. He felt distraught because of this. This had to be one of the biggest financial losses that happened to the nation of God. He prepared those holy crystals for the divine spirits. He did another scan with his power of the will. He searched for the underground basement and found something new. The divine sword, divine shield, and guardian wings were all gone. All of a sudden, blood started gushing out of the saint's mouth. It dyed his extravagant robe and the ground red. He murmured to himself, "How do I tell my lord?" His eyes were filled with doubt. He had a feeling that this was all just a dream, something like a nightmare. "What happened to you, master?" After a few screams, he became a lot more awake, but this meant that all this was real. The saint shouted with his bloodshot eyes, "Search for me. I need to know who did this. As long as I know who did this, we'll use the entire state's power to make him pay the cost." No one knew where to start, but after seeing the saint's state, they had no choice but to bow and begin the search. After calling everyone away, the saint started feeling a lot calmer. He then began to think about what happened today. First of all, the most important thing to consider would be the timing of this thief. It was just right as he left the temple. If he were still inside the temple, then the chance of the thief entering would be quite low. Another thing to consider was the extent to which the thief could move at high mobility and invisibility. He had TP be better than ordinary powerful figures to achieve this. All these things could basically make the range a lot narrower. As for whether the thief was a competent fighter, the saint wasn't sure that he was to act like this, but as long as he could make a rough guess, he could make a better analysis somewhat. Before that, however, he needed to put back the 2 divine items with his guardian wings. Those were not so easy to be stolen, actually. They were all forged by the divine spirits, so they could also be withdrawn the moment they were summoned. The saint contacted the guardian wings. "Call my lord's guardian wings. I want the 2 weapons back." The guardian wings unleashed a ripple. After waiting for tens of seconds, he realized that nothing was happening. The guardian wings' response was not a good one. "They cannot be returned." Sacred Knight was just rushing in with a bottle containing a drop of blood. "We've discovered a drop of blood, master." "Bring it to me." While the saint reached for the bottle, he began to see that there was a drop of blood inside. He was immediately sure that this was a drop of divine blood. Now, the important question was whether the blood flew down from that thief's body. Could it be that the thief was injured during infiltration, by any chance? Or could it be that he was using the blood as some sort of catalyst? The saint wasn't entirely sure, but he was already plenty certain that this thief was some sort of divine spirit. Which really made sense in a way. Only divine spirit could be inside the nation of God. He wasn't sure what kind would try to infiltrate like this into the temple of another one. Actually, most divine spirit temples weren't supposed to be like this. The difference in divine power was not something that could be messed around. Also, the expenditure of energy for going after one temple was already quite tremendous, such that going in to steal one divine item was said to be virtually impossible. Inside Abel's mind, he was already thinking back to all the information he knew about the divine spirit. As a matter of fact, for potential enemies of the demon from beyond, it was a top priority for the nation of God's intelligence agency to get whatever they could. From the central continent to the subcontinent, with all kinds of methods, the intelligence agency had been spending thousands of years trying to locate any information they could get on the divine spirit. As all the information was going back, the saint was already gaining some understanding with the divine spirit. The god of theft. Abel thought of the name of one divine spirit. The god of theft was a very timid spirit who was very capable of disguise and theft. He disappeared after that fight with the wizard union against the demon from beyond, but the saint knew very well that he was still out there somewhere. The god of theft had to be out there somewhere to get so many believers of his own. He virtually had no other way of getting more powerful on his own. At the same time, it was pretty much impossible for the followers to be completely eradicated on their own. As long as burglary and theft remained a thing, there would always be thieves screaming, "Bless the god of theft," while they continued with their work. The god of theft was a pretty bizarre spirit in that sense. No matter how hard the nation of God conducted their search, it was still impossible to find the whereabouts of this divine spirit. According to the analysis of the intelligence system, however, the god of theft could just never become a serious enemy to the nation of God. This could be seen from the way he was acting the whole time. He was probably the kind to act on his own, based on the observations that were made. It could be said that the god of theft was the most likely suspect here today. As a matter of fact, the divine blood was exactly what Wizard Dolan passed over. From his perspective, this was no different from blood that was new. Only a grandmaster alchemist like Abel really could be capable of telling where the difference was. As it stood, this drop of the divine blood was pretty useless to either Abel and Wizard Z. Dolan. Abel just left it as a decoy to influence the decision of his pursuers. To be honest, no matter how much the nation of God was trying to think of a rational method to discern his identity, he was already pretty certain that they were going to label him as a divine spirit. Under these circumstances, it was already pretty clear that he was already safe. The saint cried out loudly, "Call out the intelligence system. I want you to find everything there is about the god of theft. Bring him out of the central continent." The more he thought about it, the more he was sure that it was the god of theft. The motives matched, so did the capabilities of the god of theft. The god of theft didn't possess that much divine power. To begin with, holy crystals had to be what he wanted the most, so if the god of theft wanted to use the holy crystals, he could always use that to boost his own powers. If the god of theft didn't want to boost his own strength, the holy crystal could always be preserved or used to increase his longevity by another tens of thousands of years. In terms of the divine power, the more powerful a divine spirit was, the greater the need would be to use more of it. This was why many divine spirits lost their strength as soon as their followers decreased. Of course, some followers would be able to stay in the nation of God for a bit longer. They would be more faithful than followers outside and could retain more faith power in the long run. While the dead ones could be revived, that would always come at even more cost of the divine power. Without enough divine power for the followers outside to replenish, the divine spirits would lose more and more divine spirits on their own. The process would take quite a while, of course. It was a long and arduous process for divine spirits to be weakened. If they remained asleep, it might take an eternity. If the saint had to make an estimation of the invaders' strength, it'd be based on the fact that he could sneak his way into the central temple. This could not be the ordinary power of a regular divine spirit. Come to think of it, only divine spirits under the name of the god of theft could possess abilities like this. This wasn't quite possible before, but as it stood, he understood that the god of theft had to accomplish something like that for this to happen. While the saint started to believe that the god of the theft was the culprit, Abel was already flying far away. His power of the will was not detecting the powerful figures chasing after him. He was already way ahead, so he slowed down for a bit and turned towards the valley from which he arrived. Some of the powerful figures behind spent a while and came over here. After looking at each other for a while, they shook their heads and turned back. Abel was quick when he made his way into the valley. He entered into the intermediate seclusion circle and summoned with his power of the will. Johnson was just rising out of the underground. Following, the multi-surfaced metallic spheres on its body started moving and revealed Abel's human body. The human body was just opening its eyes and doing a stretch. It waved towards the angelic body, while the angelic body took out the divine sword and divine shield. He thought about changing the procedure. Otherwise, they wouldn't know when the next time would be. He was feeling quite glad, actually. He thought that the temple had already forgotten about all this, so he stretched his power of the will into the long sword, but he just couldn't tell if he could make his way into the verification circle. He immediately slammed his head, but quickly realized that the druid's spirit was already separated from the angelic body. The angelic body took a step forward. The power of the will was going into the long sword. It very quickly discovered the verification circle. Inside, a golden streak of the power of the will was just inside. This had to be the message of the demon from beyond. The angelic body pulled the golden power of the will for a bit. Although Abel considered it to be a pain, the angelic body was just pulling it out of the verification circle quite easily. Following that, under the guidance of the human body, one streak of the power of the will was left amidst the verification circle. Almost instantly, the longsword changed its enemy. But Abel wasn't preparing to leave it for the human body. In a sense, the angelic body was leaving some power of the will to become somewhat of a secondary master, just in case. Under the same conditions, the human body was just retaining the highest order to keep the divine longsword so he could place the divine power of the will at any time. This was so that the sword could not be taken away by the demon from beyond. Even if he wasn't using it, he still wouldn't want to get the demon from beyond to put the sword away. He needed to keep this and the shield away from the demon. From beyond with all that he could. The angelic body withdrew the two divine items quickly. Abel didn't bother checking. The entire nation of God could be onto him right now. He didn't know that the divine blood he threw away already diverted most of the attention away from him. No, he had no idea. As far as the saint was concerned, he had to get as many men as he could to pose a threat to the god of theft. The god of theft was just too fast this time. He understood what speed was required to bypass the scanning circle installed at the central temple. He was not letting down his guard. Abel, on the other hand, knew his speed was a bluff. He could go as fast as he wanted running away. But if he were to engage in an actual fight, he didn't think that he was going to last too long at all. Abel put his druid spirit back into his body, then had his angelic body inside his druid spirit. Next, he put away the large-size seclusion and had Johnson back inside his portal beast ring. After that, he changed to the invisibility cloak that he retrieved. As soon as he had it on, under the buff of the mystic headband, his maximum reach with instantaneous movement was 3,000 meters in total. Abel arrived back at the beach. After walking out of the defensive barrier of the Guardian Wings, he let out a long breath in relief. He was finally safe. As long as he was here, he would have no more concerns with the people after him at the nation of God. That was because this was the territory of Kemble the Golden Dragon. After teleporting himself to the Firetooth Castle, Abel went full speed back to the Golden Castle. He knew that the teleportation circles were now under full control of the Wizard Union, so if he were to sneak in, he would have to go in with paths that he opened himself. He couldn't even use the closest teleportation circle in the nearby city because he had too many secrets that he didn't want the Wizard Union to know about. Just like that, Abel went quietly back inside the Golden Castle. Inside, nobody knew that the owner just went out for a trip to do something that would influence the fate of the entire continent. Abel went out of the Firetooth Castle and used the short-distance teleportation circle to head back into the training room. As soon as he went in, he switched on all the defensive circles and seclusion circles that he had. After activating one town teleportation circle, he used a teleportation portal to return to the Dark World. Once he was back, he looked towards the rogue's encampment and felt the immense control the divine spirit had. He was finally starting to relax. Once again, he called out the angelic body. The angelic body laughed at the human body, while the human body did the same in return. Here. Abel's two bodies laughed out loudly. Perhaps neither the Wizard Union nor the Central Continent would ever learn about this. Abel took all the equipment that the demon from beyond used to have. There was the divine portal bag, something reserved for the saint. There was also the divine armor, which Abel took from the Lance Continent. On a side note, the Wizard Union still had no idea that the Lance Continent was still decimated. It might take 2 years for them to hear the news. Meanwhile, Abel was just glad that he got the divine longsword and the divine shield. This made the demon from beyond a lot less frightening. The demon from beyond came alone from a different world. Abel stole everything that he could have brought. He took 4 divine items in total. Abel just gained the right to all of them. Even the ownership circles were now powered by his power. of the will. If the demon from beyond were to wake up now, that would affect his fighting power to a very devastating extent. Or so he thought. Even now, he still had no idea that it was actually the angelic wings that had the biggest influence on the demon's fighting capabilities. If the demon from beyond was to obtain the angelic wings after its awakening, it could then just be promoted into a four-winged angel. That would mean that its strength would be double that of Abel's angelic body. Thinking back, the Wizard Union had to organize all the strongest groups in the entire world to defeat the demon from beyond. If the demon from beyond were to return with, say, double the amount of fighting powers, it would take more than the entire world to make it sleep again. His angelic body put the divine longsword and the divine shield on the ground. Abel took his time to examine the two. The longsword was a standard forge accustomed to sacred knights. He was the owner of it already, but when he was holding it, it felt like 500 kg. This was already heavier than the heaviest weapon on the continent, so he figured that this must be something that the war puppet should be using. Still, since it was the same size as a normal sword, he thought that the material was very special in its own right. But, even as a grandmaster blacksmith, he didn't know what it was made of. Stranger yet, Abel was the owner of the sword, but it was still so heavy. If he were an ordinary law-defying wizard, he wouldn't even hold it now. He looked towards his angelic body to seek confirmation. The angelic body took a step forward and held it for him. It felt like a feather in the angelic body's hand. Also, the abilities of a divine spirit were notifying him of the kind of trait this divine longsword possessed. Holy angelic sword. Specialized weapon for angels. Weight 0. Cannot be destroyed. Increased attack power 500%. Increase attack speed 200%. Increase damage to undead creatures by 500%. After getting a good look at the traits of the longsword, Abel couldn't help but twitch. These effects were not as strong as he liked, but they were all very practical in their own right. With a weight of 0 and an increased speed of 200%, the enemies might have trouble seeing the sword at all. That, with an increased attack power of 500%, that might kill everything with one hit. Of course, that'd be under the premise that the angelic body was close to the enemy, and that was no easy task when all the opponents above legendary were capable of flight. It was also the trait of cannot be destroyed. This holy angelic sword was indestructible in its own right. Finally, there was an increased 500% damage to undead creatures. It really reflected how good angels were at fighting against hell creatures. This could be observed from all the divine weapons that were manufactured. Abel was very satisfied with this new weapon. All in all, his angelic body just became a whole lot more frightening. He could fight anyone on the ground, just not those who were capable of flying in the air. After obtaining the angelic wings, the overall strength of the angelic body was doubled. It was the same for its light power attacks. After gaining the holy angelic sword, it was buffed 5 times over. The attack speed was doubled. Abel could scream with this in his hand, and if his enemies had any senses, they might not do anything at all. Still, for the time being, he was only planning to use his angelic body inside the dark world until his angelic body was fully matured. Once again, Abel picked up the divine shield and inspected it. Holy angelic shield. Specialized shield for angels. Weight 0. Cannot be destroyed. Defense 2000. Increase all elemental resistance by 100%. Increase damage by 400%. Plus 1000 defense against long-distance attack. Recovery speed plus 100. The holy angelic shield inherited one special thing. It was just as light, and the defensive capability was at a ridiculous 2000 points. This proved to be even more relevant when the shield itself was indestructible. In Abel's estimation, attacks within 2000 points could be blocked very easily with this. Anything over that value could just be intercepted with the transfer effect. Actually, maybe that wasn't even needed. The angelic body already possessed elemental resistance, so with increased resistance of 100%, it might just be able to neglect even the damage of ordinary law-defying wizards. The recovery speed was 100. Under this kind of circumstances, even if the defense were broken through, it would just regenerate itself. The divine armor, however, was not so impressive compared to the sword and shield. Abel was quite confused. but he figured that the sword and shield were just too strong for the armor to be of any relevance. For an angel like the demon from beyond, it was more important to develop his own followers. That was perfect for the divine armor. Abel laughed and held the holy angelic sword and holy angelic shield. He was wearing a Tyrell power on him, which, like his other gears, was indestructible. He wouldn't have to ever worry about fixing gears for his angelic body. Abel then looked towards his other things. He didn't think that he could get the magic items, magic cloaks, and the magic staff out. He couldn't do it now, so he would have to wait at least a very, very long time. He knew how terrifying the intelligence network of the nation of God was, so if he brought anything out, he would have been found out immediately. It would just be one legendary sacred knight after him if that were the case. It would be the entire military. Abel went ahead and dropped the angelic portal bag into his divine portal bag. A bit later, he would have to keep these things inside the portal bag. He then got 5,362 holy crystals and some half-finished ones out. He knew how precious these were, but he really had no idea how to use them. His level was not high enough to learn about how important these resources were. He was just curious why his body had no change to the crystal. Perhaps the crystal did not affect him whatsoever. If it were related to the divine spirit, he would think quickly to himself and the beaming giant beast. All this time, Doph received faith from the barbarians of the Battle Song Plateau. Most of the divine power would just go into the ancient totem. However, after all the transformation done to Doph, its body was still a lot stronger. Abel could tell very clearly as the master. He always believed that he just needed some more time for Doph to eventually become a real divine spirit. When Abel opened his portal beast ring and did not call Doph out, he was just starting to understand how anxious Doph was getting. That was quite rare. Doph was always very simplistic in its emotions, love towards its master and anger towards its enemies. This was the first time that Abel felt that it was requesting something else so strongly. The holy crystals probably worked very well for it. He figured as much already. Well, as long as it was good for Doph. Abel was not going to spare too much of his holy crystals. That was even if he knew how rare these crystals were. He was in contact with a lot of powerful figures already. He had barely heard from any powerful figures about it. Doph was just jumping out of the portal beast ring. Its round eyes stared towards the holy crystals that were within the golden castle. As though suppressing its desires, it did not touch the divine crystals that were inside the box. Abel was happy to see this. As the supposed parent to Doph, he was very pleased to see that his supposed child understood restraint. Abel took one holy crystal out of the golden box. He threw it to Doph. Compared to the giant palm that Doph had, the crystal was like a tiny pebble. Doph carefully pinched the crystal with its two thick fingers. Then, it threw the crystals inside its mouth. Abel was watching the entire time. He quickly thought that everything Doph learned was actually from him. If he had to guess, Doph didn't understand the correct way to use the holy crystals. Very quickly, he could see that a change happening to Doph. Divine power was injected right inside Doph's body. It was just swarming quickly to change Doph's body. Given the amount of faith that Doph was already receiving from the barbarians of the Battlecry Plateau, the result of this one crystal could just transform what those barbarians had been providing for the past few decades. Abel was just reminded of something. Doph didn't learn how to obtain the holy crystals from him, but it did possess the instinctual drive to seek items that were beneficial to it. Usually, it would eat those things. If Abel had to guess, eating 10 holy crystals would just transform Doph into a low-tier divine spirit. Still, Abel chose not to let Doph use the holy crystals so quickly. If Doph transformed too quickly, he would just not be able to let Doph fight on the central continent. In fact, he also lacked a good understanding of the divine spirit training system. During this time, he also needed to find a way for divine spirits to promote. Doph wasn't so satisfied, but it still followed through the order and returned the portal beast ring. It was still daytime over on the central continent. Abel thought back over his experiences. The last battle trophy had to stay on the central continent for the effects to be tested. With that in mind, he had his angelic body withdraw and teleport back to the Golden Castle. This time, he was heading to the underground basement. This was where a room was supposed to be kept as a secret room. However, since it was not used initially, the space had been empty most of the time. Abel spoke to the circle spirit "Seal this room up, circle spirit. Don't let anyone teleport in." He couldn't let anyone see what he was about to do next. It was just him alone from this point. Following his command, the circle of lightning began to shine on the door. When the door and the circle connected, as long as the circle remained open, the door would just lose its effect entirely. For the door to be broken through, the entire golden castle would just be suppressed and attacked. Meanwhile, the defensive circle of this door would be connected to the defensive circle of the entire golden castle. Once that happened, even a divine spirit would have a problem making a forced entry here. Abel commanded again, "Activate the circle spirit again. Dark spirit, protect this room so no one can spy with their power of the will." The circle spirit just activated the seclusion circle to separate the room from the rest of the world. For the dark spirit, the job was really to attack anyone who attempted to perform a power of the will scan. With them in place, Abel had the confidence to bring his angelic body out, to get his angelic statue out. Once the angelic statue was taken out, Abel could clearly sense that as soon as it appeared, several worship lines were connected. It was truly surprising for him. He looked carefully at these lines. It was easy for him to see that these all came from the nation of God. He scanned after switching on his world stone fragment. He could tell that 50 million followers were connected to this statue. From what he could guess, they were the followers that were devoting worship to the central temple. In front of the foot of the angelic statue, a crystal body hollow was just starting to take shape. New holy crystal was being bred. As a matter of fact, all statues were very important for divine spirits. These kinds of ones stored inside the main temple were pretty much the main object of worship for most followers. For an extensive amount of time, the 50 million followers would concentrate their worship on this one figure to provide a lot of faith power. It sounded like a lot, but the amount collected was, really, nothing to compared to the central temple of the nation of God. Abel made a rough calculation. The 50 million followers would take about 1 year to generate one divine crystal for him. He gained a new understanding of the crystal. 50 million was already more than the entire population of the elves. To use the elves as a reference, the moon goddess had always been less restricted than the nation of God on how devoted the followers could be. The nation of God had a complete system to make sure that everyone was doing their bit to pay tribute. Yet with all these advantages and resources, it would still take an entire year to produce one holy crystal. Abel was still very satisfied, but then he saw that the divine essence of the statue was just quickly disappearing. As for the inside of the central temple, the saint was just hosting a spirit enshrinement ceremony. As the central temple must have a statue inside at all times, the saint used whatever he could to craft a brand new statue in the shortest amount of time available. The new statue was not as intricate as the original one, but since that faith supply was going on a tremendous decrease, the saint just ordered the statue to be put back onto the offering altar of the central temple. The statue was not just to be placed on the altar. It still needed to be possessed by the spirit that it was supposed to depict. For one statue, there could only be one. Once the enshrinement ceremony was complete, the statue that was stolen would still be put back and returned to a new object. The saint was very distraught after suffering all these recent losses. He knelt and cried, "My lord, your servant has sinned. Your figure was stolen, so I made a new one. May the guardian wings store your presence." From the sky above the nation of God, the guardian wings just flashed a streak of light and came straight to the central temple. The light swept through the roof and was inserted into the statue that was newly made. Golden light shot the statue. The figure that was dead was now shining with life. The saint was in tears. This light was nothing compared to the figure that was stolen. The figure was now made according to the ways of the statue, but the core was still the same. The one that was stolen had undergone the baptism of all the worship that was devoted over the past few thousand years. The inside and out were washed completely and repeated with worship. The figure was like a solidified form of worship. The differences between the old and the new were too far apart. For the new figure, it would take at least a few years for its materials to change form and be able to generate any holy crystal. The speed at which the figure could generate the holy crystal was not even half to the statue that was stolen. As time passed, the divine spirit would just be assimilated by the faith power to increase the speed at which the holy crystal was solidifying. As simple as the enshrinement process was, the saint knew that the ceremony had already cost a lot of what was left inside the nation of God. Now that everything was already stolen, the only things that remained were what was inside the guardian wings. The enshrinement ceremony was pretty much just for what was stored inside the guardian wing, while the guardian wings were pretty much for defending the barriers of the entire nation of God. The saint shouted towards the officer responsible for the intelligence system, "Search as much as you can. Bring the bastard in at any cost." Abel, meanwhile, was not having a good time. He was upset to see that the figure he stole just lost much of its divine essence. All the 50 million faith lians were gone. The holy crystal was just dispersing as well. Damn, he cursed. He knew that the nation of God had already been doing something, but he couldn't really do anything. The reason he brought the statue back was so that he could inspect the effect that it had on the holy crystal. For a figure like this that could be offered to real spirits, most of the manufacturing process would be in the hands of the divine spirits. For the figure in front of him, Abel didn't think that he could get anything else that would be able to generate holy crystals in the same way. In that sense, even if all the worship connection was already gone, this was still a very important object that he had to keep. Next up, Abel had to think about where he could get heritage passed down from the divine spirit. Since he was in his elven form, he thought that the first place he could visit would be over at the moon goddess temple. Of course, he wasn't just going to go over towards the temple to steal things. The moon goddess was still alive and well. It was not like the central temple of the nation of God, where the demon from beyond would always be in deep sleep, no matter how much trouble he was causing. If he was to sneak into the goddess temple, he would just be slain by the moon goddess, regardless of anything that happened before between them. No, Abel didn't want to go to Lorraine for this too. While it was easy to get information from her, that would just play into the hands of any potential political rivals. Abel never once believed that the moon goddess was so unified that everyone was fully supportive of Lorraine to be the saint. So far, Lorraine was just taking the lead in terms of popularity, because of all the ridiculous amount of tributes he was giving to everyone. If Lorraine made a mistake anytime, things could still get very wrong very quickly. In order for that to not happen, he had to be very precise in his maneuver to make sure that there were enough people owing him favors. He spoke to the research spirit. "Research spirit, make a call for me to Druid Beulah." The research spirit replied, "Yes, master, please wait for a while." Abel looked around him. This was a secret room right here. There was also an angelic statue. It was also very strange here. His body flashed and immediately appeared inside the guest meeting room. The research spirit spoke after 1 minute. "The call has been connected for you, master." Druid Beulah spoke, "Honorable Grandmaster Bennett, what can I help you with?" Abel invited, "There is something I'd like," answered Druid Beulah. "If you have the time, would you head over to the Golden Castle for me?" Druid Beulah agreed immediately. "I'll be over there immediately, Grandmaster Bennett. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Druid Beulah was one of Lorraine's mentors. Naturally, she would be on quite good terms with Abel. Abel was actually the one that helped her live longer after saving her from imminent death. It wasn't just her that would agree to help Abel out, as Abel had been the sole hope for promotion for a while now. Most big druids remained stuck at rank 22 through history, but Abel was a special being that could make many of them break through that barrier. As long as he was there to help in person, a promotion at pretty much any rank was always guaranteed. 5 minutes later, Druid Beulah appeared inside the guest meeting room of the Golden Castle. Druid Beulah was very humble in her demeanor. "What would you need help with, Grandmaster Bennett?" Abel could see that Druid Beulah wasn't even sitting. "Please, Druid Beulah, feel more relaxed here. It's about my recent promotion. I just became a Grandmaster Alchemist, so there is still much I need to learn about all sorts of things. As you know, the Wizard Union has been blocking a lot of knowledge regarding divine spirits, so I can only turn to you to learn about divine spirits." Although Big Druid Beulah didn't understand why Abel would want to know about gods after he became a Grandmaster Alchemist, he had to repay his favor. "Grandmaster Bennett, I won't hold back as long as it does not involve the top secrets of the temple." She smiled after she took a seat. With Abel's current status as a Grandmaster and a Headmaster of Honor, he had a right to know about the secrets of this world. "Big Druid Beulah, can you tell me something about the creation of gods?" Abel asked respectfully. Grandmaster, the creation of a god is forbidden in this world. You. Big Druid Beulah paused. Big Druid Beulah, I just want to understand. I'm not planning to become a god, Abel laughed. Grandmaster, I can only tell you things according to the legends of the past. The first step is to obtain the body of God. The second is to create a domain of God. Only a god with a domain can be considered a real god, Big Druid Beulah explained. Abel knew his question was not easy to answer, considering the Wizard Union's attitude towards gods. What Big Druid Beulah told him was already a lot. I heard all holy objects are made by God. Do you know how they are made? Abel changed the question. Grandmaster, some books have mentioned the formula for holy objects, but their creation requires the energy of God, and most gods will only make the ones they are skilled at. The materials they used are simple, but after going through the energy of God, they will obtain a special power unlike anything in the world. Holy objects are the highest rewards aged will give to their followers. It is a reflection of love, Big Druid Beulah explained. She believed Abel was asking this question because he wanted to strengthen his alchemy skills further, but it was not applicable to him. At least that's what she thought. I have another question. How do you connect a statue of God to God? Abel asked. It was the question he cared about the most. After a statue of God is built, it needs to go through an ignition. Big Druid Beulah knew about this very well. How do you do that? Abel followed. Big Druid Beulah hesitated, because it was one of the inherited knowledge of the temple. However, a statue of God needed a god to function at the end of the day, so she thought it probably wouldn't hurt telling Abel about it, as a return of the favor. Grandmaster, I'll be on my way now. She stood up and bowed. Abel was caught off guard, but he soon realized that Big Druid Beulah left over a lambskin book behind on the chair. Big Druid Beulah, I am very thankful for your visit. Please take good care of Lorraine. Abel knew her intention, so he smiled and bowed as well. After he sent off Big Druid Beulah, he picked up the book she left over. It was a beautifully written book. It was the knowledge guide of the temple. Most of the ones he saw were like this. The book was a glorification of God on the surface, but the details were hidden within. Big Druid Beulah vowed to never tell anyone about God's information, however, for the saint's boyfriend who also did a great favor for her. She had no choice. Therefore, she decided to just leave the temple guide over so she didn't have to break her vow. The book began with a song for God, and that was where the ignition began. It was then followed by the moves, music, clothes, number of attendees, location, as well as all kinds of things that didn't seem necessary. After he finished the book, he came to a conclusion. The process of ignition was basically by connecting a god's power of the will to the statue. Everything else was basically nonsense, just some ceremony to mask suspicions. The process of ignition was simple. The true challenge lied in the creation of the statue, which needed many valuable materials. Some of the most important ones were exclusive to the temple. However, that did not apply to Abel. He already had a ready-made statue. He put away the book and teleported to his statue underground. He carefully transferred his consciousness to his druid soul. However, he did not emerge with his angel body. Instead, he used the special ability of his altered druid soil and reached out a strand of soul energy towards the statue. It was what he understood from the book, although it also demanded a set amount of preachers and a speaker of God to host a ceremony for guiding the process. Abel had no need for that. The only problem was that his druid soul would be considered as a god-level god after merging with the crystal angel statue. However, the statue soon began to glow. His druid soul was qualified. The statue in front of him suddenly became even closer to him than the one he saw in the central temple of the Holy Kingdom. It was almost like the body of his druid soul. It didn't seem like much at first, but he soon realized he could see the external world through the statue as he shifted his consciousness onto it. With this knowledge, he finally made a decision. He would never go into a temple with an alive god ever again. Standing in front of a statue of God was basically being looked at by a god. In the past, he could stand confidently in front of the goddess of the moon, even with his many little secrets, but not with his angel body. It was something even a god would be interested in. Abel connected to his preachers through the crystal angel statue and sent out a command. Just like the internet of his past life, His followers could connect to the statue through the preachers. Soon he sensed stands of faith connecting to the statue. Each of them signified a follower. He sighed at how convenient this was. He would no longer lose faith in his followers even if he went into the dark world. But it was also at that moment he realized how trivial his past efforts were compared to the faith of an actual God. Just a holy crystal alone had more power of God than him. Even with 10,000 followers in the Holy Kingdom, it would take them at least 100 years to form a holy crystal. This was how far behind he was. It was also at that moment he finally understood how valuable that box of holy crystal in the Holy Kingdom temple was. He suddenly thought about the barbarians in the Battlecry Plateau. Should he find a statue for Doff the Beeman to accumulate faith as well? He no longer needed those barbarians' faith to alter Doff's body. Instead, 10 holy crystals should do the trick much faster. However, getting a statue was no easy task. He only got lucky. There were not many statues around. Even the ones in the Battlecry City's God of War temple were destroyed or taken by the Wizard Union long ago. If not, he wouldn't need to go through this much hassle. Suddenly, a place came to mind. The big church in the rogue encampment. There were many statues there left over by hell with no owner. All he needed was to reignite them. Of course, that was only if statues in the dark world could work in this world. But still, it shouldn't hurt to try. He opened the portal and directly found a perfect statue from the temple of the dark world. The statue was not as tall as the ones in the central continent. It was about human size, but you could still sense the extraordinary material used to make it, even after countless years of corrosion from hell. Just from this, you could tell how advanced the dark world was. Abel never paid much attention to statues, but ever since his angel body made contact with them, he truly got a sense of how powerful they were. The face of the statue Abel got was a little distorted, but there was no sign of damage on its body. Still, Abel brought it back to the rogue encampment without thinking too much. After all, the gods of the dark world had faded long ago after the endless battle between heaven and hell. Almost all beings in the dark world were killed. After tens of thousands of years, even the name of gods had been long forgotten. Abel then summoned Doff and reached a strand of its soul out towards the statue through the soul chain. Suddenly, the statue began to change. It was originally in the shape of a human body, but soon it turned into a little beeman after Doff's soul entered. Abel looked at the 10 meters tall Doff and that 2 meters tall statue of a beeman. It looked exactly like a carbon copy of Doff. It even had the armor and ancient totem on its hand. Normally, a statue would be bigger than the actual god, but Doff was the opposite. Abel put Doff back in the monster ring. Little did Doff know, it had already taken its biggest step to becoming a god. Doff had an entire race as followers. If the barbarians had a larger population, the Wizard Union would never let Abel take advantage like this. Abel brought the statue back to the Golden Castle's secret chamber and put it next to the angel statue. It was the only room in this world with the statue of 2 different gods. After all, faith often did not go well together, so every god wanted their own space even if they belonged to a single group. Abel transferred a monogram to the barbarians through an oracle of the ancient totem. It was a blurry monogram, but it was filled with holiness. Therefore, all the barbarians needed was to pray towards it, and faith would be transferred to the barbarian statue. The angel body's statue of Abel, on the other hand, always ran the risk of being discovered, since they were all stolen from the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, he could only connect to them through his preachers. Since Abel had given the barbarians oracles many times, they became even more faithful than the elves towards the goddess of moon. Perhaps harsher living conditions created more faithful followers. Abel was not satisfied by the amount of faith Doff had gotten. After all, he was calculating them by the amounts of holy crystal they produce. With this goal, even the 2 statues combined would not form a single holy crystal in 100 years. Abel took out the lambskin book, Big Druid Beulah, gave him and flicked to the last chapter. It was about how followers could connect to God through a statue to receive rewards. It was vague, but Abel was suddenly enlightened. The biggest problem Abel had was that his barbarian preacher could no longer use the healing spell once he brought Doff into the dark world. This was not good for strengthening the barbarian's loyalty, but he had no choice. He summoned Doff on the Starlight Protection Circle and controlled him through the soul chain. With a power of the will range of 1,500 meters, he could connect Doff to the statue underground, even without using the mysterious aura. When Doff connected to the statue, Abel felt like his body was divided once again. This time, he left a command for that little strand of Doff's spirit in the statue. It was not a complicated command, and since it was strengthened by the statue, that little strand of spirit could function as a normal spirit. Actually, all spirits in this world were created by the Wizard Union's research into the knowledge of gods and statues. This technology was what allowed the Wizard Union to rule. There was not a single corner of the world without a spirit. Everyone who used a teleportation circle needed one, even if it was a very weak one. As for organizing data, the Wizard Union needed some extremely powerful spirits. Not to mention every city and town needed spirits to control their protection circle and limit professionals from abusing their power. Spirit drastically reduced the need for manpower and better analyzed the outcome of wars. It was how the Wizard Union could rule over so many continents so effectively. In Abel's case, if his followers wanted to use the healing spell, all they needed to do was to meet the prerequisites and call, "The great god of war, please hear my prayer, lend me your power to heal my injuries." Then the Doff spirit would automatically inject a bottle of light healing potion into the target through the passage of faith. It was a smooth process, but he needed to make some changes. First, it was increasing the rate of using the healing spell to once every 3 hours. For elite barbarians, they could do this prayer 6 hours beforehand and have 3 healing spells stored up. Abel's alchemy skills have increased drastically ever since. He became a grandmaster. Light healing potions were no longer a concern. He also wanted to increase the status of barbarians and showed the Wizard Union that they would support them no matter if they were controlled by the Goddess of Moon or not. After all, the biggest benefiter of healing spells was the Wizard Union, as it drastically increased the performance of barbarians in the front line. Maybe the Wizard Union realized this as well, and allowed the barbarians to live a better life in the central continent. After everything was said, Abel took out a 100 square meters portal bag, filled it with light healing potions, and placed it next to Doff's statue for its spirit to take care of. Mad Warrior Church was recruited by the Wizard Union in the front line, but he didn't want to. Ever since oracles began to emerge in the Battlecry Plateau, there were many new professional barbarians that needed him for guidance. Still, he could not reject the Wizard Union. He was not responsible for the actual battle. His only task was to enchant the other professionals with a battle cry, battle mode, and battle commands. At that moment, a battle was taking place between law-defying wizards and mad knights 2 kilometers before him, which happened way too often these days. Suddenly, an oracle emerged from his soul as he was focusing on the battle. His eyes began to sparkle in disbelief. He received the instruction to a spell, a very rare spell among the barbarians' preachers, the healing spell. Even during the battle, he kept his locality and never stopped praying. He sensed his body and discovered he already had 3 healing spells accumulated. Mad Warrior Church's heart poured with excitement. As far as he knew, no other god in this world had given such great healing power to their followers. Most only had the power to heal normal people, with almost no effect on professionals. The healing spell was basically as powerful as Grandmaster Bennett's super potions, which were getting rarer and rarer as the elites of the Wizard Union began to accumulate. By that potion, those portions would only be used as a final lifesaver for most professionals. "Warrior Church, enchant me," a rank 23 wizard named Mike called. Warrior Church quickly unleashed the 3 battlecry enchantments he knew all too well and turned to Wizard Mike. However, by that point, Wizard Mike was not looking too good. His body was filled with frost, and there was a long cut open from his left shoulder to his left arm. It was gushing out blood, and normal healing potions would not do the trick. "Wizard Mike, why don't you treat your wounds?" Warrior Church yelled. "Don't talk about it. We wizards have used too many healing potions, and I've grown numb to them. That is, other than Grandmaster Bennett's potions, of course." Wizard Mike shook his head helplessly. Abel was not expecting the battle to last this long. The 2,000 light healing potions and the 2,000 mana potions he gave were actually not that much when they finally got to the hands of the wizards. Although the Wizard Union had some stored up as well, they weren't planning to use them up in a single battle. "Wizard Mike, let me help you," Warrior Church called. "You have a way to help, here quick," Wizard Mike asked curiously and presented his wound. Warrior Church put on a serious face and began to mumble. "The great god of war, please hear my prayer. Lend me your power to heal the injury." Wizard Mike was confused. He never heard that Warrior Church was a barbarian. Preacher, how could he know the healing spell? However, a white light soon flashed on his body, and a soothing feeling washed over him. The frost and the long cut on him were quickly disappearing. After the white light faded, Wizard Mike sensed his body. Most of his injuries were healed in just 10 seconds. "Warrior Church, I'll make a deal with you. Come along to my future missions." Wizard Mike smiled. Warrior Church smiled back as Wizard Mike focused on his battle again. Warrior Church knew very well the status of barbarians would soon increase in the central continent. Although their fighting power was not that strong, with their enchanting ability on top of their close body fighting skills, as well as this healing spell, they would be much more useful. Abel stepped out of his secret chamber and scratched his head. It was as though he had forgotten something. Didn't his human form have followers as well? Although there were only around 1,000 of them, they were his followers nevertheless. He no longer needed to care about Doff's statue and the angel statue. From then on, everything would be taken care of by itself, and no more faith would be wasted in the central continent even when he was not around. He ignited a move in a flash scroll, returned to the church in the rogue encampment, and found another statue. This statue was a little older than the first one he got, but the materials were altered by faith as well. After all, its ability was the only thing that mattered. He then arrived at Bloodmoor. There was a huge temple built for him by the High Elves. Just like Doff, Abel's body was also being altered. It was just a little slower. What he didn't know was that the Dark World would unleash great power to suppress anything powerful. Therefore, becoming a god in the Dark World was even harder than the central continent. Abel had a familiar feeling when he was in the temple, just like his angel body when he was in the Holy Kingdom's temple. It was his temple at the end of the day. He just never had a statue to connect to it. The headmaster of the High Elves, Headmaster Locke, kneeled down and made a big bow with his little body in the hole. Since Abel commanded, Headmaster Locke was the only one allowed to live in the temple. He knew about the history of High Elves in the continents. He didn't want his own High Elves to have the same fate. He played with the human-sized statue in the temple, united it with his soul, and it began to transform. His human face began to emerge from it, as well as the long robe he was wearing. "Locke, bring the High Elves to pray in front of this statue in the future," Abel commanded. "Yes, my great lord," Headmaster Locke bowed again. Abel did not stay for long. It felt strange to be inside his temple when he was not even a true god yet. Still, he was half a god in the rogue encampment with some followers. If he had never seen the god of war being locked up by the Wizard Union underground, his ego might have gone through the roof already. He had to keep his humility. Even truly powerful gods were captured and taken advantage of by the Wizard Union. He tried to connect to his statue when he returned to the rogue encampment. By that time, more than 1,000 High Elves were already praying in front of his statue on their knees. Compared to the barbarians and the followers he had in the Holy Kingdom, 1,000 High Elves were not that much. However, he could sense their faith was much stronger. It was almost like his statue was being washed over by faith. The age-old damage inside the statue was being recovered, and the remains of the past gods were being cleansed. It was reborn. In no time, the statue truly became a statue of Abel. Suddenly, a surprising thing happened. A holy crystal was being formed. He was stunned as he scanned the forming holy crystal. It would only take a year before the process was complete. Even the angel statue in the Holy Kingdom, with 50 million followers, could not form a holy crystal in a year. Since it only had 100,000 followers left, it could not even form a holy crystal in 100 years. As for Doff, the process of forming a holy crystal had not even begun. He couldn't understand how powerful the High Elves were. He had underestimated them. Although they were not as powerful as angels, They were definitely one of the top beings. It was just that they hadn't been around long enough to fully get a sense of their ability. Just like a young dragon, for example, they could only become powerful with time. Therefore, even the high elves could not do much in their current status. Each of their souls signified a legend. Since faith had nothing to do with fighting power, Abel basically had 1,000 legends as followers. Not to mention, normal legends were often less faithful due to their arrogance. But of course, excluding the legendary knights cultivated by the Holy Kingdom. The high elves, on the other hand, depended on the oak tree. It was the tree of life of the dark world, and it controlled the law of the world. Since the oak tree was bound to Abel by the soul, Abel's statues were unquestionable to the high elves. Therefore, the high elves' faith was the purest form of faith, especially with no other creatures around in the dark world to disrupt them. As long as Abel could maintain this environment, he would have unending amounts of faith. If madness was the pinnacle of faith, you would need to give these high elves another category. If another god had a follower like this, it would protect him by all means necessary and use holy energy to bring it back to the world of God when he died. If the dark world did not suppress power up to a level, Abel could definitely sense his body being altered by faith. The faith of those high elves only grew with the statue. Abel was excited. He calculated for a moment. With the time difference of the dark world, he would basically have a holy crystal once every 2 weeks in the central continent. It was too bad he still didn't know too much about how to use holy crystals to speed up his transformation, but he was confident in himself. Abel kept his eyes out the following few days to make sure everyone believed he was in retreat. When October arrived, Abel returned from the dark world feeling tired. As soon as he stepped out of the training room, the research spirit sounded. Wizard Hutton had been waiting for a long time. Abel sighed. Wizard Hutton must have been waiting to have breakfast again. Still, they were great friends, and Abel would treat him with the best food and wine. Afterward, Abel and Wizard Hutton arrived at the dwarves' furnace fort. As soon as Abel stepped out, he saw King Gunther waiting for him. "Grandmaster Bennett, it's our honor to have you in the furnace fort," he bowed with a friendly smile. "I'm very happy to see you too." Abel smiled and bowed back. They did not make their way to the temple on foot. Instead, a luxurious Pegasus carriage from the elves was there. With smiles on their faces, Abel and King Gunther stepped on the carriage. Finally, Abel had a chance to look over the furnace fort from the sky. It had changed a lot because of the Holy Kingdom. There were 10 sky ships, and the top of all buildings on the hill was equipped with war machines, long-range crossbows, and all kinds of exclusive weapons. The entire furnace fort has become a giant destroyer. Even a legend might think twice before invading. "Grandmaster Bennett, as you can see, we dwarves are well prepared." King Gunther lowered his voice. To be honest, the budget spent on those setup was unimaginable. Only the most important cities would do something like this. For smaller cities, their only choice was to go underground or retreat. The dwarves were not human. Their population dictated their fate, as they would not be able to recover near as fast. "King Gunther, are we at that point yet?" Abel was stunned. Although he was keeping up to date with the Wizard Union, he was not expecting the dwarves to prepare for war already. Anything can happen considering how badly the evil kingdom is hit by the Wizard Union. King Gunther lowered his voice again. He thought about the elves. They had not even started to move yet. Although he strengthened the defense of the Tree of Life, the most the elves ever did was gathering their druids and increasing their training. It was nothing compared to what the dwarves managed to achieve. Abel sighed at how hopeless the elves were. He already did a lot for them. He practically gave them half of their skyships for free. However, both King Gunther and Abel did not know how impactful Abel's robbery was to the Holy Kingdom. With so many holy crystals gone, it would be hard for the Holy Kingdom to get revenge even if they wanted to. Under this circumstance, they could only do hit and runs on small territories, so they did not have to waste holy crystals to lock down the dimension. "Grandmaster Abel, the reason I invited you here is to talk about the potential war. Even the Holy Kingdom did not take revenge on us elves. The strange behavior of the Guardian Wings signifies the reawakening of the demon from beyond in the next 100 years. The Wizard Union is right," King Gunther added. "King Gunther, I will do my best no matter what." Abel smiled. Then I'll thank you first, King Gunther laughed. The flying carriage landed on the square in front of the palace. It was not a big area, but a lavish welcoming ceremony was about to begin. 10 dwarves lifted up to their horns, and the entire furnace fort knew an important guest had arrived. More than 10 law-defying wizards stood in front of the palace and bowed. Maybe that was all the law-defying wizards who lived in the furnace fort. Abel and King Gunther stepped into the palace under the cheers. This time they did not dwell for long. After King Gunther said some welcoming words to Abel, they entered the mountain of the furnace fort. Considering how important this place was and the prestige of Abel's status, King Gunther had to lead the way personally. Grandmaster Bennett, we dwarves have many powerful wizards, but not many legendary wizards have ever emerged in our history. That's why we are not known for our wizardry but our forgery. King Gunther stopped in front of a door. Of course, the dwarves are #1 when it comes to forgery, Abel laughed. Yes, that was coming from a grandmaster blacksmith. What you are about to see is the finest work from us. Dwarves, King Gunther said with pride. Abel sensed that he had arrived in the lowest underground level of the furnace fort mountain. Considering the habits of the dwarves, it should be where the most powerful war machines were stored.